Longtime fans, and for that matter, medium and short-time fans as well, will know that I'm a big fan of the Twisted Metal franchise, but it wasn't always that way. I'd known of the anomalous Sweet Tooth as one of the most iconic and recognizable mascots of the PlayStation brand for a very long time. Despite that, my experiences with the franchise was minimal. I'd attempted to play Black a few times when my brother gave it to me, along with all his other PS2 games in 2010, but I never got into it as it was far too hard for me at the time. Then I'd also bought Twisted Metal 2 and 3 off Craigslist back at the peak of my physical game collecting days in 2013 to 2015, but it wasn't until the pandemic that I really got properly into Twisted Metal. And that was because of the PS4 port of Twisted Metal Black, which I basically bought on a whim when it was on sale. I may have also been drunk at the time, but I don't remember, which probably means I was drunk. And that was the first time I really learned to appreciate what exactly these games were. From then on, I was hooked, and decided to go out of my way to buy all the games in the series that I didn't own, which included the very first Twisted Metal game, so this was actually the fourth or possibly fifth game in the series that I properly played. Which means I'm able to approach this game from the point of view of hindsight when taking the rest of the series into account, as well as its own merits. What amazes me the most about the original Twisted Metal is just how old it is. I've had multiple people try and tell me that Carmageddon came first or Interstate 76 came first, but no, Twisted Metal came out in November of 1995, meaning it predates a lot of the other games that people associate with the genre. As a matter of fact, this means that this is arguably the first big IP associated with the PlayStation, predating even Crash Bandicoot. However, since it was a very early game on the console, Twisted Metal 95 is very primitive in certain ways, particularly in the presentation. It was originally made at the height of the FMV craze, and they were originally meant to bring across the story via these extremely cheesy but nonetheless charming FMV cutscenes. But they were later scrapped for various reasons, one of which being they still used the beta name for the game, High-Octane, which is a much less dynamic sounding name than Twisted Metal. I quite like these endings because they have a really scrappy, low-budget charm to them with the terrible acting and campy visuals. Most of these cutscenes were of course preserved in all their hilarious amateur quality in the PS2 re-release of Twisted Metal Head-On. But there were also other cutscenes that needed to be rescued, which you can find on YouTube, including one FMV cutscene which I believe was the context cutscene that explains the backstory of the game, which would later be replaced by these text scrolls.
One of the 12 drivers in the contest will come to me at the end of the battle, and I shall grant to that one single individual whatever they ask for.
I guess with this, the intention was that they wanted to have better or at least more interesting production, but once these cutscenes were cut, presumably they had to scramble to bring across the same points in whatever way they could, resulting in most of the game's plot being presented like this. But it gets the point across fine enough. It's Christmas Eve 2005, the day of the 10th annual Twisted Metal tournament. Today, 12 competitors will compete in a to-the-death style demolition derby all over Los Angeles. The prize is a wish for whatever he or she desires. And everyone has their own intention going into this tournament. This is of course the setup that would follow the series pretty much until the final game. Sometimes the names change, sometimes the context is different, but there's always somebody running a demolition derby tournament for a chance at whatever the competitor's heart desires, no matter how easily the wording is to twist. Well, to be fair, if the manual is anything to go by, the invites are sent out via email unprompted, so I guess the implication is that Calypso wants them there. So you'd think he'd be happy to give them what they want. Why anybody would have volunteered for a gig where there's a 92% chance that you're going to die, Lord knows. But that's just kind of the quirky video game-ness that you kind of have to suspend your disbelief for. In some ways, the presentation for this game feels a bit surreal, because the character roster is so unlike any other character roster in the series. Some cars return in later installments, some don't. The cars that do return almost always have different drivers, some for story reasons, some for no real reason. That's why it's surreal, because despite the fact, and indeed because it's the first entry, there's a lot of weird incongruities and inconsistencies with the later series. This was before they really had a definitive vision for the series, and once they did, the first game kinda stuck out like a sore thumb. I mean, this was before they even established Sweet Tooth's flaming head. Then there's the driver of Darkseid, who's literally Satan and is opposed to Calypso in this case, but is later retconned to be an ally of Calypso. And he's also after the demon, Black, who gave Calypso his powers, whereas in later installments it's established that Satan himself is the one that gave Calypso his powers. But honestly, the presentation all around feels a bit scrappy and low budget. It feels sort of like it was adapted straight from an arcade game, as if it's trying to minimize the aspects between you and the raw gameplay. And given how they bring across the story combined with the insubstantiality of the other aspects, which I will get back to, it makes this game feel relatively bare bones, whether that was intentional or not, so you kind of have to grade this game on a bit of a curve when compared to the other games of the genre. It doesn't quite have the same amount of content as other games, so what is there needs to count all the more, and I think that despite being one of the earliest, if not the earliest example of this particular genre, it absolutely hits it out of the park when it comes to raw gameplay. To me, the fact that this game is all combat all the time is a good thing, because I've never really been into realistic racing games. There are a few non-realistic racing games I've gotten into in the past, but that's usually down to something unique they do that puts it above the rest of the genre. But a game that uses vehicles as a means to create fast-paced, exciting, over-the-top combat scenarios with explosive action and collateral damage aplenty? Shit, I'm in. It's a game that's kind of hard to talk about mechanics-wise because it's fairly self-explanatory. What you see is what you get. You drive around shooting shit and getting shot at you. You can probably tell just based off a glance if you'll enjoy this game. It's not attempting to be realistic whatsoever. This is arcade driving through and through, with tight turning and momentum and physics that would make Isaac Newton rip his hair out. It can be kind of bouncy at times, and the collision isn't an exact science at the best of times, what with this being an extremely early 3D game, resulting in one time when I got pinned between minion and a wall and had my entire health bar drained. It's also worth mentioning that there's a bit of a physics quirk hard-coded into the game, in that depending on which angle you're at, you can zoom out of a handbrake turn without losing any speed the moment you let go of the button. So it's definitely a tightly controlled and responsive game, but one that has absolutely no bearing on reality whatsoever, which is fine by me. Physics quirks aside, it's an incredibly fast, frantic affair that puts fun and excitement first and foremost. And despite definitely being more on the arcadey side of the spectrum, there's enough weight to the various vehicles that it still feels like you're actually occupying vehicles to a certain extent, as opposed to turbo-mounted RC cars like they could have very easily turned into. So they feel very satisfyingly smooth and weighty to control. Of course, that's not a universal one-size-fits-all statement. Each vehicle has different stats to fill various builds, and therefore each has a slightly unique feel and provides a slightly unique way to play the game that will probably appeal to different playstyles. Mr. Grimm, for example, has an incredibly powerful special attack, but has notoriously low health. So if you can stay out of the crosshairs of other enemies and shoot these lost souls with decent accuracy, you can dominate. Meanwhile, if you want a little bit more of a tank build, you can go for Hammerhead or Sweet Tooth, but there's no one specific optimal way to play the game. As long as you're halfway decent, pretty much anybody can beat this game on easy or medium with pretty much any character. Now, hard on the other hand is a different story, but they don't call it hard for no reason. And I must say, I appreciate that this game isn't as relentlessly difficult as a lot of games of this era. It's actually a fair challenge. And the game doesn't even try to be too judgy for playing it on easy if you really need to, unlike other games in the series I can mention. Though I will say, I do kind of wish that they would replenish your lives between levels, because it's not like you can't just exit out and put the code in to jump to that level, which will reset your lives. All this does is add a couple of steps of needless busy work before starting the next level, but I digress. If you're starting this game off, you would probably be compelled to play as Sweet Tooth given the fact that he's the star of the game, but I would personally recommend starting with Roadkill. He has good health and good speed. His handling is the only thing that suffers, but to me, his special is what sells him as a starter character. His special attack has a semi-auto tracking feature, which means you don't have to be super accurate. But it's also not so overpowered in its auto-tracking nature that they were forced to nerf him in any other way. Spectre has a special attack that auto-tracks, but that one auto-tracks to such a relentless degree that to balance out Spectre compared to the other characters, they had to give him extremely low health. They do a good job at balancing character effectiveness so that no one character is too powerful. For everything they give, they make sure to take something away. Statistically speaking, Darkseid is the worst character and Thumper is the best character, but statistics don't account for the various nuances that go into a specific playstyle. Thumper's special might be extremely powerful, but it's also extremely short range, so the power stat on the special doesn't really tell the whole story. Really, the best thing to do is sample every character before you pick a favorite. My general go-to would be Roadkill, but yours might be entirely different. Of course, though, the thing about this game that sells the experience to me is the weapon selection. But of course, this game has a bit of a strange one. Some weapons in the game would become mainstays in the rest of the series, but other weapons didn't make it past this game. Some were adapted in other ways, such as freeze missiles returning in Twisted Metal 2 as something you have to put in a button combination to activate, which utilizes an energy system that's not present in this game. Then some weapons simply got the boot, like Oil Slick. I guess with the understanding that Oil Slick was basically functionally useless and didn't add to the battle whatsoever. For me, I had a selection of weapons that I went out of my way to use, but there were definitely other items that as soon as I got them, I really felt the urge to get rid of them as soon as possible, if I even bothered to pick them up at all. Because you have a limited inventory space, so it's counterintuitive to waste your inventory space on useless items like Oil Slick or tire spikes. The rear fire missiles in particular come across as such a weird addition because the ability to shoot backwards really should have been a default feature, but to have it as a selectable weapon on the weapon wheel feels like they had the same idea, but it was implemented in the weirdest way possible. Now, don't get me wrong, the weapons that are reliable go-tos are fun to use and really pack a punch. Near enough the sole selection of weapons that made it to the next game and beyond are the 3 separate missiles that exist as sort of a spectrum of power to ease of use. The power missile that doesn't auto-track at all, so it's a bit hard to nail someone with it, but if you do, it's definitely worth the effort. Then the fire missile, which semi-auto tracks and is less powerful, making it a good all-rounder and is generally the weapon that you'll be using the most in this game, as well as the rest of the series. And finally, the homing missile, which isn't powerful but is almost a guaranteed hit. Though to me, it's strange seeing a Twisted Metal game without so many of the weapons that would come to be synonymous with the series. Considering there was no litmus test for what weapons were good ideas in a game like this, there was some experimentation for sure. But it's still strange to have things like Ricochet or Napalm not be included. It's not something I hold against Twisted Metal 95, it's just worth mentioning. But even if you're caught in a pinch, this game has 2 features which bridges the gap between the main weapon pickups, meaning you're never not able to defend yourself. First of all are the machine guns. Every vehicle has machine guns by default. They're not extremely powerful, but they have unlimited ammo and are only affected by weapon cooldown, so it's a good additional aspect of your offensive arsenal that bridges the gap if you need it. And it's also an additional element on top of the more powerful weapons. But the cooldown means that it's not completely and endlessly reliable, so you have to think about when to use them, as opposed to just holding down the button forever. It's a balancing act for sure, but I think they balanced it fairly well. It's useful, but not too useful, and the other addition is the special attack. You're not always going to have decent weapons at your disposal, so they gave each character a specific special attack unique to them. And this is an attack that automatically regenerates over time. To me, this is something that a game like this absolutely needs, but it's also not something that's necessarily an obvious idea, so I'm glad that it's something that they came up with from the very first game. It means that even if there are no weapon pickups in your immediate vicinity, you'll always have something uniquely powerful just around the hypothetical corner. It's a genius bit of design because it means that you have 3 tiers of weapons. You have the ones that you can find, the one you get automatically, and the one you always have. So you always have something up your sleeve keeping you in the fight 100% of the time. So there's no dead space. You're never caught completely defenseless. And hey, when all else fails, a head-on collision has your back. On the topic of things that eliminate the dead space in the action, one thing that really struck me about this game when compared to the later entries in the series is that they went out of their way to have hazards that went beyond the other drivers. You have various different types of pedestrians that will react to you differently. As a matter of fact, the manual goes into detail about each variety of pedestrian, some of which will attack you. I like this addition because it means that no matter where you go, you can't rest on your laurels. You need to be on your toes 24/7. I have a sneaking suspicion that this aspect was probably inspired by the game Quarantine from 1994. In fact, while many people might mistakenly say that Twisted Metal was inspired by games that came out later, because Quarantine came out sometime in 1994, I can't find a specific date, I could actually see this as a relative inspiration. That was a game that was primarily a taxi game, but also featured a very heavy action component, so there's something to be said about that. Twisted Metal 1 even has a first-person mode that I never used, only furthering my suspicion. So as far as the pedestrians go, even if you're running away, you might come across a few of these guys, and even just a slight bit of damage can be the difference maker. But they're inconsequential enough that as long as you keep moving, they won't get in the way too much. This is in contrast with the later games, especially Twisted Metal 4, wherein if you were in a bigger level and there was nobody around, you could comfortably stop your car, sit back in your chair, and take a sip of coffee. I can see these pedestrians being annoying to some because it could possibly come across as a bit of an interruption while you're trying to collect yourself in the middle of a tactical retreat, but to me, preventing the pace from dropping is imperative. Something they clearly went out of their way to do. I think what it all comes down to is that Twisted Metal 95 really does attempt to minimalize dead space in the action in every possible way. Because having lulls in the action so severe that you could literally stop playing the game kills the experience in a pure arcade game like Twisted Metal. It all contributes to this game having an absolute frenetic pace. Pacing in gaming is taken on a bit of a case-by-case basis. Things like horror games benefit from having a more deliberate, methodical pace, and then there are games with heavy emphasis on story. In that case, you need to have downtime in order to let the story breathe and allow players to absorb what's happening, getting them immersed in the emotion. But games that are essentially pure mechanical experiences like this, and for example, fighting games, need to be all action all the time, because there's nothing for the game to stand on if you let up on the gas. This is something that Twisted Metal 95 absolutely nails. There is nothing between you and the action. So it's always a fun, exciting time from start to finish. But with games like this, you also need to cut straight to the point, because if you go past an hour or two, then you risk the primary gameplay loop becoming tiresome and repetitive. So 6 levels was a good choice. They probably could have gone an extra level or two, but each playthrough will last you roughly 30 to 50 minutes, maybe up to an hour depending on how good you are. And I think that's perfect. It means that this game has absolutely no fat whatsoever. Each playthrough is over quickly enough that you don't have the chance to get tired of it, but each character plays subtly different enough that it incentivizes replayability. It means that if you're really into the experience, you can come back again and again and again. That's the real strength this game has. Regardless of any flaws that it has, it's geared towards short replayable bursts, something that I'm definitely living proof of after 8 or so playthroughs. Now, the pedestrians being involved in the action isn't the only unique element to this game when compared to the rest of the series. One of the more notable aspects about this game that I think was only ever brought back in Twisted Metal Black are the healing pads. I didn't know what the hell they were when I first played this game, because that tends to be the case with games of this era. They don't really explain things in the game, and I didn't think to read through the manual because I'm so used to not needing to anymore that I don't even think of that as a potential solution at this point. I actually think I prefer this method of healing over the standard health pickups, because when it comes to healing pads, there's a clear and unambiguous indication of where they are and when you can and can't use them on the minimap, giving them a little bit more user-friendliness than having health pickups where you already need to know where they are in the level. It's one of those things that doesn't add difficulty, because once you know where the health pickups are, you know where they are. So it doesn't add difficulty, all it does is make things a little bit more obtuse for new players. It's interesting that Twisted Metal Black is the only other game that uses these healing pads, because it kind of builds into a theory I have that Twisted Metal Black is sort of an abstract reinterpretation of the first game. For more information, you can watch my second timeline video. Now, seeing as there are only 6 levels in the game, as I said, a lack of content certainly is something that someone could level as a criticism at this game if you're less forgiving than me. But to me, it's fine as long as the levels that are there are fun, and thankfully they mostly are. If you watched my videos ranking the levels from worst to best, I placed 5 out of the 6 levels in the game as good or better. Arena Duel is simple but iconic, and if you put in a code, you can play a version of Arena Duel with 5 enemy cars instead of 1, which is absolute chaotic, ridiculous fun. Then you have the likes of River Park Rumble or Freeway Free-for-All. Each is extremely enjoyable for their own reasons. River Park Rumble is 2 halves of a downtown area split by a middle area. It's a design built around tactically retreating, but with enough enemies that no matter where you run, you're bound to run into someone. Or Freeway Free-for-All, which is a very narrow series of roads that ensures you'll find danger in every direction. But the cream of the crop for me is definitely rooftop combat. I'm always a fan of rooftop levels in these games because it adds a feeling of imminent danger knowing that you're surrounded by instant death wherever you look. It sprinkles everything you do with a bit of adrenaline as you move to avoid attacks while not putting yourself in the line of fire, and there's multiple levels of buildings to land on and ramp between, which can easily be ballsed up, resulting in a loss of life, and you'll need all the help you can get for the minion boss fight at the end of the level. But your enemies aren't immune to pitfalls either, and it's always funny to see the destroyed car's counter tick up randomly because Captain Dumbass miscalculated the distance between him and the next building over and is now a moderately large smear on the pavement below. With that said, there are a few dud levels. Warehouse District Warfare is fine, but completely forgettable. I found myself getting it mixed up with River Park Rumble because they both have the same basic visual aesthetic, and River Park Rumble is just a much more interesting level overall. It's still a good level and keeps the action flowing. It doesn't subtract from the action. WDW just doesn't have the same spark of imagination that the other levels have. But then there's Assault on Cyberbia, and I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who are fans of this level and will probably rip me a new asshole for suggesting that it's not a good level, but to me it comes down to this. Nothing about this level is so unique or interesting that it couldn't have been done in a smaller level. It's just far too big and far too disinteresting design-wise. It's just a bunch of one-story buildings, a big reservoir, and some outer streets. To me, the mark of a good level is when you're constantly or almost constantly in the fight. This is the type of level where you have to go out of your way to even find players to fight, which makes it obnoxious to me and only gets worse as you eliminate more and more drivers. Like I said, the thing that really sells the experience in Twisted Metal is the pace. And this is the one level where I can honestly say without a shadow of a doubt that there's enough dead space in the action that it kinda lessens the experience for me. And for that matter, I will say this game doesn't have the greatest performance in the world. It's good enough to get the job done, but I do wish somebody could hack a 60 FPS patch into the ISO somehow. Regardless, it's playable, but Assault on Cyberbia definitely suffers from a pretty woeful frame rate at times, just because of how big it is. Something I only just noticed, but hey, at least it's not as bad as when you turn on the rear view camera. It makes sense, seeing as the game is rendering 2 views, but man, that's bad. Avoid the rear view camera like the plague. Assault on Cyberbia is by no means something that ruins the game, but it's more or less the one weak point in a game that's pretty much excellent all the way through, but I guess it could be considered a cooldown before the best level in the game and the final boss. Canonically speaking, Minion is the winner of the 9th Twisted Metal tournament, which took place the year before. Information on that tournament pretty much begins and ends there. Not that it really matters. Here's what matters. Kill Minion. It's not a bad fight, just basic. As with most boss fights in this series, the best way to fight him is just to play a bit defensively and make sure not to get caught with his main attack, which is basically an amalgamation of every powerful attack in the entire game. But as long as you have all your lives and you've broken the glass pyramid and opened the way to the healing pad, it should be fairly easy to brute force this fight. And if not, I found there's actually a way to trick Minion into falling off the ledge. If you hit him in midair while he's crossing this gap, he'll fall down. It'll only do a small chunk of damage, which is unfair, but if you're really stinking bad at this game, it's a way to cheese the fight, if slowly. Then from there, you get your character-specific ending. Generally, I think the endings in this game are on the weaker side for the series, if nothing else, because of the lack of visual aid. But also, a few too many of them go off without a hitch. Part of the fun of Twisted Metal endings is seeing the ways Calypso twists the wish for the person in question. But I guess he wasn't feeling particularly vindictive in this game, and besides, that's me holding this game to a standard only found in later games. There are a few good endings, such as Sweet Tooth's ending with Crazy Harold, which is a great bit of character work, that Sweet Tooth would go through an entire Demolition Derby tournament of death just to get a lunch sack, or Outlaw's ending where he's sent into space, which is actually the canonical ending to the game and pretty much the only connecting tissue between the first and second game. But generally speaking, the reward for beating the game as any character really isn't worth it, so you definitely need to be in it for the journey as opposed to the destination, which thankfully I am. So that all still begs the question, does Twisted Metal 1995 still hold up? To me, that question can be answered with a resounding absolutely. Obviously, the presentation doesn't hold up so well, there's a relative lack of content, and the game comes across as almost anachronistic in the grand scope of the series, but what it comes down to for me is that it's simply a fun game. In terms of miles per gallon, it's potentially the most enjoyable game in the series. The gameplay engine just absolutely nails the feeling needed for this sort of car combat game, and the relentless pace and short playtime leads to an incredibly fun experience all the way through. This is the sort of game that I could pick up and play anytime. It's definitely a popcorn game, it's not a deep experience, you know exactly what you're getting into. But it knows exactly what it wants to do and pulls it off excellently, with fluid controls, a good sense of weight, and impactful combat. If you can get past the, shall we say, less than stellar graphics, it's definitely worth a playthrough or two. It's pure, uncomplicated fun through and through. Twisted Metal 2. Now this is a game. Twisted Metal 2 in many ways is the peak of the series in my opinion, and one of the better games on the PS1. This is one of those games I bought during a period of time when I was just buying retro games with any sort of name brand recognition behind them, even if I had no interest in the franchise. So while I was doing the rounds on Craigslist one day during a cursed amount of years ago, I bought it along with some other games, but I really had no interest in the series beyond it being something I'd heard of. So my copies more or less sat on the shelf for the better part of a decade. I'd attempted to play it a few times, but I never got into it, and usually I quit after a few levels. It wasn't until I'd really gotten into Twisted Metal Black a few years back that it and the rest of the series really started to click with me. But this one in particular really stuck out to me in the grand overall scope of the series, because like I said, it is a game. Twisted Metal 2 apparently had 16 months of development, which was significantly longer than what the first game got. That plus the benefit of hindsight that they had really makes this come across like the true completed vision of the series brought to fruition. This immediately comes across in the presentation, which has had a major facelift. The first and most notable example why are these cutscenes. Gone are the minimalist text scrolls that even the classic Mortal Kombat games would look at and say were a bit low-key. In their place, we have these really fun and charming minimalist motion comic cutscenes. I kind of wish they were fully animated, but that was probably a bit too out of the budget. Still, the art is nice and just brimming with personality. The personality is further driven by the voice acting.
I'm a bit of a junkie, addicted to death. Every moment I am without a soul, I get weaker. My job is too hard.
This is one of the better vocally performed games up to this point. This was only 1996, don't forget, the same year as the original Resident Evil and its laughable voice acting. Plus, it was still a few years before the likes of Metal Gear Solid, so Twisted Metal 2 was relatively ahead of its time in this regard. A lot of these cutscenes were carried by the absolutely sumptuous voice of Calypso, who is played by Mel McMurrin, who brings a level of campy richness and a smug, humorous charm to the role, which makes Calypso an absolute joy to listen to.
I face a dilemma. Where will this year's Twisted Metal contest take place? 14 of the world's best combat drivers have already been chosen, ready to battle to the death in hopes of becoming the victor and claiming whatever prize their brave hearts desire.
It's a shame Mel never got too many roles beyond Calypso. He clearly had talent, and the rest of the performances aren't anything I'd sneeze at either. I'm not too sure if the campiness to a lot of the voice acting is intentional or not, but it definitely adds a lot of charm to this game, as well as does a good job at bringing across the necessary points. 2005's tournament was such a rousing success that Los Angeles was completely destroyed, so now it's Christmas Eve 2006, so 1 year later and they haven't even bothered to try and fix the damages to LA, or even put out the fires? Civic funding, am I right? It's also kind of a ballsy thing that they decided to depict Los Angeles being destroyed in a game made in 1996, only 4 years after the Los Angeles riots. Calypso decides that last year was such a success that the only way to top it with this year's tournament is to make this year's tournament worldwide, which is a pretty natural way to escalate things. There's really not much to the story, although there is a prequel comic which I did a video on that explains Calypso's backstory and how he went from a small-town kid with a Jeffrey Dahmer-level roadkill obsession to an all-powerful god-like being. It's not required reading, but it does help fill in a lot of the blanks and retcons some of the elements from the first game that they decided they no longer wanted to have as part of the established lore. Otherwise, the story gets in and gets out with no fat on the bones in order to put you straight into the action, which is perfect for the game that they're presenting. Now, another one of the things that really sells this game to me as the first game's concept brought to fruition is the character roster, because they pretty much established a base roster of vehicles and characters/character archetypes that would go on to define the rest of the series. Vehicles like Shadow, Mr. Slam, Grasshopper, Twister, and Axel, as well as recurring characters like Mortimer, Marcus Kane, Amanda Watts, and, well, Axel. It feels like they have a more defined identity, which really makes this game feel more cohesive, rather than what it could have potentially been, just a grab bag of ideas. Even the characters who are returning feel closer to how they would be presented for the rest of the series, like Mr. Grimm, who is less of a mysterious antagonistic force who has it out for Calypso, and is more of a soul junkie who only does the reaping thing to satisfy his cravings. It kind of feels more tongue-in-cheek. As a matter of fact, I think that kind of goes for the entire presentation all around. This game has a sense of humor about itself that really wasn't all that present in the first game. Or at least they couldn't quite convey it as well through text scrolls, and I really enjoy this game's tone. It's darkly comedic, it's campy, and it doesn't take itself too seriously, but still grounds itself in a level of its own reality. It doesn't go too whack, it finds a balance, so it allows comedic cutscenes to exist alongside the more dramatic or messed up cutscenes. Structurally, this game is like most of the rest of the series. You select one of any number of different colorful characters with different stats and unique special attacks, and you play through the story mode. Then you get a character-specific ending once it's all said and done. It's not a structure that really needed to be changed. It's your classic arcade fighting game setup. But unlike last time, I wouldn't necessarily say that you can make it through with most of these characters on your first go if you're any good. You can get through easy mode well enough, but that's a complicated matter that I'll discuss in a moment. I think this game's cover boy Axel, in my experience, is actually the best character to start out with. He has decent health, decent speed, and a special that's actually pretty useful. It's short range, but it's a shockwave, so all you need to do is get near someone and set it off, and it's guaranteed damage. Plus, because it's short range, they have it regenerate quicker than some other specials. I actually have a theory that they intended Axel to be the new face of the franchise, or at least they were intending every game to have their own main star. Obviously, Sweet Tooth was the star of the first game, but he's conspicuous by his absence from the base roster in this game. You have to put in a code to even unlock him, which before the average household had internet, you'd only find out if you, by chance, fell off a ledge in the New York level at the correct angle. Or alternatively, you could pick up one of these pricey strategy guides. Yeah, I was at a local game shop when I was on vacation recently, and I found this for $30. Nothing I don't already know, but it's still pretty cool to have. And in my opinion, it's the worst rendition of Sweet Tooth, including the lesser games in the series, because his design sucks, he's not particularly easy to use, and his ending sucks. Plus, there are no level warp codes for Sweet Tooth or Minion for that matter, so you have to play through the entire game on 3 lives, no exceptions, making him kind of obnoxious to play as. So it seems like they were going out of their way to make sure people didn't pick Sweet Tooth in favor of Mr. Poster Child, which I guess is fair enough. Maybe they would have made another new character the face of Twisted Metal 3 had that game not been handed over to a new developer and they just defaulted back to representing the most iconic character. Failing Axel as a first playthrough, I actually think Warthog is a good go-to because he has a really good special as well as a supreme amount of health. His speed suffers, but as long as you have turbo at your disposal, it's not that big of a deal. Generally, you'd probably want to prioritize health over anything else. In any given level, you're going to be fighting a lot more people on average than the first game, so you're going to be getting bum rushed a lot more often. So characters like Twister and Mr. Grimm require a more specialized skill set that you have to work out. So this game definitely delves a little bit deeper into the philosophy of having every character play subtly differently, but once you get down to brass tacks of how the game plays, I think arguably this is the best in the series in that regard. I know I already said that about the first game, but here's something you need to keep in mind about my opinions of the entire Twisted Metal series. 1, 2, and another game we'll cover down the road basically play perfectly for what they are. So everything else is in a competition against those 3. But if you put a gun to my head, I think 2 plays better than 1. I'll be the first to admit that I'm not an expert when it comes to describing how driving games play. I'm not exactly in tune with the terminology, because for me, driving is a pragmatic exercise. But Twisted Metal 2's engine to me comes across as a more refined version of Twisted Metal 1's engine, so you still have that balance of arcadey driving where you can make tight turns and pull off ridiculous stunts while still feeling like you're in control and have a level of weight and realism within the world. The physics in particular have definitely been refined. It feels heavier and more realistic in how the vehicles move. It's definitely not on the level of what your average racing game feels like, but they definitely made an effort to move on the spectrum of realistic versus arcadey closer to the side of realistic. Enough that it feels really good to drive. You really feel like you're in control of these vehicles, and I think the physics generally feel more organic in that it feels like your movements, especially when airborne, feel less rigidly determined. You flip around and move in a way that feels more true to how you would if this were real life, but it still understands exactly what kind of game it wants to be. If you make it too heavy, that can be the kiss of death in that it will potentially make it feel like you're fighting against the game in order to navigate and fight, which in a game that requires fast reflexes can make things frustrating. Meanwhile, if you make things too light, you risk having characters and cars that neither feel real in the environments that they occupy and fly around at the slightest bit of acceleration. This will be important later on. So it's good that they managed to nail that balance of control versus realism, and that, along with the organic feeling driving and physics, really nails the feeling that the engine needed. That's really the word that comes to mind when I describe this game. Organic. How it feels to move, how it feels to fly through the air, how the cars feel, how the momentum feels. Everything just feels right. It can be a bit slidey at times in that when you make a handbrake turn, you can slide for ages at times, and vehicles with better handling have a tendency of almost handling too well, so you might have a hard time getting used to the specific timing of turning, but it's completely manageable. Otherwise, the controls and gameplay have a good smoothness and intuitiveness that makes it feel good to drive around and attack, and gives the game a real pick-up-and-play quality that's very easy to learn and hard to master. There's a responsiveness to the action that makes the central gameplay loop very compelling, and the act of laying into your opponents with a sequence of well-timed attacks never gets old. There's a philosophy of more but better with Twisted Metal 2 that permeates through everything they do. It just feels like a bigger and better version of the first game that is near enough an upgrade in every possible way. There are a few things that I don't fully agree with, like how they took away the healing pads in favor of healing pickups. I don't know, I just find the recharging healing stations to be more convenient. What can I say? They also got rid of the aggressive pedestrians who shoot at you, which I'm of two minds about. I liked them as an addition because I found that it cut out the fat, so there's no dead space in the action. But I'm also fully aware that a lot of people found them annoying, so I'm completely aware that I'm in a minority here. With that said, if the pedestrians were a tool to keep the action alive at all times, they do a good job at that generally with the increased number of cars per level. And they seem to have it where each car is programmed to behave subtly differently, like how Twister has a tendency of being up in your face, whereas Sweet Tooth tends to be low-key and opportunistic. So you can rarely rest because everyone is going to be fighting you from different angles in such a way that you don't need an extra additive to keep the action flowing at all times, because this game certainly is all action all the time. The difference in AI behaviors may have also been a thing in the first game, but I really never noticed. But as far as improvements, I'd say there are two game-changing additions to this game. You have a new and, more importantly, bigger selection of levels, and they're each completely and utterly distinct. What with this game's subtitle being World Tour, each level is in a completely separate region of the world and has a completely different feel thematically, graphically, and gameplay-wise. Such as the multi-leveled Paris, where you can gain roof access by blowing up the Eiffel Tower. The dynamic Antarctica, where pieces of the polar ice caps will collapse, changing the arena in real time and forcing you to act frantically in order to avoid falling in. Then you have the sprawling and varied New York level, with several wide-open outer areas and several unique and claustrophobic indoor areas. And uniquely amongst PS1 games, in tight areas, the camera manages not to spaz out on you. Then you have a couple of small, more pure experiences that don't attempt any sort of grand gimmick with Moscow and Holland, both of which make for some frantically intimate gameplay. You'd think by having more empty levels that would hinder the fun, but they managed to keep a good enemy to size ratio regardless of the level size, so even the bigger levels are busy until you get down to the last few enemies, which makes Holland a really great level because they have no less than 9 separate enemies for you to fight. It's chaos in its purest form, and it's a blast. But my pick for the best level in the game, nay, the series, is definitely the Amazonia level, aka the Firewalk, utilizing tight narrow platforms suspended in pools of lava to achieve very tight design despite being one of the bigger levels in the series. The lava slowly damages you, so if you can handle taking the damage, it makes a perfect exit strategy if things are going pear-shaped, creating a perfect risk-reward system unique to this level. Plus, it has several unique areas and several secrets for you to open. It's everything great about the Twisted Metal experience concentrated and put into one level. And that's not to mention the boss, although I won't mention that just yet. The only two levels that I'm not over the moon about are first of all Los Angeles, which is the opening level, and open is certainly a word to describe it. It's a little too open and a little bit too plain, but definitely perfectly acceptable. still has some uniqueness with the fire pit, the surrounding highway, and so on. It's an upper tier level as far as the overall series is concerned, but something's gotta take the wooden spoon. And if any level is going to be more bland than the others, it might as well be the one you start with. That way you're not overwhelming the player right off the bat. The other level I'm not too fond of is the final level, Hong Kong Crunch. So this game is bookended with its two worst levels. Granted, Hong Kong Crunch I think is still better than Los Angeles, but something about it just never clicked with me as well as the other levels. I guess I find the city street layout kind of big and bland. Most city-based levels in the series attempt to make them more than just plain cities. And the Hong Kong Crunch level has three interesting set pieces that elevate it. The waterfront, the subway, as well as the indoor area, but the majority of it is taken up by the grid layout of the city streets. But still, even though not every level hits it out of the park to the same extent, this is still the best and most classic selection of levels in the series bar none. The additional number of levels, as well as general level size and enemy count, means that Twisted Metal 2 is significantly longer than the first game. Probably about double its length, but it's still by no means something you'll get tired of by the end. At about an hour and a half per playthrough, it's more of a commitment, but still is a pretty good length for the type of game that it is. Then the other major game-changing addition is the weapon selection, which is nothing short of iconic. They cut most of the weapons from the last game, minus the main three missiles, and introduced a host of weapons that would become instantly synonymous with the series. The bouncing bomb Ricochet, the flying incendiary Napalm, the massive planted explosion called Remote Bomb, the environmental lightning attack, it's all here, and between all this, as well as the revamped special attacks and the returning missile weapons, it creates a set of weapons where there's something for every situation. There's absolutely no redundancies to this weapon selection. The important thing about these games is to recognize the importance of offensive items versus defensive items, because your inventory is finite, and so if you have a bunch of defensive items strewn about, it's entirely possible to have a bunch of defensive items and nothing to do with them, and while they're clogging up your inventory space, you might not have enough space for a decent arsenal of offensive items to take out your enemies. That happened to me a number of times in the first game, and that's where I think the most genius addition to Twisted Metal 2's weapon selection comes in: the power bar. Instead of having defensive items as selectable items, you have in its place a system wherein all the abilities that would have been defensive items are now done by using button combinations similar to cheat codes. And each ability will use up a different amount of your power bar, which recharges over time. You have the rear fire ability, which doesn't use any energy and can be used with any weapon. Praise be to the gods that they realized that a rear fire item should not be a selectable item. Then amongst some of the other abilities you can use, you have a shield, a mine, a freeze blast, and invisibility. All of which are good defensive abilities to have around and have access to at any given time, depending on your energy level. It's genius because it completely separates the two different types of items into two completely separate categories, meaning that one never gets in the way of the other. Personally though, I'm headstrong as a brick, and sometimes in the heat of battle, the game wouldn't register my keypad inputs as the correct input, and it's a bit of a liability as the D-pad is also your movement, so while I sometimes used the proper defensive items, mostly the freeze blast, I usually went all out and used all of my defensive energy for the one offensive defensive ability. If you press up, down, up, fire, you'll fire Minions Special, which uses up most of your energy, but it also does significant damage and freezes your opponents, leaving them open to further damage. So as somebody who likes to primarily focus on offense rather than defense at a moment's notice, that was my usual go-to, especially against the bosses, because with bosses you can play cat and mouse, and so you can generally wait for your power bar to recharge, giving you more of an upper hand to get your bearings together than if you were fighting in a more crowded battlefield. I think as far as bosses go, the mid-game boss with Minion is definitely the better of the two. Is it because it takes place in my favorite battlefield in the series? Is it because it's really tough? Is it because Minion's attack is unique and devastating? Is it because it feels like a final boss that appears halfway through the game and so beating it feels like a bigger accomplishment than beating the final boss because you're less prepared? All of this and more. But the final boss is no slouch either. This is Darktooth, and Darktooth is canonically speaking Sweet Tooth's father, who was Charlie Kane in the previous game. But if you recall, I talked about how Twisted Metal 1 and 2 almost feel like they take place in separate series because of how different they are. Well, this is one of the reasons why. It's a bit of a lurch if you're familiar with the first game. Either way, the first stage is roughly on par with Minion as far as difficulty, except swap out a unique special attack for Sweet Tooth's special attack being fired like a machine gun. It definitely earns its status as a final boss, and the part where you think it's over, and then the figurehead on top of Dark Tooth comes to life, which launches you into a second phase, is definitely a pants-wetting moment the first time around. But it's weird. On more than one occasion, I've been known to destroy the second phase of Dark Tooth without even much effort. So a bit of better difficulty balancing wouldn't go amiss, and from there all you have are the endings, and on average I'd say this is probably the best collection of endings in the series. I would say another game has my favorite ending and story overall, but the batting average is definitely higher here. Axel wishing for the strength to face his dad, whom put him in the contraption, and defiantly ripping his own arms off to show his dad how much stronger he's become is the very essence of badass. Grasshopper reuniting with Calypso, who we learn was actually Calypso's daughter Krista, who died in the car accident that killed Calypso, is really touching. Only she was reanimated and fitted with a bomb, so they have a tearful reunion for a moment before exploding. Then there's Spectre, who wishes to be world famous, only for Calypso to stretch his face out with lips. Or the funniest one with me, Hammerhead, which I can't do justice, just watch.
Okay. We demand that you give us the ability to fly.
Certainly.
That is so cool.
Congratulations. I have granted your wish. Have a great time in the friendly skies.
Let's go! Wow! Hey, man, this can't be right. Wow!
Good thing these first-class tickets are refundable.
That is glorious. I could go over all these endings, but they're all good to great, with the exception of Sweet Tooth's and Warthog's, the former being nonsensical and then the latter just being lame. If you haven't gotten this impression by now, basically Twisted Metal 2 does everything right. Controls, gameplay, presentation, everything. It's the realization of what the first game set out to be, so in many respects, I find that Twisted Metal 2 is undisputedly the best game in the series. But it's also the least user-friendly. Now, I will fully admit that I'm still fairly new to these games compared to many, so I'm not exactly gonna be an MLG gamer god. Do kids still say MLG? But I will say that I've been playing these games for a good chunk of time now, and I've gotten fairly decent at them. I can beat every game in one go on medium and even a few on hard, so I can say from experience that I feel like this game is a good chunk harder than the other games. It comes across to me like the difficulty notch is cranked up 1 degree for every entry, meaning easy feels like what medium would be in other games, medium is like what hard would be in other games, and hard, well, it certainly doesn't lie. So they really make it worth your effort. I think the increased difficulty comes down to a few things. First of all, this is definitely not unique to Twisted Metal 2, but the AI really takes it easy on each other. If you find yourself running away and hoping the AI will go after each other, you'll be waiting a while, because they put very little effort into doing any damage to each other, whereas if you're around, they pretty much exclusively go after you. Dogpiling can be a very big issue in this game, and that can cause you very serious trouble, especially when they chain freeze blasts together and give you little to no room to get away. Also, the AI is maybe a little bit too smart. The idea of CPU players is that they're supposed to roughly emulate the appearance of real players, but a real player doesn't always aim with complete accuracy. These AIs know exactly where you're going to be and know exactly how to angle their shots with insane accuracy within a fraction of a second, whether you're in front of them or behind them. It just feels like the CPU is playing with a loaded deck of cards and expecting you to make do, and for the most part, I can make do. Like I said, I've beaten this game several times, but it can be irritating especially to a first-time player, and in that case, you may ask, well, why don't you play it on easy then? Well, that's the thing. I would say anybody's first playthrough of these games should be on easy until you get a handle on the controls, the level layouts, and the general feel for the game. But Single Track in this particular era had no patience for people who weren't quite up to snuff in that regard, and literally locks out half the game's content if you play it on easy. Something that would carry over to their next games, Critical Depth and Rogue Trip Vacation 2012. I mean, it's certainly ballsy to tell the audience that you'll play the game the way we like it or you miss out on half the content, and it's not like it was uncommon for game developers at this time to mess with people for playing on lower difficulties, but it's still annoying. It's a bit more of a commitment to be able to nail this one consistently. I'd say the series is generally very accessible for first timers, but showing you the door halfway through if you're playing it on easy for me comes across as discouraging and makes it harder to get what feels like the intended experience. To me, accessibility counts for a lot, and I know the term accessibility is a bad word to some very stable geniuses out there, but I think there's nothing wrong with wanting to build up at your own pace without being forced to wear the dunce cap. But that's just me. And how can you become more confident in your abilities and get comfortable with the layout of a level if someone at a beginner level can't even play it? If there's one good thing I can say about Twisted Metal 3, and I mean like literally one good thing, what they do instead is if you're playing on easy, you just won't be able to see the character's ending, which to be fair, the endings in that game suck, so it's not like you're missing out on much. But at least it's the right idea. You won't lock any of the content behind the difficulty, so it gives the player a chance to experience the game at their own pace. But you hold something back to incentivize people to move up the ranks. It's incentive, not blatant restrictions. And I'm sure this is the type of thing that has defenders, but my question is this: if the game didn't operate like this and someone suggested it, would you really want it? Are you defending it because it genuinely makes the game a better experience, or are you defending it because it's just the way it is and therefore it's what you're used to? Food for thought. It's not for my sake, because I'm good enough to play on medium, but not quite hard, but that's a different story. And it's not for your sake either. It's for the sake of people who might want to take a chance on this game, but don't have the patience to break through the wall. So yes, I feel that despite being arguably the best game in the series mechanically, this one little turn of the knob makes me question whether or not it's the best game in the series. I would still argue that it's on the short list for the best games in the series, but it's not a slam dunk. I'd say it's a 2, possibly 3-way tie. But that does come with the caveat that once again, at least 2 or 3 of the Twisted Metal games are basically perfect for what they are, and that's certainly the case for Twisted Metal 2 despite any criticisms I can levy at this game. It's still a fantastic game top to bottom that I could pop in and play anytime. And it's definitely the game that I think exemplifies what it means to be a Twisted Metal game, possibly more than any other. With that said, a success this big should have propelled Single Track into the new millennium with style. Unfortunately, this is where things went wrong for them. Single Track seemingly wanted to branch out and do their own thing. They wanted to become a games publisher, they wanted to branch out and work on different platforms, they wanted to be their own people. So they decided to say adios to Twisted Metal and Sony in order to move on to greener pastures. Unfortunately, it turns out those greener pastures were only greener because they were covered in toxic waste. They would be bought out by GT Interactive, and after a few good games, most of the senior staff left, and their games became more and more mediocre, culminating with a licensed Animorphs platformer before Single Track breathed its last. But as soon as their deal with Sony ended, there was one issue for both parties. Single Track owned the engine that Twisted Metal was made on, however, Sony owned the actual intellectual property. So this put the franchise in a bit of a complicated position, and the resulting game, well, let's just say wasn't exactly A-level material. So the next game we'll discuss will be the interminable, the abominable, Twisted Metal 3. To quote a great man, "Oh, the fishy odors we must endure as we lay between the thighs of fate." Now, let me tell you something. There was once a period in my life when I basked in the idea of negativity, of cynicism, of being just a horrible, miserable person. I would say for the first couple of months of this channel's existence, I was still in that mental state more or less. But as time went on, I grew to dislike the idea of going out of your way to be miserable because it's just so wearying. Chronic negativity is so tiring, and I see a lot of that on various social medias. People going on righteous, angry crusades on nothing in particular, seemingly just to have something to be angry about. That's not me anymore. Why should I make myself mad in my own home? So over the next half hour or so, I'm going to be ripping into Twisted Metal 3 by and large, but please understand, I don't enjoy this. I would be much happier if Twisted Metal 3 was a game that I enjoyed playing without any sort of asterisk, and could actually get excited about covering. So how did Twisted Metal 3 in its current state come to be? Well, the long and the short of it is, when Single Track split from Sony to do their own thing, they took the Twisted Metal game engine with them. So while Sony held the rights to the intellectual property, they had to find a new developer to create a brand new game from the ground up. They ended up getting an internal development team, 989 Studios, to do it, who assisted in the development of the other games by Single Track, so it's not a bad idea in theory. So what went wrong? Well, it starts with the fact that apparently they only had 9 months of development time, which even for 1998 was a bit on the tight side when you were building an entire engine from the ground up. So you take a short development time, mix it with a studio that's splitting their focus between several games at a time, and add a splash of potential inexperience with the genre, given that they'd never been the main developers, and the result is this. Yeah, kind of a jarring lurch, especially if you play 2 and 3 back to back. I remember I did that once, before which I didn't find Twisted Metal 3 too offensive, but after which I asked myself, what the hell happened? This feeling comes in multiple stages and in multiple levels of severity. You get the worst the moment gameplay starts and you see just how everything went down. But before that, you can feel something wrong when you see how the gameplay looks on the main menu. Something just looks off. But the first indication of something being wrong begins from the very intro, where you get a series of really cursed 3D animations. I understand this was only 1998, so you couldn't expect particularly good CGI, but that's one of the reasons why I appreciated the motion comic art style of Twisted Metal 2. Because it's a style that, while crude, still holds up to this day. The presentation is so uncanny, it genuinely looks cursed, and would only get more cursed with Twisted Metal 4. It lends this whole game a feeling of something just feeling off, almost sinister, something the rest of the game doesn't dissuade. Though Mel McMurran reprises his role as Calypso, and he's still an absolute highlight. In fact, if you ignore the stock scream sound effect that plays for every character, he's actually the only voice actor in the entire game.
They must face each other and some of my friends to claim the ultimate prize. I grant a single wish, whatever the winner asks for.
And he even narrates the intro to each level and each boss fight.
Oh, how I love the rooftops of Tokyo. Such a high-tech city. It's too bad the volcano erupted and flooded the streets.
He still has a level of campy cheese to his delivery, while also having a level of conviction that makes him a joy to listen to, so no complaints there. And he gets the point across for everyone new to the series, explaining what the Twisted Metal Tournament is and how it works. The timeline placement for this game is a little bit confusing given the inconsistent aging of the returning characters, which is why I personally place this game and 4 in their own section of my personal timeline. Not that it really matters. All that matters is you blow the crap out of everyone and try not to die too much. So by this point, I'm pretty sure most of you watching already know what Twisted Metal is and how it works gameplay-wise, and if you don't, how did you even find this video? So I'm just gonna cut to the chase. Why does Twisted Metal 3 really drop the ball? Well, basically, it comes down to the fact that everything about this game is not only a massive downgrade, most everything about this game is just plain shoddy. Let's start with the driving physics. These are some of the worst driving physics in any game I've ever experienced, and it all comes down to the fact that there's absolutely no weight to the driving. Everything feels so floaty, like you're a remote control car made out of balsa wood, which is not helped by the scaling, like how this traffic light is like 8 times the size of you, but that's besides the point. So you're bouncing around, you're constantly making involuntary movements, you can flip upside down and all around like it's nothing. That in particular gets really annoying because it takes a second to autocorrect being upside down, and it happens incredibly often, meaning you'll likely get completely and utterly swarmed by factors outside of your control and be powerless to stop it. Especially if the enemies decide to spam you with freeze blasts, which seems to happen more here than the previous games. It was never much of an issue until now. It's so jittery, and more than anything, it just doesn't feel good to drive. It feels so artificial to the point that it's just not fun to me. The physics are so light, you can flip over just by turning, and sometimes even driving in a straight line will cause you to bounce to and fro. Then the acceleration for both turning and speed is non-existent. It's a near instantaneous 0 to 100, only furthering that feeling of weightlessness. Now, I was gonna say that the gameplay is slower than the other games as well, but that's not necessarily true, as there are plenty of characters that have a pretty kickin' top speed. I guess it's just all these different issues with the game engine making the game feel slower than it actually is. Still, it's practically a nightmare driving around in this game. You barely feel like you're in control half the time, so it really takes away a lot of what was so appealing about the previous games on the gameplay front. And what really doesn't help the overall package is the presentation. The sound effects, the graphical presentation, the audio-visual feedback, the very building blocks of what makes these games so cathartically entertaining is absolutely weak as hell. They're really not helping their case in regards to this game feeling like it's a bunch of RC cars when the sound design is this weak. Seeing as shooting people with various weapons is basically the entire gameplay loop, not having that feel good to do is kind of a major sticking point. I mean, there's plenty of weapons, don't get me wrong, even a few new ones, but I wouldn't say any of them feel particularly good to use. But at least they brought back most, if not all, of the selectable weapons from the previous game and even added a few more, as opposed to the defensive abilities where you have to type in a button combination. That entire thing has been basically gutted, which sucks because that's potentially the most important thing to have been added to Twisted Metal 2. And now it's worse off. You only have a small handful of abilities, so no more mines, no more shield, no more minion attack, so it's a sequel that's actively taking mechanics away. Plus, the rear fire actually takes up some of your energy bar. I don't know what brain trust thought that was a good idea, but they probably eat shoes for breakfast. This is also a small thing, but I hate how the radar doesn't highlight the character that's closest to you. Instead, it highlights the character who's in front of you. If I'm driving away from someone but unleashing a volley of rear fire shots to take them out, I want to know how much health they have over how much health Johnny Jackoff across the map has. Not that it matters anyway, because their health is going to be fluctuating anyway. I will fully admit that this is possibly the biggest nitpick I've ever said in one of these videos, but I hate how adamant the NPCs are in dropping everything to go find a healing item if they're low on health. I know that's the idea of having healing items, and more to the point, exactly what the player is supposed to do, but it was never noticeable before this, and it's incredibly frustrating to me to put in all this effort into fighting only for them to say, nope, doesn't count, right as I'm about to deliver the killing blow, especially because of the way that they just completely drop everything. And it's also frustrating because they always know exactly where the healing items are and whether or not they've respawned. I don't find this adds difficulty, it only prolongs the battle. The first two games managed to be fairly meaty on the difficulty side without having the AI be this fixated, and this is only an issue that's piled on top of something else Twisted Metal 3 also introduces. This is a mechanic that some of you may like, but I find really annoying, and that's the regeneration feature, where in the later levels, as you take out some of your enemies, more will appear as the level goes on. I'm going to assume that this was an optimization thing, where the game couldn't quite support the amount of enemies they wanted on some of these levels, so they had to compromise by only having new enemies appear after old enemies got destroyed. Good in theory, but in practice I find it really irritating because you're basically allowing an entirely fresh character to roll in after you've already exhausted all of your resources, so you may be completely unprepared. Whereas if all the enemies were there from the beginning, you could adjust your strategy accordingly. This happened once or twice where I wasted all my weapons on a single enemy, completely forgetting that the regeneration hadn't happened yet. So I was a sitting duck, and even when I know it's coming, I find it irritating that a new round of enemies can just come in fresh halfway through. It's unfair is what it is. Then again, I might be in the minority in this case, but like I've said, maybe having all the enemies there wasn't in the cards. Hence why even in the final level, they don't go above 5 enemies at once. Though I should mention that in Deathmatch, you can go up to 7, but this messes with the frame rate quite a bit. It's still pretty lame though. Have I ranted for long enough? It's funny because half these issues probably wouldn't even be issues if the game at its base level wasn't so rough around the edges. But the gameplay engine being so rough only makes its other flaws more noticeable. The sad thing is though, and I know this probably doesn't come across given that I just spent the last several minutes picking and nitpicking, the pure core experience is still there. There were times when I genuinely found myself somewhat enjoying Twisted Metal 3 despite all of its issues. Even at its absolute worst, I still find the core of the experience to be stimulating enough, if not a fantastic experience. I'm not sure if it's a case of all these problems not being deal breakers, or if all these problems aren't present consistently enough to completely kill the game. Then again, maybe after 5 or 6 playthroughs I've succumbed to Stockholm Syndrome. That last one was not meant to be taken seriously, for the record. I don't know. All I know is that when everything is said and done, I don't hate the gameplay as much as I feel like I should. It's possible to get into it. I think what really elevates this game out of the dregs is that despite the shall we say less than stellar gameplay engine, the level selection isn't all that bad. It's a bit hit and miss with the likes of DC coming across like a test stage that they added in when they ran out of time, or Egypt, which is a level that may have a bunch of wavy sand dunes, but if you flatten them out, this level would have basically been nothing other than a few secret areas in the Egyptian architecture, and then you have a host of secret levels that range in quality from obnoxiously boring to obnoxiously empty to obnoxiously decent. But then you also have the likes of Tokyo, which is a series of rooftops over some lava down at the bottom, so you kind of have a sense of danger around every corner, but it also doesn't kill you if you fall down. It only does creeping damage. Hangar 18 is also pretty cool with the multi-level gameplay that you can unlock by destroying these panels on the walls. Then you have this secret item that on more than one occasion literally killed everyone in the level. Or my favorite level, the final level, on Calypso's blimp, where you have to destroy all these control panels on the walls before you can take out the enemies. Otherwise, they'll continually respawn, which was probably to compromise for the fact that they wanted more enemies in the level but couldn't go beyond 5, and it's rounded off with a pretty decent fight with Primeval, a new character with a unique attack that's properly hard, although I was told you can cheese the fight by either using Augur's special to drop it down this pit, or even just push it into the pit. Let's test it out. Yep, that checks out. Disregarding that, Primeval is the only boss that feels like a proper boss fight, and it rounds the game off quite well. It's certainly better than the other two fights, like the third coming of Mr. Minion, who's an exact copy of Minion from the second game, but not as good because of the worse feeling gameplay, as well as generally being easier. Assuming he doesn't grab a healing item when you have him on the ropes. Then there's Darkseid, who's the most perplexing one, as it's a regular selectable character from the first game suddenly upgraded to boss status. Though in fairness, Darkseid was canonically Satan, which makes it even funnier that Darkseid is an absolute chump. If you want more info on the bosses, you can check out my video where I ranked each boss in the series from worst to best. Shameless plug. And the funny thing about these levels is that even if you don't like them, you probably won't spend too much time on them. This is a surprisingly fast-paced game, with each playthrough clocking in at roughly 35 minutes to an hour depending on how good you are and what difficulty you play the game on. You can also make it even quicker and slightly more unique by turning on the CPU ally option. In the settings before you get into the game, you can switch on an NPC ally to fight alongside you. I do appreciate in principle that there is a tag team mechanic in this game. While this mechanic is hindered by the game itself along with, everything else, it's a nice idea and fairly unique amongst the series, and I'm all for them trying new things. It prevents you from getting any of the character endings, but you're not missing much. Plus, once you get past all the major elements, there are a few small things I will admit to liking. I mean, it's one of the only PS1 games that I've ever seen that actually lets you turn off dithering. I don't know why that's a feature, but it's kind of neat. The soundtrack is also alright, with a heavy dose of licensed tracks from Rob Zombie and Pitch Shifter. Now, I haven't really talked about the soundtracks in these games up until now because there's really not much to say. They're exactly what they need to be. Ominous backing tracks for the boss levels and rocky guitar riffs for the other levels. I wanted to include the remark that the Paris theme in Twisted Metal 2 sounds like Frere Jacques knocked up the French can-can and they listened to Megadeth nonstop all the way up to the birth, but I couldn't fit it in anywhere. But with Twisted Metal 3 and 4, they go a bit mental with licensing music. Now, I'm not really the biggest Rob Zombie fan. I find his music a little bit too radio-friendly for me. I like my metal with a little bit more bite to it and/or a little bit more melody. And his music was definitely way overexposed, especially in the 90s, where you couldn't go 5 minutes without hearing Dragula or Super Beast in some movie or video game soundtrack. I mean, the game Nightmare Creatures 2 advertised music by Rob Zombie on the front cover, and my response to that is, yeah, you and everything else, buddy. With that said, I do appreciate a good licensed soundtrack, and I'd listen to Rob Zombie a million times before I listen to half the crap on the radio these days. So I do appreciate a little bit more metal in my soundtracks, plus it introduced an entire generation to metal, so it's definitely good in my books. Additionally, as far as appropriate usage of music, blasting Meet the Creeper during the final boss is certainly up there. Also, even though a lot of these characters are a bit hit and miss, I do appreciate that they continue to introduce new characters to the series. There was a pretty hectic tonal shift between the previous entry and this one, where that was a case of a game with a sense of humor, but it ultimately felt somewhat grounded. This game goes 8 ways wacky in a way that I don't like, quite frankly. Wacky character profiles, wacky level themes, such as the North Pole or a docked alien spacecraft, and of course the endings. I vastly prefer the more grounded tone, but if we have to play with these cards, Firestarter, Flower Power, and Club Kid are fairly good additions. Although if we're discussing the tonal shift, that's definitely felt most prominently in the aforementioned endings, which are on average the absolute worst in the series. Some people have disagreed with me on that front, and this is how I plead my case. At least in Twisted Metal 4, despite the cursed animations and the repetition, at least there are unique things that happen in every ending. Here, every single ending plays out the same way. A character drives in, Calypso says what their wish is, he twists it to varying levels of predictability, thank you for playing Twisted Metal. That's it, every single time. It doesn't feel rewarding to get to the end when I know that every single time it's going to be a complete and total anticlimax that lasts 15 seconds and continually uses repeated animations. And all except for a handful of wishes completely flop for a few reasons. There are the wishes that are completely mundane and shouldn't even be wishes. Thumper wanting to hang with his homies, Firestarter wanting to throw a barbecue for all his friends, Granny Dread wanting to stay home and watch daytime television, Club Kid wanting to party all night long. All things they could have reasonably done on their own, so they deserve the twists that they get for wasting mine and Calypso's time. And even the things people would reasonably wish for are worded in such a way that the twist is almost insultingly predictable. Spectre wants to be on TV all the time, so he gets trapped in a TV. Or how Warthog wants the body of a 20-year-old in the last game and now he wants the head to match and ends up a head in a jar. Though in fairness, his wish in the last game was also stupid based off the wording as well, so fair enough. Then there's their insistence on having every wish have a twist no matter how forced or stupid the outcome. Like how Outlaw 3 wishes for a crime-free world and the only side effect is them being out of a job. Like that matters. Then there are a few uniquely stupid endings, like Axel wishing to become one with his machine after he separated himself from it last time. Only for Calypso to turn him into a wristwatch, which, if it's not a non sequitur, it's a borderline non sequitur. The same goes for Sweet Tooth wanting all the candy and sweets in the world, but then gets rotting teeth. I wouldn't say that's a non sequitur, but it certainly feels like they skipped over a few steps and missed the opportunity for a better twist. Plus, being characterized as a sweets-loving clown instead of a crazy clown was never a plot point before or after this, so it's wrong on multiple levels. It's funny how between the first game and Black, Sweet Tooth never had a good ending. Or how about Augur, who wishes for everyone to see his inner child, which is the most stupidly easily twisted wish of all time. But more to the point, doesn't even match up with his character profile. His character profile pays lip service to the idea of him wanting people to stop knocking down all the buildings he makes. Like, did the original wish require an animation sequence that was too far beyond what the devs were capable of given the short development time, or did they just forget? Okay, to this game's credit, it does have a few good endings, even with the constantly repeating animations. Like how in Mr. Grimm's ending, they used the double meaning of the word soul for clever effect, or how Minion wants to go back to hell, and he's sent to hell, Michigan. But generally, these are the worst endings in the series. It's almost to the point that I could make an entire video on how to fix each and every single one of these endings. In fact, consider that on the list for the future. Well, would you look at that? I tried to be positive for a few minutes, but fell back into negativity. Well, I guess that just goes to show how conflicting this game is. There's a lot I don't like about Twisted Metal 3, but there's enough to like as well, and after playing through it multiple times for this video, I'd be lying if I said I hated this game, but I can't in good conscience call it a good or well-designed game. The core of the experience is simply too shoddy and generally dissatisfying to experience. I don't want to downplay the effort the developers put in or the crunch they were probably put through to make this game even as functional as it is. It was probably just a terrible situation for everybody, and the end result was about as good as this game could have ever hoped to be. But now it's time to discuss the title of the video. Twisted Metal 3 makes me sick. That's not hyperbolic, nor is that analogous. This game genuinely makes me sick. Like, no joke. This game has on multiple occasions made me motion sick. It varies from playthrough to playthrough, but sometimes I can't play it for more than a half hour without feeling the need to throw up. And I don't exactly have a concrete inner ear, but very few games make me motion sick unless I'm sitting right up in front of the screen. Like, this is a phenomenon I've never really experienced. If I had to guess, I think it's just the way this game is built. Constant inconsistent movement, the camera jiggling around, the bounciness of everything around you, it's just so jittery it's nauseating. I mean, I guess that doesn't necessarily count towards any sort of objective factor with this game, but if half the time I literally can't play this game for more than a half hour before feeling the need to throw up, if there's any better indictment of Twisted Metal 3, I have yet to see it. With that said, would you believe that I don't actually think this is necessarily the worst Twisted Metal game? Oh no. On a good playthrough, I give this game an objective score of like 4 out of 10, with a subjective score of like a 5 or a 6 out of 10. Believe it or not, even though this is generally considered the worst game in the series, I only consider Twisted Metal 3 the second worst. It has the worst presentation, the worst gameplay, and is overall just an unpleasant experience at times, but there's another game in the series that has most of what I don't like about Twisted Metal 3, and more. And when I say more, I do mean more. I'm not looking forward to this one, guys, so wish me luck. You know, when it comes to the Twisted Metal series, there's a lot of stimulating debate to be had over which is the worst game. Despite only having a handful of games, it's generally agreed that Twisted Metal 2 or Black are the best. As for the worst, for most people it's pretty much a toss-up between the rest of the series. Twisted Metal 3, 4, Small Brawl, Head On, 2012, and some people even dislike the first game. In my case, well, Alright, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, I don't really relish the idea of hating things. In fact, I'm kind of getting weary over the idea of being negative, so I wasn't really looking forward to this. I've been doing this gig for not an inconsiderable amount of time, and during that entire time, I've always maintained that Twisted Metal 4 is the worst game in the series, and that opinion has remained basically consistent the entire time. I've only ever played it when I absolutely needed to in order to capture new footage because I simply did not enjoy the act of playing it, and yet I may have to eat crow in this regard because as I did multiple playthroughs of Twisted Metal 4 back to back in order to gather footage for this video, I might have actually gotten a newfound appreciation for Twisted Metal 4. Kinda. Sorta. I'm honestly still not even sure as I say this if I've come around on this game or not, because while I may have enjoyed it more than I traditionally have, my enjoyment still comes with about a dozen asterisks, so let's not waste any more time. Twisted Metal 4 was also made by 989 Studios, along with the third game and about a million other games. It's no secret that Twisted Metal 3 had an extremely troubled development, essentially having to make an entire game engine from scratch as well as the game to implement it in the span of 9 months. But with all that sorted out, Twisted Metal 4, for all intents and purposes, was the game that they were trying to make. They were apparently aware of all the shortcomings of Twisted Metal 3 and wanted to really try and fix it. And in fairness, not only is this game somewhat of an improvement in many ways, it's actually attempting to be bold and more experimental than you might expect. Starting with the game's plot. Throughout the last 3 games, it's been a fairly static universe, with a bunch of psychos competing in a demolition derby of death at the behest of Calypso, with the grand prize being a single wish for whatever they want. But in the opening cutscene for this game, it establishes that Sweet Tooth won one of the first tournaments back in the day and wished to be the star of Twisted Metal for all time. Kind of meta, if you ask me. The source of power for Calypso is kind of an odd topic though, because in the first game it was a demon from hell named Black, and in the second game he was given his powers directly by Satan, and now it's established that he gets his power from a ring that he uses to absorb the souls of people who die as a result of the tournament. And that's only one of a handful of retcons in this intro cutscene, but I don't need to get into that now. I could probably do an itemized list of all the retcons in Twisted Metal history as its own video. This really proves that the only thing consistent about Twisted Metal is its inconsistency. But then sometime between the third and fourth games, Sweet Tooth actually stages a coup and steals the tournament from Calypso. As inconsequential as this may seem, it's actually a complete and total uprooting of the status quo, making Sweet Tooth the ringmaster and Calypso nothing more than a contestant trying to take back what is for all intents and purposes rightfully his. I will say though, as much as I appreciate the attempt at creating something unique with the plot of the game, I really can't take it that seriously because of these CGI cutscenes. This is without a doubt one of the most cursed games I've ever seen. Half of the cutscenes and animations are pure distilled nightmare fuel right down to the bone marrow. Just look at this. I mean, I can't point out a single thing to focus on because it's all bad. Especially anything to do with Melvin, who just dances back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And the frames are so busy it's kind of nauseating. Also, why is Sweet Tooth like 3 FPS in this one shot? Although, I'll be honest, I find Melvin weirdly charming. His raspy voice and sarcastic demeanor is kind of endearing.
But you're letting them get away!
I wouldn't mind seeing this guy make a comeback at some point. Though I do think this game is leaps and bounds ahead of Twisted Metal 3 just for the fact that it actually has some real cutscenes. Because Twisted Metal 3 had so many recycled scenes, which is probably to do with the fact that the game was so rushed. However, that doesn't change the fact that the scenes in Twisted Metal 4 are straight up unsettling, and even though the endings in Twisted Metal 4 are completely unique, that doesn't necessarily speak to the quality of the endings themselves, but at least you can tell there was more effort put in. I have nothing to say about the in-game graphics. It looks perfectly fine for PS1, although aside from bringing back the ability to turn off dithering, they actually give you the option to prioritize gameplay or graphics. That's something I don't think I've ever seen in a game from this era. In fact, I don't think I ever saw a game have these options before things like Xbox One X or the PS4 Pro. Except for this game, apparently. Although, regardless of which option you pick, the performance can be pretty woeful at times because they really do try to do too much with levels that are far too big, as we'll discuss in a few minutes. Aside from the story, another status quo shift is the character roster. It was an extremely bold choice in my opinion to omit many fan-favorite characters in order to essentially create an entirely new roster for this game. The only characters who are technically returning to the base roster are, first of all, Captain Grimm, who's a take on Mr. Grimm, so even then he's really not the same because he's a pirate now, and then you also have General Warthog, a take on Warthog from the previous games. I would say Warthog is the only character in the base roster who's returning without any sort of asterisk, so to speak, because Warthog in the past has had a pedigree of being different characters. But yeah, all the other characters in the base roster are completely original. Unfortunately, they are a bit of a mixed bag. I like the Joneses, they're a joke inclusion, but where the joke is actually funny. They're just this normal, average, if slightly white trash family who's competing in a tournament of death just to get a new RV. Or Meter Maid, who has a compelling juxtaposition of bubbly pleasantness against this desire to kill.
I have a little surprise for Sweet Tooth that I'd like to deliver to him personally.
Obviously, you have Calypso as a contestant, which is honestly really cool. It's something that was probably an inevitability, but it's no less cool for happening, given that he's essentially the star of the series, but has always been a non-playable antagonist. He's never even appeared as a boss fight. Plus, I love his vehicle. He's driving around a nuke-mobile. It shows just how he's taking so few chances with winning the contest back that he's literally resorted to nuclear warfare just to win. And who can discount the actual inclusion of Rob Zombie? I kinda love this because the dude's music was so ubiquitous with the 90s that it was only a matter of time before somebody actually put him into a game. And in fact, I'm surprised nobody thought to do it sooner, or that Rob himself wouldn't request it. It's kinda like how I heard that Fred Durst has it written into his contracts that if his music appears in a game, they're legally required to include him as a playable character. And hey, I may not like Limp Bizkit, but I respect that. I would do the exact same thing in his shoes. So there's a novelty to this, and I love how they designed him, although surprisingly Rob Zombie's music doesn't feature as heavily in this game as you might think. You have a remix of Dragula, as well as a remix of Super Beast, plus White Zombie's Grease Paint and Monkey Brains also makes an appearance, but 1 Minute Silence seems to be the star of the game, featuring in one of the levels as well as the game's intro and as the menu theme, so 1 Minute Silence is the band you're gonna be hearing more than any in this game. Although if I had to give a standout licensed track, I would probably give it to Cypress Hill for the song Lightning Strikes, which plays in the Road Rage level. I'm usually not much of a rap fan, but that song slaps. Of course, I can't show you any of this because, you know, copyright, but still. However, as good as Dragula is, if I have to listen to that looped version of it one more time, I'm gonna hurt somebody, because there's only so many times you can listen to a good song before you get sick of it. But anyways, I was talking about playable characters a moment ago. There are a few characters I'm not too crazy about on a conceptual level, like the characters whose entire inclusion felt like a one-note joke without a punchline. Namely Trash Man and Drag Queen. Sure, it's edgy, but there's no punchline. The joke about Drag Queen begins and ends with the name, and Trash Man being obviously mentally challenged is as far as they go in that regard.
Whole world of garbage! Yes, they wish this whole big world to be garbage!
So I'm not offended as a person, I'm offended as a comedian. Although I'm not really much of a comedian either. And of course you have some other fairly inoffensive characters like Pizza Boy or... what's that guy's name? Goggle Eyes. So yeah, the character roster is a bit of a mixed bag, but I appreciate the sheer boldness of uprooting the established roster. Some might be disappointed at the lack of characters like Outlaw, Roadkill, or Twister, but they included such characters as Axel, Thumper, the big man himself, Sweet Tooth, and a few others. Plus, you can unlock all these characters as well as all the bonus levels just by beating the game once. So a single playthrough will yield a significant amount of new content. Plus, they even have the option to create your own custom car. Granted, the customization options are extremely limited, but just having the option is pretty cool. So I feel like this game had a really solid foundation. They really wanted to strike out and make their own version of Twisted Metal. Though thankfully they don't go as far as to change the gameplay structure. The formula is relatively unchanged from the previous iterations, and once again, to their credit, there is a lot of effort on display and a lot of ideas. For example, they go out of their way to make sure every single level has a unique gimmick. Like how the first level has the crane that you can pick people up with and drop them into the fire. Or in Neon City, where if you find this secret ledge, you'll be carried to a secret platform with a bunch of weapons. I do feel like they kind of give up on the gimmicks by the end though, because a lot of it is just finding a secret area with a lightning pickup. But I still like that they tried to do something unique with every level, and I appreciate that they're hinted at in the loading screens with a rhyming couplet, so they make sure to help you figure things out. But to walk back that previous statement, many levels in the series have secret areas and fun unique Easter eggs, none of which need to announce what the gimmick or the Easter egg is in the loading screen. So this seems a bit insecure, but on the flip side, it's effort that they didn't otherwise need to put into the game, which is always appreciated. Look at me fence sitting. Then there's the weapon selection, which has been greatly expanded, not just the weapons from the previous game, but in the overall scheme of the series. With such inclusions as the freeze remote, which does the same thing that the freeze blast does, but where you don't have to use up any of your power meter to use it. Plus, you can freeze multiple people with a single remote, including yourself accidentally. Then you have other things like Rain 2, which fires homing napalm, the proximity mine, which is fairly self-explanatory, or the Merv. Some of these weapons kind of get redundant, especially because multiple of them auto-track, but they clearly had a lot of ideas. They even added a bunch of the defensive attacks that use up your power meter back. In fairness, they should have never been taken away, but at least they corrected their mistake, which is something I can appreciate. Although one minor detail is that a lot of the 3-button input codes have now become 4-button input codes, so instead of freeze blast being left, right, up, now it's left, right, up, up. A small change that makes activating these codes in the heat of the moment take just slightly longer, which could be the difference maker. Which is funny because there was absolutely no reason these codes couldn't have been 3 inputs. It's not like they had so many codes that they ran out of 3-button combinations. This is especially annoying when it comes to the rear fire because you're trying to fire behind you, so you need to pull it off in a split second, and adding an extra input adds that slight bit of delay that could cost you the shot. Also, rear fire is a borderline necessary feature that still uses up a small chunk of your power meter. I didn't like it in the last game, and I still don't like it now. But I guess I'm at least grateful that they brought back the defensive abilities at all. So the more I look at this game, the more I really appreciate the sheer amount of effort, variety, and ideas on display. It truly was 989's attempt at making a great Twisted Metal game, unhampered by the restrictions they were put on last time. Unfortunately, it's still not very fun. The game engine is an updated version of Twisted Metal 3's game engine, and as such it certainly feels somewhat better than that game, but not by any significant degree. All the cars still feel light and bouncy, like you're driving around RC cars made out of balsa wood. So it really feels like you're barely in control half the time. The lack of weight or any tangible realism makes the game nearly unplayable as certain characters. Like, I tried playing as Orbital, but I found he was so quick that I ended up flying around like a monkey on speed, so I genuinely found it impossible to play as him. I like a character whose wheels are on the ground more often than they aren't, and when the physics are this light and floaty, well, that's gonna be tough for a lot of characters. Especially when you flip over and flip around with as much ease as you do here. I mean, yeah, they made it so you instantly correct this time, unlike last time where they had it to where you had to sit there like a turtle on its back for a few seconds, but that's not a solution. That's just a band-aid. And the general gameplay issues go further than just a lack of weight, because in that regard it does feel better than Twisted Metal 3, at least somewhat, but I actually feel like there are collision issues that are worse than any previous game, where for some reason your hitbox will get caught up on ledges from like 6 feet away. So anytime you're anywhere near a ledge, the game is almost guaranteed to have a stroke, which always kills the flow of the game. You know, they added the hyperspace code to this game, which will have you teleport to a fixed point on the map if you press up, up, down, down. Something tells me that this was a code put in specifically because they kept coming across these clipping issues in testing, but couldn't figure out how to fix it. So they used hyperspace as a workaround. This isn't an issue in some levels, like Road Rage, but it makes some things like Minion's Maze borderline unplayable. Granted, this issue also affects the enemies at times, which leads to easy damage. Which is just as well because I find the enemies are all incredible bullet sponges. It takes forever and a day to take them out, which really makes these battles drag at times. Plus, I think maybe the enemy hitboxes are smaller than before, or maybe the weapon hitboxes are smaller. All I know is, I find that weapons will miss a lot more often than in previous installments. Even homing missiles, which are specifically designed to be a near guaranteed hit, are more of a 50-50 compared to before. But that goes for most weapons, even the area of effect ones. Like, I'm sorry, but how does an actual factual nuclear explosion not damage you if it's not an almost direct hit? Granted, I will say, just the spectacle of having the nuke makes for a pretty sick special attack. Same goes for General Warthog's ion pad, where he basically summons a space laser to damage people. Now that's badass. And you know what's funny? Despite the characters themselves being hit and miss, and the game engine being generally shoddy, I came to a realization at one point. It was specifically when I was playing as the Joneses, and I realized I was genuinely enjoying the game, something that I'd never really experienced with Twisted Metal 4 up until now. I thought I was going to go into this video being overwhelmingly negative, but I actually found myself somewhat positively disposed to this game at points. The operative phrase there is "at points," and I found that while I was having fun at points, as time went on I found myself growing more weary with this game due to its major flaws. I think the real killer aspect of Twisted Metal 4 that really killed the enjoyment for me for the first several playthroughs at least, and even now to a lesser extent, quite frankly, is the length. You see, on an objective level, I think this game looks and plays better than Twisted Metal 3 in some ways, but it still plays enough like it that it can only be so good in my opinion. But the fact is, the game to a first-time player takes upwards of 4 hours depending on which character you choose and what your individual skill level is, which can be a deal breaker. This entire genre benefits from short playthroughs that should max out at around 2 hours, preferably in the 1 to 1.5 hour range. Because car combat is built for explosive action, but also doesn't nearly have enough variety inherent with the concept to go beyond that, otherwise each playthrough will start to get repetitive by the end. When you're dealing with gameplay-focused genres, it's best to keep things short and end when you run out of ideas, but Twisted Metal 4 overstays its welcome, and even when you get good enough that you can get it down to 2 to 2.5 hours like I did, it still feels like it takes too long, and this comes down to a few things. First of all, I appreciate the amount of effort it must have taken to make these levels, but they are on average far too big and at times far too complicated, meaning that instead of the environment complementing the action, the environment actually takes away from the action because you're spending so much time trying to navigate instead of actually fighting. You could reasonably cut some of these levels into thirds and still have them be perfectly reasonably sized levels. The carnival has it to where on top of the massive fairgrounds, you have a couple of pretty massive secret areas as well as an entire roller coaster you can ride around on. This is simply too much in a game based around being in the action, or you have things like the construction yard, which is thankfully mostly flat ground, but it's segmented into 4 pretty sizable areas as well as various places you can warp to. For an opening level especially, this is too much. But if you ask me, the absolute worst example of this is in the Road Rage level. This is one of the worst levels in the history of Twisted Metal if you ask me. A giant, and I mean giant, chunk of freeway with pretty much nothing else of note. They actually had to add boost pads to the level design just to get you around quicker, which strikes me as creating a problem and then selling you the solution when there shouldn't have been a problem to begin with. It's just too big and too boring with too little of note. You spend significantly more time traveling than fighting. Then of course you have something like Minions Maze, another one of the worst levels in the series, where the actual structure of the level is not only way too massive, but it also deliberately designs itself as a maze, which means the actual functional level design gets in the way of the game because it's designed to make the layouts confusing, making it harder for you to try and find other enemies. So part of the challenge in this level is navigating around the maze to even find people to fight. Some of these levels can take upwards of 20 or even 30 minutes if you get unlucky. I will admit to not being too fond of Suburbia from the first game, but even that level, as big as it was, only lasted 10 to 15 minutes at worst, and if there's one thing that Twisted Metal should never do, it's waste your time. Because unless you have something to complement the lulls in the action, like a different style of gameplay or a well-written story, you don't want dead space. Despite the levels being more missed than hit, there are a few levels that I can at least say are pretty good. Oil Rig has multiple levels to it and has a complex layout that I find compelling to explore, but it doesn't go overboard because it's connected by the central platform where most of the action takes place. Neon City is pretty cool thematically, and while the streets are a bit lame as it's basically just a city with a grid layout, the roofs are fun to navigate, and then there's the bedroom, which is pretty okay. Even though it basically just reinforces the RC car feeling, seeing as we're literally the size of toy cars riding around a bedroom. But in fairness, seeing as the tournament is ran by Sweet Tooth, we can presume that he's warping reality in fun ways, whereas Calypso tended to want to keep things a little bit more grounded. With that said though, I feel as though the other unique gimmick with Twisted Metal 4, despite being a good idea on paper, is also what contributes to the overall killer length, and that's their insistence on having a boss fight in every single level. Now, I'm not opposed to that whatsoever. It helps really differentiate this game from the rest of the series. The problem is, the normal enemies are already giant bullet sponges, so the bosses are twice as bullet spongy, which increases the length of pretty much every level by a factor of at least 1.5, especially if they give you the runaround or heal mid-fight. If the engine were better, or if the enemies didn't have too much health, I would have liked this to be implemented. It's one of those cases where this would be a good idea in a better game, but that's not to say none of these bosses are good. I quite like the double boss fight of Super Augur and Super Slam because if nothing else, double your bosses, double your fun. Though I found a way to cheese this boss. The two of them seemingly can't make it over this jump, but they'll use hyperspace in order to warp away before they crash into the bottomless pit and die. But if you plant a freeze remote at the edge and freeze them midair, they'll be unable to teleport, thereby dying instantly.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
But still, I like this boss fight nonetheless, and if I'm being honest, I don't think many of these bosses are straight up bad. They're neutral enough quality that they're only affected by the level they're in. Which means I really don't like the Minion boss fight because Minion's Maze is a catastrophe, but you know, Crusher, Moonbuggy, Super Axel, these are all bosses that are basically okay, and my only hang up with them is that the amount of them makes the game drag. But of course, then there's the final boss, Mr. Sweet Tooth himself. Side note, it's funny to know how his name is Needles, but even in universe, people refer to him as Sweet Tooth.
Out of the question! The competition and the ring stay with Sweet Tooth!
Now, I know I've talked about this boss fight like 3 separate times in 3 separate videos, but it never ceases to amaze me just how horrid this boss fight is. Especially the way his special attack is able to trap you and drain all your health in one go. Stretch my face out with lips and call me Gavin. What the hell was that? And listen, I know, up, up, down, down. And I'm not talking about the guy with the sex tape, I'm talking about the hyperspace code that can get you out of the attack. But it's not that simple, because this special attack is relentless, and while you may not die from it if you warp away, it will still track you down through walls and with admirable gusto. Plus, if you warp away, there's a chance that depending on where you are, you might warp to a nearby area and still get caught in the attack. And if you run out of juice to use the warp, well, you're just screwed. You've lost one of your lives, and if Sweet Tooth doesn't have an unlimited supply of this attack, he might as well have. I tried to do this genuinely. I tried to do-si-do with him, go in mano-y-mano, missile against missile, and had a horrible time. Practically every time I got near enough to use an attack, he hit me with one of these, which makes close quarters combat nearly impossible, and that accounts for something like 80% of your arsenal. Eventually I just reverted to my old strategy of going to the top of the roller coaster to lay a bunch of mines and whittling him down that way. Because after dying multiple times, I got sick of trying to face him head on, and at one point playing as Calypso, I got him down to near death only for him to heal. That was a case where I was trying to go mano-y-mano, so that by the time I finally decided to revert to my old strategy, I had wasted something like 20 minutes on the fight, trying to face him head on and then having to warp away. No matter how you spin it, the Sweet Tooth fight is awful. There is nothing redeemable about it and no way to defend it. The end. Sadly though, despite the final boss and the overall long, tedious nature of the combat, I actually found this game to be way too easy. First of all, they give you 5 lives through the entire campaign, which itself isn't a killer aspect, but there's also no difficulty adjustments. Instead of having easy, medium, and hard, the game has the default difficulty and nothing else. And second, you're just as bullet spongy as the enemies, so while trying to take them out can be tedious, you're rarely in any danger. So it's not even that much of a challenge to get all the way to Sweet Tooth before dying a single time. So he's less of a difficulty spike and more of a difficulty brick wall. So the game's not only too long for what it should be, but it's also too easy for what it should be. But with that said, once it's all over, all you have left are the endings, and while some might say this game has the worst endings in the entire history of the series, I think that the third game still takes it in that regard. Dancing Melvin notwithstanding, there are some good endings here, such as Calypso trying to take back the Ring of Power by force, leading to the death of he and Sweet Tooth. Or the Joneses getting their new RV and then requesting Sweet Tooth as a driver only for him to drive them off a cliff when they piss him off. Then you have Meter Maid who forces all the clowns to go to driving school, which is just hilarious. And then of course Mr. Zombie wishing to have the world hear the screams and war cries of a dead man's soul before immediately cutting to the music video for Super Beast, which is just funny. But there are a few duds. Goggle Eyes wants to trap all the bugs in the world in one spot so he can kill them, and then the spot they chose is inside him. It's a lame wish with an accompanying cutscene that never even leaves the room they're in. Or then there's General Warthog, who wishes to command the greatest army in the world and ends up becoming a toy soldier, and any explanation I've ever heard for what the hell this was about is at best a stretch worthy of Stretch Armstrong. But the worst of them all has to be the custom character ending, which is not an ending at all.
With Sweet Tooth's good graces and permission, we offer you one wish for your heroic and triumphant deeds. Your wish has been granted, driver! Someone will see you out. Goodbye!
I understand you can't have an ending to a character that is entirely our own creation, but hey, if you can give us different options for voice lines, you can give us different options for endings. Give us a few basic things to wish for that at least alters the cutscene. So yeah, a bit of a mixed bag, but it's infinitely better than Twisted Metal 3's laughable excuses for character endings. And I feel like a mixed bag really is the greatest description of this entire game. I mean, if my position seemed a bit inconsistent throughout this entire video, that's just a testament to how much of a mixed bag this game truly is. In my case, I probably would have never played it more than once had I not wanted to make various videos on the series. Before now, every time I played it, I only ever played it once at a time, but now having actually played it 4 or 5 times in a row, I found that a lot of the shortcomings become a lot less noticeable when you're experienced enough to subvert the flaws. It's almost like I got Stockholm Syndromed into somewhat liking it. There is something about this game in spite of itself. My first playthroughs clocked in at over 4 hours apiece. Now I can reliably beat it in 2 to 2.5 hours. The physics are janky, weightless, and imprecise, but you can get used to it, and the game is generally functional. The enemies are bullet sponges, and having a boss every level is somewhat overkill, but I learned to optimally attack and take out the enemies with much greater ease. So this game can be fun, but the operative phrase there is can be. If there's one thing I can't forgive a game for, it's not being fun the first time. Because I live and die by the mantra of a game needs to be good the first time. Because if it's not good the first time, the player should not have any obligation to play it a second time. The onus should not be on the player to play a game until it gets good, it should just be good. And even though I did find myself having fun after a while, the game couldn't maintain that momentum. I started out frustrated because of the game's fiddliness and length, then as I gained more experience I found that there was a point of peak fun, but after that I find the game drifts back down somewhat because the game's not particularly enjoyable enough to maintain the momentum, and so I found myself somewhat bored by the end. With the exception of the 3rd and 4th games, every game in the series I enjoyed the first time even if I wasn't good at them, and I continue to enjoy them playthrough after playthrough. And that's why I can say with certainty that while I don't think that Twisted Metal 4 is an unforgivably bad game, and it's potentially enjoyable, any game that requires multiple playthroughs to enjoy is not something that I can recommend or consider a good game. So I can't recommend it unless you're the type of person who's willing to break through that wall. But even then, I'd probably still recommend one of the other games in the series. With that said though, while I may not have necessarily learned to love Twisted Metal 4, I do respect it. It's not very often you get a game that's attempting to uproot an entire established series to this extent, and it's not often you get a long-standing series that attempts to try something new to this extent. And that begs the question, do I still think that Twisted Metal 4 is the absolute lowlight of the series? Well, hand to God, once I was experienced enough with Twisted Metal 4, yeah, I found that I enjoyed it more than Twisted Metal 3. I'm not too proud to admit that I've changed my opinion, and so I will officially declare right now, Twisted Metal 4 is not the worst game in the series. To me, that definitely goes to Twisted Metal 3 as of now. While it's a breezy experience, it pretty much fails in every regard, but Twisted Metal 4 has much more consistent quality. But I still feel as though Twisted Metal 4 probably places the second lowest in the series overall, and I can at least understand why Twisted Metal 3 was as bad as it was, because they were really under the gun, whereas some flaws with Twisted Metal 4 really shouldn't have been there considering that this game had a much more breezy production cycle. So Twisted Metal 4 is maybe better than I gave it credit for, but I'd still play most of the rest of the series before I'd ever touch this one again. Alright, so now that I've eaten a little bit of crow, I'm going to be taking a bit of a deviation from the chronological releases. Black came out a few months before Small Brawl, but I feel it's more fitting to cover the last game on the PS1 before hopping to the PS2 regardless of release dates. So next time we're going to be closing out the PS1 era of Twisted Metal with an underrated gem, Twisted Metal Small Brawl. Twisted Metal Small Brawl is the absolute worst Twisted Metal game, and it isn't even close. That is a sentiment you tend to hear quite a bit online. Or at least as I was getting into the franchise, that was the sentiment I heard quite a bit, especially from online publications. To be fair, to the uninitiated who are just glancing at these games without any other context, there is a very good reason for Small Brawl to be considered the absolute worst. I mean, look at it. I think it speaks for itself. But it's a case where I think if you dive beyond the absolutely incredibly stupid and juvenile presentation, there's actually a game in here that is not only very good, but is perhaps arguably one of the best games in the series. But let's slow down for a second. What's the story here? Well, 989 Studios took over after Single Track walked away from the franchise, but now this is the year 2001. 989 Studios as we knew it is dead, and now at least a good chunk of the team who made the original Twisted Metal games, including Scott Campbell, have walked away from Single Track after it started eating itself alive. Now they've gone on to form Incognito Inc., or Incognito Entertainment, or whatever it's called, a spiritual successor to their previous incarnation, and they wasted no time in getting the Twisted Metal franchise back, at which point they started making 2 games pretty much simultaneously, Black, and the subject for today, Small Brawl. Despite Black coming out before Small Brawl, I feel like Small Brawl sort of feels like the true end of the era. Mostly because it's the final of the 5 Twisted Metal PS1 games that came out. So even though Black came out before Small Brawl, I feel compelled to cover this one before Black. I mean, thematically, it's also somewhat more similar to the previous games than Black is, because the series up until now seemingly was split right down the middle as far as darkness and lightheartedness. Different games landed on different parts of the spectrum, but with Incognito's output in 2001, they basically broke that scale in both directions. Twisted Metal Black got the morbid elements, and Small Brawl got the colorful, lighthearted elements. And the results will vary from person to person if either of these work for them, and I would be a hypocrite if I took issue with the tone and presentation of the 3rd and 4th games and didn't take issue with the same things in this game. Thankfully, I'm not a hypocrite though, more or less. Because the tone and presentation of Small Brawl is easily the absolute worst part of the game. It's so childish and goofy as to be straight up asinine, 10, and 11. It's been a while since I've had to break that one out. So here's what's up. The neighborhood bully, Billy Calypso, who looks like Sid from Toy Story if he was blonde, saw some demolition derby on TV and was inspired to do it himself. However, despite being a punk, he's still a kid, so he antagonizes a whole bunch of neighborhood kids into joining his RC car-based demolition derby tournament. He steals Mortimer's frog, he pushes Axel down a hill, and so on. You should be able to guess the rest. The last person standing will get whatever they want. How he got the resources to do any of this, or the powers he's implied to have, I have no idea. More than anything, there's one thing that kinda confuses me about this whole setup. If Billy Calypso's entire idea hinged on his own desire to do a demolition derby, then why isn't he part of the tournament? Previously, he's always been this omnipotent being who specifically ran the tournament for his own personal gain, but there's no personal gain here. So you gotta wonder what he gets out of this if he's not competing. Maybe there's something I missed in the manual, who knows. Or maybe he drives the final boss piecemeal. I mean, they never specified whether or not he didn't, so that's a decent headcanon, I guess. But anyways, given the fact that this is essentially Twisted Metal but kidified, you have various adaptations of fan-favorite characters, Mortimer, Mr. Grimm, Sweet Tooth, Outlaw, and so on. Larger-than-life personalities brought down to earth, each with their own wants and needs. Granted, even though the tone is definitely childish, this is still the same company that wanted to include a cutscene where a baby got drowned before Sony stepped in, so there's still some morbid themes in these cutscenes, even for as short as they are on average. I think the average cutscene length is actually shorter than even Twisted Metal 3. But to be fair, all the cutscenes are unique, so I'm not going to complain. I'll talk more about the endings themselves in a minute, though the short cutscene length does kind of build into this really low-budget feeling this game has. It has a very distinctly late-era, low-budget PS1 quality to it that's kind of hard to articulate, but you know what I'm talking about if you've played a lot of low-budget PS1 games. Basic loading screens, a very static menu screen, the way you exit loading screens with absolutely no ceremony, whether that be to go to the main menu, the gameplay, or the save screen. It's just load, 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 then pop. Then you have a severe lack of voice acting or anything that would drive up costs. I've seen this song and dance before, and this is clearly a game they wanted to make as cheaply as possible. I mean, the game's graphics are alright, it's basically about as much as you could expect for the PS1, and these levels are relatively detailed for the most part. So I can't fault them on that front, despite other aspects of presentation being definitively weak. So the theming and tone are off, the presentation is distinctly cheap, so what is there to like about this game? Well, all those aspects of the game are ultimately minor in the grand scheme of things. Aspects that can make a good game great, or a great game fantastic. Especially for a gameplay-based genre like this, the game needs to be fun first and foremost, and for my tastes, the engine they use in Small Brawl is one of the best game engines they've ever built, making this one of the most technically satisfying games in the series. You see, the irony is, the previous 2 games ostensibly had you driving real vehicles, but it felt like you were driving RC cars, whereas the actual game that has you driving RC cars feels almost viscerally real. Like the entire game engine feels straight out of a Gran Turismo game for the time, because the vehicles feel like real vehicles insofar as they could feel like real vehicles at this point in gaming. They have so much weight and presence within the game world. Everything about this just feels right. Now, there's only so many ways I can reiterate that sentiment, but that's the God's honest truth. The way this game controls feels heavy in a way the series has arguably never felt. The way you accelerate quickly but not too quickly and shift speeds relatively organically. The way you shift and slow down as you turn or power slide. The way you fly into the air. It all feels pretty legit, but importantly you also always feel in control. The mechanics feel arcadey in the sense that there's no chance of you spinning out or doing anything drastically unintentional in your car. And when the controls feel this intuitive and this precise, keyword there is precise, it means you have no handicaps. Everything about this game is down to your skill and nothing else. None of the game's challenge comes from the game not doing what you want it to do, which is exactly how it should be. One added touch that really builds into this is the way that the cars will lean and shift in accordance to where you're traveling. You don't really realize until you have a point of comparison, but one of the things that made the cars in the previous 2 games feel so weightless is the fact that they were completely static. They didn't move, shift, or react to the world around you at all, even while flying around. So it added to the sense that you were a small plastic toy with no moving parts, on top of the fact that you felt so weightless to begin with because of how floaty that game engine felt. Whereas actually adding the visual detail of having these cars actually shift and react to how you're driving, it makes these cars visually operate exactly how you understand cars to do so, giving you a visual indication on how you're maneuvering and what's the optimal way to navigate the levels. It's an unnecessary touch that adds so much to the experience, furthering that sense of realism that's so important. With that said, Small Brawl is generally slower paced than the other games, arguably a bit too slow paced. I feel like the ideal speed is definitely Twisted Metal 1 or 2, where it's fast but you still feel in control. It was a little chaotic, but it was controlled chaos, whereas I feel like the element of chaos is somewhat missing in Small Brawl. So there's definitely been a trade-off where this game feels a bit more restrained, and maybe turning the speed up an extra 25% would make the experience more enjoyable. But on the scale of necessity, I prefer actually feeling in control over things being too chaotic, and it's not like this game is too slow-paced in my opinion. I think the pacing is perfectly fine. But there's still definitely the argument to be made that this game does go too far in the realism direction, so if you find this game is not as fun as the previous games simply for the fact that it doesn't feel quite as fast-paced, then I understand. And even then, I do have some issues with the engine, such as how, near as I can tell, it's basically impossible to flip over. Let me get something straight. I don't mind the ability to flip over, it's all about balance. Ironically. How easy it is to actually do so. Taking the mechanic away altogether is a bit drastic. But I guess that's all part of the trade-off. This game may be different compared to the other games in the series in ways that you may not like, but you know, those games aren't going anywhere, and I appreciate the fact that they were able to do something so unique. It also must be said that this might be the most polished game of all the PS1 games. Never once did I clip through a ledge or get caught up in scenery. Everything is solid that needs to be solid, and nothing in the levels operates other than how they're supposed to. It's all around a solid game engine that I enjoy. But what would a game like this be without the content to back it up? You can definitely tell that when Incognito Entertainment got Sony to sign off on both Black and Small Brawl, Incognito wanted nothing to do with the third and fourth games, because not a single character that was introduced in either of those games made the cut, despite there being quite a lot of characters to choose from. So you end up with many of the most well-known characters, a who's who of greatest hits. Of course, they have some unique additions, namely Mime, Trapper, and Piecemeal, the latter two of which are the campaign bosses, making this somewhat rarely a Twisted Metal game that allows you to play as every introduced character without hacking. It's definitely a good roster of characters, though one of the interesting things to note about the character stats in this game is that they don't give you the attack power of your special as a stat. Which is good, because there's so much that goes into a special attack that a quantifiable stat is kinda pointless. But what I've seemed to notice is that the characters with the most health tend to have very short-ranged attacks. It's not universal, but that tends to be the case, whereas lower health vehicles tend to have long-ranged attacks, or at least have a short-ranged attack that's hard to dodge. But one thing I appreciate is that they weren't content just recycling concepts from previous games, so almost every returning character has new special attacks. Even Axel's, whose Supernova Shockwave is probably the most iconic attack in the entire history of the series, has been replaced. Now he shoots a missile and then spins like a madman, dropping bombs in all directions. It's an odd attack to say the least, but effective. Then you have Sweet Tooth, who will fire what I think is supposed to be an ice cream bar, but on closer inspection it looks for all the world like a bar of soap. However, it acts like a more powerful version of the Ricochet. Or Mr. Grimm, who will fire 2 pumpkin bombs like he's the Green Goblin or something, or Shadow, who will fire a semi-auto-tracking Reaper that also acts as a remote bomb. Probably my pick for the best special attack in the game. But I'd say all the special attacks have their uses, even the ones that would otherwise be useless in other games. Looking at you, Ram. And I would say all these characters have their uses as well. Normally this would be the part where I tell you the best characters to play as, but if I'm being honest, you could probably play through this game as any number of these characters without much trouble. Definitely the ones with the most health and wait for ramming are the ones that you can get through the easiest with, but I never found any of the characters to be true duds. But that's also partially for a slightly negative reason. If you held a gun to my head and asked me what the worst part of this game is, I would definitely say the difficulty, which seems to be the universal issue with a lot of these games. I feel the only game in the series that I didn't take issue with difficulty-wise was the first game. That was the only case where there was no asterisk. Small Brawl's issue is that it's far too easy. It's entirely possible to get through the entire game on medium or even hard without dying a single time, especially if you use a vehicle with higher health. I can't point to any specific aspect that makes the game feel easy, there's just a lot of little things. The enemies aren't that aggressive, the healing items will respawn too often, and there's usually enough of them per level that there's always at least one kicking around somewhere, so basically I never died. I pretty much exclusively play on medium for most games because that's a very good gauge of understanding where the difficulty lies. And after doing so for most of my time playing this game, I can say with certainty that this is the one game in the series where I would recommend that new players start out on the hardest difficulty. Because otherwise it's not a stimulating challenge whatsoever, outside of the bosses that is. I kept having to run away and restock my weapons because I kept running out of anything worth a damn, but they are genuinely challenging, which I appreciate in a game that can be as easy as this one. With that said, even though there's only 2 bosses, they do vary in quality for reasons that go beyond whether or not they're actually challenging. Trapper, I feel, would be a much worse boss had the game's mechanics not been as good as they are, but he's a powerful enemy with a unique special attack where he fires monkeys at you that will split off and multiply, plus the arena is pretty good. They split Minigolf Mayhem in half and have you fight him there, which is a good idea considering that Minigolf Mayhem is one of the biggest arenas in the game, so having the entire thing for a one-on-one fight would be pretty obnoxious. So they sectioned it off into the best parts of the level, which is exactly what they should have done, making this a very solid boss, one of the best in the series in fact. Piecemeal, on the other hand, is a boss fight that not even the best mechanics in the world could save, because this boss fight gives Arduous a whole new meaning. There's a good reason for that. From what I understand, the game was a bit rushed towards the end of development, and they didn't do everything they wanted to do with the final boss. Apparently they wanted Piecemeal to be an amalgam of all the defeated cars in the final level, like all the cars would Voltron together into a supercar and that would be the final boss, but then practicality set in and they had to make severe compromises. So instead you fight in an arena with 4 enemies and every time you kill one of the enemies, Piecemeal shows up and you have to take out a quarter of its health bar. More than anything, this makes the action really stop and start. Just as you're getting into a good groove of fighting and flanking, he pisses off back to the ethereal netherscape that he occupies whenever he's not there. Plus, it basically guarantees that you're never going to be ready by the time he shows up. And since he shows up whenever you kill an enemy, you could have 2 enemies that are at really low health and then die relatively close together, or you could have an entire separate battle between stages of the boss fight, basically meaning that it's completely inconsistent as to when you're going to have to fight him. So they might as well have just made it a consistent fight to begin with. This boss fight would have been more fun if you could just fight it flat out. Plus, unlike the Mini-Golf Mayhem level where you fought Trapper, you fight piecemeal in Now Slaying, which is one of the worst levels in the game. It's a giant square with a ramp between two flat points at the top and bottom of the arena with a platform in the front that you can blow up using this popcorn cart. So it's a really boringly designed level, meaning you don't even have the benefit of having the fight take place in an interesting environment. But on top of that, the weapon selection in Now Slaying seems to be more limited in that I was constantly having to wait for weapons to respawn in order to attack piecemeal with literally anything, making the fact that piecemeal has so much health become a real liability. It's just a poorly made boss fight all around if I'm being honest, which I can't hold against the developers too much because of the conditions they were in, but that doesn't make this boss fight suck any less. It's also very unfortunate that piecemeal is not a very good character when you unlock them. It's the embodiment of this one meme. It doesn't even have a special attack, it just copies the special attack of whatever car is nearest to it. It probably uses other people's specials in the boss fight as well, but I never really noticed that because the boss fight has other issues. Once again, this is probably down to crunch, but I wouldn't mind so much if the mime character didn't also have the exact same thing where it copies other people's special attacks. If they didn't have time to give a dedicated special attack to piecemeal, they really should have just cut mime altogether and given mime's special attack or special ability or whatever you want to call it to piecemeal. Because it only puts a spotlight on how slapdash piecemeal is when you're recycling concepts from the very game it's part of. It's a shame that the game ends on a relative stinker considering that pretty much the entire rest of the game's levels are actually really good. In fact, this might be one of the more consistent level rosters in the entire history of the series. One of the things I love about this set of levels is that they're all basically distinctive without needing to go completely over the top with the gimmicks. Take Treetop Rumble for example. This is a level wherein you have a series of bridges that connect 4 tree houses and you have a trampoline in the middle. Meaning that if you fall down on the inside, you'll bounce up and end up at another part of the level, giving more room for tactical gameplay, the likes of which you rarely see in these games. Then you have things like Meet Your Maker, which is a multi-level stage with several different gimmicks strewn throughout that could do any number of horrible things to you. My favorite is this weird meat grinder mechanism which will kill you in a second, so if you trick people onto this conveyor belt and freeze them, you can very easily kill them that way, ending this round very quickly, but the multi-level design in itself is very interesting and makes for a lot of unique occurrences. Easy Death Oven is another case where you have a dual-layered level with a lot of stage hazards, but not so many that the level gets cluttered. It keeps things interesting and doesn't get in the way. Plus, you can open up a secret area by firing napalm into the plumber's butt. I have no words. That is either awesome or completely stupid, possibly both. Then you have the aforementioned Mini-Golf Mayhem, which is this level with a bunch of individually sectioned off areas built around one central gimmick, such as a volcano, these crushing spikes, a pyramid, and so on. Plus, if you knock the golf balls into these holes, you get a free item. It's not the only level that does something like this. Potentially the best level in the game is one that's not even available by default, which would be Buster's Lanes. There's a lot to like about this level. It has multi-level design that's fun to explore, it's big but not so big that it gets in the way of the fight, and there's a lot of fun set pieces and design. But the best part for me is the fully functional bowling minigame that will give you items for knocking down all the pins. It's completely superfluous, but it's an added bit of detail that was completely unnecessary, especially for a secret level because there's no guarantee that players were going to find it, but it just shows the amount of effort on display here despite being a lower budget game on an at the time previous gen console. Even the lesser levels more often than not have at least something going on, like the Carno Mall level, which theoretically would be pretty boring design-wise, and yet it has these fun little set pieces that enhance the experience, such as this spinning plate or an entire sequence of backrooms. Granted, it's not all aces. Gridiron Gore, Shock Therapy, and Playground Peril are all somewhere between boring and completely standard, but even then, I don't necessarily hate those levels because a lot of the content in these games are only as fun as the game itself, so these are perfectly serviceable if slightly boring levels. So overall, this is one of the more consistent level sets in the history of the series. Definitely a compliment to the action more often than not. I think the one thing that would have put this game over the top as far as differentiating itself would have been a unique set of weapons that fit the setting. Which they sort of did. They took the concepts of the weapons from the previous games and altered them to fit the style. such as making the missiles fireworks, which is by no means something that I hold against the game, but I do wish they would have introduced a few more unique weapons. If I'm not mistaken, the only unique weapon in this game is the Roman candle, which is completely unlike any sort of Roman candle I've ever seen. It operates more like a bouncing ball weapon that explodes on contact with an enemy. Yep, that's not a Roman candle. That's probably not even a Greek torch. So they didn't add much, and they also took some stuff away because once again they reshuffled the deck as far as the combination attacks, and this time we only have like 5. But hey, they also went ham with the environmental attacks, which makes up for the lack of unique weapons somewhat. Some of these are really cool, such as activating the volcano in Minigolf Mayhem or speeding up the conveyor belts in Meet Your Maker, which once again was really funny for getting people caught up in the meat grinder. But not every level has such an obvious thing to make an environmental attack out of, so you have some lesser ones, such as Easy Death Oven, where it'll just shoot ice cubes out of the fridge, which I've never seen hit anyone. So the environmental attacks are a bit of a mixed bag, but once again it really shows how much effort they were putting into this game despite it being a budget title. Granted, in all honesty, there are quite a few things about this game that could be considered mixed bags. None more so than the character endings, which are easily the most mixed of mixed bags. Like, Sweet Tooth's ending is one of the best endings in the entire history of the series, really showcasing how you scale the character concept down to being a barely sentient child while still maintaining the same level of sinister villainy.
And all you can think of is a little ice cream? Let me down! Stop the car! Who's the old lady?
As far as miles per gallon, this cutscene is the most efficient a character has ever been shown to be a badass evil son of a bitch that I've ever seen, and I love it. Tricks Billy into thinking he only wants a bit of ice cream, then ties Billy to the front of an ice cream truck and goes for a joyride. I can't possibly do justice to how cool that is. And there are some other decent to good endings, such as Mortimer aka Shadow's ending, where Calypso decides to give back Mortimer's bullfrog that he stole at the beginning of the game, and Mortimer alludes to radiation exposure, which opens the way for the bullfrog to mutate and eat Calypso. That's pretty funny. Or Spectre, who's looking for his father, gets a locket which alludes to his father being Ken Masters from Twisted Metal 2, and he even finds the car he drove, which is a nice little Easter egg. On the flip side, you have Hammerhead's ending, where he wishes to become a rock star and ends up being the front man for a boy band. Those aren't even remotely the same thing. Crimson Fury, which ends up being a really cringe-worthy James Bond parody, or Twister, who gets shot into space in a really predictable way. Matter of fact, one of these endings was considered so bad it was actually cut from the game, that being Axel's ending. Let's just say it was a mean-spirited joke without a punchline at the expense of a character who was a paraplegic. Would these endings be better if the subject matter wasn't inherently eye-roll worthy, if the presentation wasn't so childish? Absolutely, but that's the name of the game. So much of Twisted Metal Small Brawl does come back to that theming. And it has its moments of true brilliance where it's able to subvert the childish, cringe-worthy presentation and become surprisingly sinister. But it's still outweighed heavily by the cringe. But at the end of the day, all the other aspects of this game need to bow to whether or not the game as a whole is fun. And simply put, Twisted Metal Small Brawl is plain uncomplicated fun. The game engine is one of the best they ever made, despite many aspects of this game being completely asinine. So I can't help but enjoy this game, and I feel like if you avoided Small Brawl based on its premise, I'd say you should give it a chance. And if you tried it before and didn't like it, I'd say you should give it another chance. This is definitely a game that didn't warrant its low Metacritic score at the time, or its designation as what is commonly considered the absolute worst game in the series. Not when Twisted Metal 3 and 4 exist. Would I say that Small Brawl ranks extremely highly in the grand scheme of the series? Well, that depends, because there are games in the series that have all the positives of this game and none of the negatives, so I'd say that Small Brawl is somewhere in the middle of the pack, but it's a pretty competitive field. Once you get past 3 and 4, it's not a particularly wide gap in quality between the third worst and best. So the true cream of the crop needs to do everything right, so I definitely wouldn't place Small Brawl at the top of the rankings, but traditionally, this is the game that places dead last, usually by craptastic wannabe news journalism sites who have no knowledge of the series and just want to get a few clicks. Oh yeah, and are usually ripping me off! And that's an undeserved fate, because Twisted Metal Small Brawl is great. You guys are just mean. Twisted Metal Black is the best. There is no competition as far as I'm concerned. It's the best Twisted Metal game and will be extremely hard-pressed to ever have competition in that regard. And I feel like that's especially the case for me. It was simultaneously a reinvention of the series, but also a return to form. However, with that, it's also a game that's lucky to exist and quite frankly shouldn't exist. Let's not mince words. By 1999, after 2 lackluster sequels, Twisted Metal had seen better days. Brief history lesson. In 1997, Single Track, the developers of the original 2 games, abandoned their series along with their other creations such as Jet Moto and Warhawk so they could branch off and do their own thing, only for them to be bought out by GT Interactive and subsequently be mismanaged into the ground after a few solid games that made the most of their skill sets. But by the time the company was breathing its last, most of the senior staff had already bailed out one by one. Meanwhile, the company that ended up picking up the slack left behind by Single Track breaking off was 989 Studios, the in-house PlayStation studio that ended up with pretty much every intellectual property that PlayStation didn't have a specifically designated developer for. Cool Borders, Jet Moto, you name it. But then 989 Studios itself went through some struggles in the late 90s and subsequently closed down, relaunched, and closed down again. This could have easily been the end for Twisted Metal, but then the stars aligned. Most of the senior staff of Single Track started a new company, Incognito Inc. Then Sony gave them the license to Twisted Metal, allowing them after only a few short years to pick up where they left off. Which is why this game, despite being very different, is a return to form. So through a convoluted series of happenstance, the Twisted Metal IP ended up right back in the hands of the people who created it, in what was surely a 1 in a million event. So it's almost as if Twisted Metal Black was destined to be made. And then they went on to essentially revive the waning franchise, and through their unique combination of deliciously dark presentation, fantastic gameplay, and a twist on established lore the likes of which would go on to define the series for years to come, they created a game that's not only the most well-received game in the entire history of Twisted Metal, but also, to my knowledge, it's the best-selling game in franchise history. Twisted Metal Black took the series from its death throes to heights it had never seen, all brought out by 1 in a million circumstances with a new and improved team of original creators and new blood alike. I don't know if this was intentional, but the series really was back in black. My story with this game isn't really that interesting. As some may know, I didn't actually grow up with the series. In fact, I'm not even sure if I was aware of it back then. Although in mid-2010 during summer vacation, my older brother got a PS3 and handed down all his old PS2 games to me. This included such games as God of War 1 and 2, Devil May Cry 3, Samurai Warriors, Drakengard, and Twisted Metal Black. But I wasn't really a fan at the time, mostly because it was way too hard for me. I didn't understand it, and it seemed too daunting even on easy mode to wrap my head around at the time. It wasn't until one night in October of 2020, when I was drunk, as all good stories start, that I was going through the PlayStation Store and saw that this game was 50% off. So on a drunken whim, I bought it, along with GTA 3 and Vice City, Prototype 1 and 2, and Mortal Kombat X. Once again, I didn't really understand the game. It felt far too daunting for me, but then, as it happens, on Christmas Day of 2020, I finally beat the game 100% legitimately, and something clicked at that point. Suddenly, I found the game not only feasible to beat, but actually very compelling as an experience, and as I continued to beat the game with character after character, I started researching the game and found something that really intrigued me. The mysterious minion who's only unlocked after you beat the game as every other character, and with that came the mysterious loading screen messages that could be deciphered in order to reveal the real story of the game, which was such an intriguing premise to me that I made a video on it, and as they say, the rest is history. Now, several years and 100,000 subscribers later, here we are. And like Marcus Kane's inability to escape from Sweet Tooth's mind, I've never been able to escape this game. It's always wriggled its way back into my sphere of influence, no matter how many other games and franchises I cover. It seeps its way into my subconscious, or more accurately, into my video lineup, because it's one of the most creatively intriguing games I've ever played. Beneath its shooty action and dark exterior lies a hidden depth unheard of in this series, one that's kept me thinking for years. Where do I start with this monster? Well, I think the best place to start would be the theme song. Twisted Metal Black's main theme is Painted Black by the Rolling Stones. Classic rock as classic as it gets. The main menu even uses that iconic opening guitar lick. This is a song that's been in my musical rotation since I was 15, but until now I never really stopped and viewed the lyrics critically. Based on the lyrics, it's about a grief-stricken man who's lost his love, subsequently falling into a deep depression, and now wants the world itself to be painted black to match his mood, so the world may feel his suffering. I'm not sure if this was intentional, but the man whose perspective the song is sung from is kinda similar to the overarching background plot, with Needles Kane twisting the world into this grim, dark dystopia. You see, if you've never seen any of my other videos covering the topic, the real plot of this game I mentioned just a minute ago is thus. If you unlock Minion and decipher his loading screen messages, it's revealed that Minion is Marcus Kane, the more sane half of Sweet Tooth's split personality, who's trying to stay in the shadows and remain undiscovered. Hence why he can only communicate through code, as he's basically living in constant fear of being lobotomized out of existence. Explaining that the game takes place through Needles Kane's perspective, and everything we see is the world twisted and mangled through the diseased mind of Needles. In his own way, Needles himself is painting his whole world black. Perhaps not as a coping mechanism over a dead wife, at least none that's been established, but there's a clear parallel between the two points of view, wanting everyone to feel the same way they do, and Needles is willing that desire into existence, at least in the sense that we're viewing the world through his perspective in sort of an unreliable narrator situation. The Minion loading screens, and therefore this entire plot thread, was apparently a last-minute addition, but it's a case where I think whatever the intended vision was supposed to be, the slapdash crudeness of this to me is probably much more intriguing than whatever it would have been otherwise, because it leaves enough open to interpretation that the blank space left over gives your mind room to run wild. Hence why I've spent so much time analyzing every nook and cranny of this game's plot from the surface all the way down. Because on the surface level, this is a fairly run-of-the-mill Twisted Metal game, several contestants competing to have their wish granted by ostensibly an all-powerful being named Calypso. The only difference being the absolute grim tone, as well as more involved stories, but then deeper into the abyss you have a plot built on symbolism, interpretation, and an unspoken sense of nothing being as it seems, and it doesn't feel like a lot of this was unintentional either, because there's a line that I've already quoted in Mr. Grimm's story, which is one of the most evocative lines in the game.
They say the mind bends and twists in order to deal with the horrors of life. I think my mind bent so much it snapped in two.
And while you can take that line entirely at face value, it feels like this is an intentional symbolic parallel to the split personality of Needles Kane and Marcus Kane, Sweet Tooth and Minion. When you have an intriguing twist like these secret codes alongside lines like that, I can't help but ask questions about everything. Do the events we see have any bearing on reality whatsoever? Are these events really taking place but with a grim filter over them? Or is this just an elaborate hallucination? Are these characters nothing more than what they seem, or are they each symbolic figures, pieces of the collage that make up Sweet Tooth? Is Marcus really part of the split personality, or is he the psychological representation of Sweet Tooth's ego, with Calypso representing the superego and Needles representing the id? These are outdated concepts as far as psychoanalytics are concerned, but they're still present in a lot of media for how intriguing the concept is. And there are so many other little things that catch my attention about this game, such as how the code to exchange your weapons for health is to hold all the back buttons on the controller and hit triangle X square circle, the movement of which on a PlayStation controller matches the sign of the cross. Almost as if you're praying to be saved from death. Is that just a coincidence, or is this an intentional bit of symbolism? Or the fact that almost every character in this game is noted as having some sort of mental illness. Does that mean something? Does the fact that certain characters don't have a mental illness or don't belong to Blackfield Insane Asylum mean anything? Is there some sort of meaning behind the fact that every character in law enforcement gets screwed over by their endings while everyone who wants revenge gets it, no strings attached? Does it mean anything that the game's manual is presented as a journal taken from the perspective of No-Face? These are concepts and questions that may not interest the people who are looking for a fun game to play, but this is what interests me creatively. Many of these details wouldn't matter in a lot of other games, but it feels like this game opens itself up to the possibility of everything potentially having some sort of external meaning. Hell, I will fully admit that the creators themselves probably never intended for most of these interpretations to be made, so some might throw them out on principle. Personally, I believe that no one should be restricted from interpreting fictional work however they wish. Through history, we can find countless examples of fictional work that are analyzed and overanalyzed again and again beyond any reasonable author intention. So perhaps you view this game at face value, and your take is equally valid. Even if you're viewing this game purely on its own face value, there's a lot to appreciate. The first thing you'll notice literally from moment one is the fact that this game is dark, it's grim, it's bleak, it's f***ed up. The previous games varied in their tone, but were generally lighthearted. I said generally. However, whatever lightheartedness this series had went straight out the window in this entry. The basis of the story is that every, or rather most every character is a member of Blackfield Insane Asylum. That's already a bit much, but then you take into consideration just how heart-wrenchingly messed up the character plots and presentations are. This is a game not for the faint of heart, and while they don't necessarily go as far as they could have, or as far as you'd think at a first glance, this game is the first M-rated game in the series and absolutely earns that M rating. This was of course the game where David Jaffe returned to the game director role, and he's always been, well, let's not mince words, he's a bit weird. He is responsible for some of my favorite games of all time, but he's also a bit weird. Based on interviews I've seen, he's always been the type of creator who's had a fascination with gore and violence and of incredibly dark, crude themes. He practically made a career out of pushing the boundaries of good taste. Hell, from what I understand, the character of Needles Kane, aka Sweet Tooth himself, is based off notorious serial killer John Wayne Gacy. So that should tell you where David Jaffe's mind is at, and Twisted Metal Black is arguably the peak of this mentality, to the point where certain scenes had to be toned down for the game's release. Like, there was a scene in one of the beta cutscenes that included a baby being drowned, which was hastily cut out from the commercial release. There's no way to confirm this, but there's no way that that cutscene was cut for any other reason than PlayStation higher-ups saw the scene and told them to cut it because it was in complete poor taste. And I kind of agree with stuff like that because I kind of feel like you're walking a bit of a thin line with games like this. Because it's very easy for something that's tastefully dark to end up being trite if you're not careful. Like, you're simply trying too hard to be shocking and it comes across as forced. And in that respect, I feel like this game, at least in its full release, is on the sensible side of grimdark, and while it's a shockingly huge departure from the previous games, I enjoy this sort of thing. I find it compellingly camp while also hitting all the right notes of f***ed up when it needs to. And it helps that the various character plots are much more in depth than previous games. For most of these characters, keyword most, you get an establishing cutscene, a middle cutscene where the bulk of the story is established, and a classic Twisted Metal style ending that pays off the plot. Of course, Sweet Tooth is the best produced and best presented plot surrounding his rampages, his capture, his failed execution, and the first and to date only canonical explanation for his flaming head. Well, other than the TV show. When it's established that Preacher put a curse on him to be in eternal torment as penance for the many, many people he's killed. His ending where he rejects the cure and kills Calypso then drives off into the night is still my pick for the best ending in series history, and it isn't even close. Brought together by some superb voice acting and writing that rides the line between tryhard and awesome.
I had to decide. It took me all of 10 seconds. Let's face it, boys and girls. A man has to have his priorities.
But then you have some other great stories, such as No Face and his quest for revenge on the doctor who disfigured him because the doctor placed a bad bet and lost money on No Face, FKA Frank the Tank, who was a former boxer who got absolutely destroyed. Or you have Mr. Grimm, a Vietnam vet who was forced to eat his own best friend out of some twisted psychological torture method from the advisor to the Vietnamese. Some gold-toothed twat. Now Mr. Grimm, wearing the skull of his best friend, wants nothing more than revenge against that man. Or John Doe, an amnesiac desperate to find out who he was, and he realizes he was an FBI employee who infiltrated a gang who saved countless people just in time for Calypso to cap him. Or how about Outlaw, a SWAT team member who let his hubris get the better of him as he accidentally killed an innocent family in the process of neutralizing terrorists and wants nothing more than to relive that day and undo the tragic mistake that cost him his sanity. All these are brought together by some great visuals and voice acting.
As much as I hated to admit it, over the years I developed a special craving for human flesh.
Son of a bitch even brought his plane with him. Calypso said all I had to do to get my prize was step aboard.
The doc did a good job. I'll give him that. From what I hear, I went a little crazy.
Of course, not all of them are bangers, such as Spectre, aka Bloody Mary, who wants true love, but in the end, even her Franken boyfriend doesn't love her. I understand the point is you can't force someone to love you, but come on, they could have picked a better way to bring that across other than making the entire playthrough effectively pointless. Plus, you can tell that time or budget were running out with the last few characters who get a crudely animated ending at best. Characters like Manslaughter are such interesting concepts, but the lackluster presentation knocks them down a few notches. Still better than the beta cutscenes though. Those beta cutscenes were hit and miss. Some endings are essentially identical, some are changed, and some are hilarious. Like Yellow Jacket having what is obviously stand-in voice acting because just wow.
Promised he'd make everything all better. No! It was a trick! He destroyed my controller and killed my dad!
It's been pointed out that the person's voice acting sounds like Chris Chan, and now I can't get that out of my head. Despite the weaker endings and the clear sense of being rushed, this is probably the most consistently good set of stories and endings in series history. Nothing can touch this. It's the consistency that sells it if you ask me, because this game is nothing if not consistent. Consistently excellent, of course. I think that aside from having the best overall presentation in the series, Twisted Metal Black is also the best game in the series as far as being a game. It doesn't necessarily do anything all that different from the other games. It feels like a refinement of all the previous games and sort of a greatest hits of all the best ideas of the series thus far, brought together with arguably the best controls the series had ever seen. I think the constant struggle of the series up until now is that it was split into two halves as far as controls. First of all, you had the heaviness and attempted realism of the early games, especially with Twisted Metal 2, whereas Twisted Metal 3 and 4 tried to go for something more arcadey and fast-paced. I feel like Black takes the best aspects of both these philosophies into a single package because the controls are very arcadey and fast-paced. You can go from 0 to 100 and back to 0 again in a second. You fly around with the greatest of ease, much like Twisted Metal 3 and 4. But with that said, the controls still feel relatively heavy and tight, much like Twisted Metal 1 and 2. Super tight, in fact. You always feel 100% in control. You can almost always accurately turn and maneuver with pretty well perfect accuracy, so long as you're used to the fast pacing of the action and can keep up with the timing. I don't necessarily know how they married these two aspects, but it feels perfect in that sense. Because if there's one thing to say about the different control methods up until now, it's the fact that a slower paced, more methodical game engine meant that at times it felt like you were fighting against the game in order to get it to do what you want, because your maneuverability is slightly limited by the attempted realism of the engine. Your turning takes longer, when you're airborne it takes longer to get to the ground and regain control. Meanwhile, as was well documented, when you go too far in the opposite direction, like what Twisted Metal 3 did, it felt like you were fighting against the controls for the opposite reasons. Sure, you're moving around quicker, but you're also tumbling around and barely feel like you're in control because of how floaty the game engine is. Like, if you were to take a shot every time you flipped over in that game, you'd be dead in like 5 minutes. Both of these philosophies have their advantages in theory, but by meeting in the middle it means that you get the best of both worlds. Somehow. You can drive past someone, do a 180-degree turn, and be right back in the action without missing a beat. The turning, even when doing a U-turn, is basically perfectly tight, and you barely even slow down. So it's quick, but also completely intuitive. Of course, you do still have instances where you will, for example, flip over, but it's more rare and tends to happen more organically, like having a poor jump. But then, when your 4 wheels are planted on the ground, it takes a hell of a lot for you to lose control or flip over. And if you do, you're basically right back in control instantly. In fact, if you do flip over, instead of waiting for the game to flip you back over, it's as simple as pressing one of the direction buttons to flip back over. These controls go on to make this game mechanically the most tight, responsive, fast-paced, and satisfying game in the series to play. Maybe not by a significant margin, I still think that Twisted Metal 1 and 2 aren't super far behind this one, but this manages to do something completely different from what those two games did while still working impeccably. And I feel like it makes the game very easy to pick up and play. I still think this game has a very stiff difficulty even when compared to the other games in the series, but I feel like this has one of the lowest skill floors in the series. So going from starting up the game for the first time and becoming a consistent Twisted Metal champion comes down to simply getting to grips with the mechanics. It doesn't feel like you have to learn to cope with any quirkiness of the engine or whatever. The funny thing about the game's difficulty, though, is I'm not entirely convinced that the different difficulty settings don't actually change anything substantial. The only difference I found with the different difficulty settings is the amount of times you can refill your health with the refill stations. You can only refill once per level on hard difficulty, twice on medium difficulty, and on easy difficulty you can refill it not once, not twice, but thrice. Otherwise, to be honest, I didn't notice the enemies being any more hard to beat on medium or hard compared to easy, nor do I notice any substantial increase or decrease to the amount of damage you take. So if the health refill is the only thing that changes, I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. It did take me a number of playthroughs to beat this game for the first time, but that was my own fault in hindsight because I didn't understand that these things were healing pads. For a while I assumed that you had to subsist on health pickups, and health pickups didn't spawn all that much, and they also didn't heal you that much. But that's likely to balance out the healing pad, so I guess that's my own fault for not going through the instruction manual before playing the game. Speaking of the healing pad, I've discussed in the past that I feel like Twisted Metal Black is almost a pseudo-remake of the original game because Black brings back a few ideas from that game, this being the chief amongst them, with some other smaller details thrown in, like how in both this game and TM95, Minion is established as the most recent winner of the tournament. Plus, they also brought back Darkseid as a playable character. Then you have several similar levels, like the Highway Loop level being very similar to Freeway Free-For-All, or the Downtown level being very similar to River Park Rumble. I mean, take that for what you will. If this is a pseudo-remake, then that would make sense given that this is a return to form for the original developers, and if that is the intention, it does a good job at hiding it. But even still, despite having some similar content, there's a lot of original, fresh content here. It does what any good sequel or remake or continuation of a franchise should do, and utilizes the new technology to tremendous effect. Of course, fidelity-wise, this game looks better than any previous entry, although I will say I am emulating it and bumping the resolution to 1080p along with applying a widescreen patch and a deinterlacing patch. And emulation does cause a few minor issues, such as the transparency in the loading screens being a bit off. Also, for some reason, my emulator was automatically set to OpenGL, which has major slowdown issues. Thankfully, there's like 6 different other renderers that do better. But even in its default state, this game looks better than any previous entry by a wide margin, which goes without saying, but what they also do is they use the technology to add so much more detail to the game. Whether we're talking about details in the levels, or the characters, the unique animations, the dynamic elements of each level, making them feel much more lively and involved, all the way up to being able to stuff tons of people into every level, with some levels having upwards of 8 characters to take on, and of course they're able to increase the sheer size of every level as well, which surprisingly isn't as double-edged a sword as you'd think for this particular game. Twisted Metal Black has some of the best level design in the entire history of the series. In fact, looking back at my rankings of the levels, 2 levels in this game make it to the top 5, and an additional third makes it to the top 10, 2 of which are massive levels. The exception to that would be Drive-In Movie, which is one of the most compact and exciting levels in the series in that it throws you into a tiny battlefield with the maximum number of players they can fit and tells you to go nuts. It's the most organic of organic challenges they can give you, and it makes for some of the most exciting pulse-pounding moments in series history. Only the absolute best can survive that onslaught. And then you have the other 2, Prison Passage, which is a very unique level for the series in that it starts you off in a small sectioned off area in the middle of a ship where you're facing off against 2 characters with no healing items, no cover, and very few weapons. It's just you against them. It's almost a battle of wits more than it's a battle of, battle. Then after a set amount of time, or after you beat the 2 of them, the walls open up and you have access to the entire ship where you have to fight 2 more people. Then the third and final stage of the level is when you find yourself docking at Blackfield Asylum and you finally have access to the entire level, which is a huge detailed level with so much to explore while fighting a substantial amount of people. Though a funny little detail I noticed is that if you look off into the distance while you're pulling into Blackfield Asylum, you'll notice that the blimp is always to the left of the ship despite the fact that it should be flying over Blackfield Asylum. I believe this is an indication that the ship isn't actually moving. The entire Blackfield Asylum chunk of the level is actually moving towards us, with the boat having some smoke and mirrors effects to make it look like it's moving. Probably because altering the level in real time and having it be moving under the players could cause some catastrophic physics bugs, or at the very least cause the players to jitter around like crazy as their location data is constantly being altered along with the level itself. Either way, it's an ever-evolving level that manages to stay fresh and makes good use of its space despite being huge. And that's something that a lot of levels in the series struggle with, because if you make a big level but don't have enough to fill it with, it ends up being a chore to play in, because you spend more time looking for the action than being in the action, whereas even the biggest levels in this game more often than not fill their space with enough worthwhile additions that it makes the level enjoyable despite its size. The best example of that would be in the penultimate level, Abandoned Skyscrapers. It's an absolute juggernaut of a level which has a bunch of sectioned off areas for you to maneuver between, and each area of the map has something new to offer, whether that be a treacherous rooftop with pits that lead down to spinning turbines, a bridge with a wrecking ball, a chapel, a side area with a bunch of ramps for you to play around in, and an electric barrier that prevents you from falling down. All tied together with 2 things. First of all, the treacherous nature of this level with the various ledges that you have the potential to fall down, killing you instantly, making it a terrible level to play as Darkseid. I made it a game every playthrough to try and trick Darkseid into charging straight off the ledge. I had about an 80% success rate. Then the second thing that ties this level together is the really compelling setting. I feel like the art design in this game is generally really compelling, very grim with lots of desaturated colors and destructive imagery, really selling this world as a complete dump, barely holding itself together, while the Twisted Metal contest comes along to tear down what little remains by causing all this collateral damage. But the Abandoned Skyscrapers level sells this feeling the best with its dark, dismal look and being surrounded by what feels like a completely dead city. This is one of my favorite levels in the history of the series, pretty much only being beaten out by the Amazonia level from Twisted Metal 2. It's the level that more than any makes the maximum use of its space and does everything absolutely impeccably. Also, it's responsible for one of the more funny but also frustrating moments I've ever experienced in the series. Let me be clear that this game is usually fully stable, but there's one notably hilarious moment where I was playing as Axel and completely fell through the floor. This is the first and only time that ever happened to me, but I'd be remiss not to talk about it because, I mean, it's hilarious. Though it was also a bit frustrating because many of these levels are hard enough to beat with 3 lives as it is. These are games of endurance in a lot of instances, and if you have a really early death or you make a mistake that costs you a life, in a lot of instances, it's worth it just to cut your losses and restart the whole match because it's better than fighting a losing battle. It's frustrating, but especially in your first couple playthroughs, winning relies on never making mistakes. And in some of these levels, it's pretty easy to make catastrophic mistakes. Either way, these levels that I've covered are only my top 3 in the game. But I don't think there's a single bad level in the game. Certainly some mediocre levels, but nothing that would give me too much pause. I'd say that the worst levels in the game would be Minion Stadium and Highway Loop. The former being simply a disinteresting level in that it's just a basic arena without much going on, with its only notable feature being the fact that you fight Minion there, and the latter only for being a somewhat disinterestingly designed copycat of Freeway Free-for-All. But some other great levels would include Zorko Bros Scrap and Salvage, a fantastic introductory level with a lot of different ideas fit into a relatively small space, including a warehouse and multiple crushing mechanisms. It's action-packed and really starts the game off on a good note. You have the suburbs, a giant level with a very wavy design fit for catching a lot of air, which includes a ton of interesting level design, including a small city, a carnival, a sectioned off supermarket, and a whole lot of houses for you to drive through. You have Freeway, which is yet another big level bursting with ideas that makes great use of its space with a construction yard, an entire arena, a secret office building for you to drive around in, you name it. Even something like Snowy Roads, which is a level I would rank on the lower end for this game, is still a fun level. Nice and compact, with 2 separate arenas on either end for you to fight in, and the experience is enhanced by the ever-present danger of potentially falling to your death around every corner. Pretty much the only reason I'm slightly negatively disposed to this level compared to the other levels in the game is that it's the level opposite to Drive-In Movie, the aforementioned level, which is one of my favorite in the entire history of this series. Because this game does something that had yet to be done in the series up to this point. Instead of making you play every single level, at 3 separate instances in the story, they let you choose between 2 separate levels, which keeps the story mode at a manageable 6 levels and 2 boss fights, while also giving you the chance to play with a few different variations of story mode anytime you play. Admittedly, you will always play certain levels, hence why, as much as I love it, I am a bit sick of seeing Prison Passage, but this does allow you to experiment and make different choices if you want to experiment. Or if you simply prefer certain levels over the others. Like, for example, as much as I love Drive-In Movie, I would describe it as a level pretty much only for advanced players because there's no healing pad in the level. And that can make it really hard if you're not at the point where you can destroy 8 separate opposing vehicles all attacking you at once on 3 lives with a paltry amount of health pickups at your disposal. Meanwhile, despite not being as good by comparison, Snowy Roads does have a healing pad and even an environmental pickup which activates a lightning storm, which is an easy way to damage multiple people at once. Both of which makes it a much easier ride for new players, and even veteran players can use every advantage they can get, especially because possibly more than ever, enemy AI is pretty skewed against you. On one hand, it keeps things interesting, but on the other hand, it is kind of ridiculous. The enemy AI will more often than not relentlessly attack you and only you. You can't go anywhere without getting pounded in the ass by missiles. I feel like that whistling sound effect that plays when a missile is homing in on you is the type of thing that will give me a psychological complex. Occasionally, they will go after each other, but in a very half-assed way that barely damages each other. You are essentially in a handicap match and are responsible for taking them all out. But thankfully, in most cases, a few volleys of attacks can take out any enemy. In most cases, a few well-aimed missiles or special attacks combined with your machine guns, especially the upgraded machine guns, can easily take out half an enemy's health in one volley. But if there's a few genuine criticisms I can give the AI in this game, first of all, well, it feels like they never run out of ammo. Like they have unlimited missiles, unlimited specials, unlimited ricochets, and so on. Then second of all, it's the fact that they always seem to know exactly what to do at any given time. There were a lot of times where they knew exactly where I was and exactly what I was about to shoot and were able to activate a shield or dodge out of the way in a split second. And then more often than not, they were also able to perfectly calculate exactly where I was going to be in time for them to hit me with a shot from far away. The point is, the AI is too perfect. It will never make mistakes like an actual player would, and as such comes across as slightly unfair. But then again, I'm the one who has the ability to use healing pads and also have multiple lives, so I guess that's my trade-off. I guess it's simply the fact that constantly dealing with these impossible shots and seemingly never-ending volleys of attacks is more annoying than anything. Like, no matter where you go, you can't get away from it. But I guess that's what you sign up for in games like this, and besides, the balance still is definitely on your side. In fact, if I remember correctly, this game was the first game in the series to give you back all your lives at the beginning of every level. Makes sense, very few people would be able to get through this game on a mere 3 lives, so it's a good practice as to not alienate new players. Veterans of the series may get a little bit snippy about that because they enjoy the extra challenge, but to me, it's like those people who genuinely enjoy playing Pokemon Nuzlocke challenges and then complain when a game isn't hard enough to play with that style. Your opinions are valid, but it's much more sensible for a developer to listen to the opinions of a majority rather than a small minority. But then again, enemy AI or level design be damned, most of your enjoyment in this game will largely depend on which character you choose. Because much like any game in the series, the roster is balanced well enough, but there are definitely characters that are easier to play as than others. Whenever a first-timer asks me what player they should start by playing as in this game, I always say Outlaw, because he has good stats, but importantly, his special attack auto-aims. And if you're a first-time player, you want to be focusing on improving your maneuvering skills before you start focusing on accurate shooting. Being able to survive before you can thrive, if you will. And by having a special attack that does relatively decent damage and auto-aims, it gives you an advantage if you're just starting out. I would say my next go-to character would be Sweet Tooth. Obviously, he's the star of the game, so they give him the star treatment, giving him easily the best and coolest special attack in the game. Arguably in the series, where his ice cream truck transforms into a robot and fires off 20 missiles. It's difficult to nail all 20 of those missiles, but if you do, it's devastating. Other good characters to play as would include Roadkill, because his special attack has an auto-tracking ability, but also has a way for you to charge it up, and if you hit somebody with a maximum charge, once again, it's very devastating. It's also not exceedingly difficult to hit somebody with a maximum charge, assuming there's somebody within your line of sight while you're charging, but it does take some finesse. The final character I would recommend a new player play as requires you to unlock him, but Manslaughter is a good card because the explosive dump, yes that's what it's called apparently, while it's somewhat difficult to aim because you need somebody perfectly in your line of sight, if you do hit somebody with it, you're golden. It's absolutely devastating. That's the funny thing about this game if you ask me. The difference between a character that's somewhat easy to use compared to a character that's harder to use is the special ability, because very few characters are so unbalanced in their stats that they're not worth using for that alone. That list basically begins and ends with Mr. Grimm, who has pretty much been the de facto super hard mode from day one. As has traditionally been the case, he has a very powerful special attack, but he also has so little health that it's hard to gain any sort of upper hand. You can't tank anything, and you need to constantly be dodging out of the way all the time. Plus, he's also so fast that he's a bit hard to control. He's not impossible to play as, but he's definitely for the most advanced of advanced players. But otherwise, in my opinion, I think the balance comes down to that element of the special attack, more or less, which would probably make this game one of the more balanced games in series history, because I would say it's something like 80% of the roster I can pretty consistently beat the game with. And that's just me. I'm sure there are a lot of people out there who are better than me who can easily beat the game consistently with every character. But otherwise, I would consider this roster of characters much more fair and balanced than many other games in the franchise. Even if you do pick one of the characters with a slightly more difficult to use special attack, Darkseid, you can still mostly rely on the roster of standard weapon pickups. It definitely has everything you'd want. I would say that Twisted Metal 3 and 4 were a bit bloated in that regard, adding far too many weapons to the game that felt somewhere between superfluous and useless. Meanwhile, I think that Black is the best of both worlds, bringing back only the main staples while also adding a few unique weapons to this game that intelligently mixes things up, such as the gas canister, which sort of replaces the napalm from previous games. It's a launched explosive, but one that you choose when it drops and explodes. They also introduced the mega guns, which temporarily upgrade your standard machine guns to devastating effect. I'm not kidding when I say if you can nail an entire volley of mega gun bullets to one of your enemies, it's devastating first of all, and satisfying as hell. Then you have the 3 separate special missiles. You can only have one of them at any given time, as they take up the same slot, but they each do something unique. The Zoomy missiles fires 10 ultra-fast missiles one after another, which gives you a bonus if you land all 10. The reticle is a charging missile that fires more missiles depending on how long you can keep someone in your sights before firing, and the satellite, which is a series of missiles that rains down upon a point about 6 feet in front of you, and so you need to have someone super close to use it. My favorite addition, however, is the aforementioned environmental pickups, which sort of replaces the lightning pickups from the previous games. The environmental attack is unique to whatever level it's available in, and more often than not results in a lightning attack, but it also diversifies itself. In one level you'll have a helicopter attack, in another level you'll have a dilapidated bomber launch a bunch of missiles. You never know quite what you're gonna get, and that's what makes it inherently more interesting to me than the lightning pickups. But whether you're dealing with the new attacks or the old attacks, every weapon has its usage and packs a punch to use, really selling that fast-paced kinetic action that the series is known for possibly better than ever. Though for what it's worth, the defensive powers are a bit of a step back. There's only a small handful of them, and none of them are really worth using outside of the freeze attack, if you ask me, because at least the freeze attack gives you a free shot. Otherwise, the other defensive powers are a bit situational, and what's funny is, the codes are maybe a bit too easy to use because I kept accidentally dropping mines without meaning to. Also, they added the extra addition of having to hit the fire button after typing in the code to rear fire, which I'm not a fan of, because I find that it adds an extra momentary setback which could potentially be the difference maker as far as making the shot or missing the shot. So long story short, if there's one thing about this game that I will consider a bit of a step back, it's the defensive powers, although some people also don't seem to like the bosses. I personally think the bosses in this game are great, those being Minion and Warhawk. The Minion boss fight is really inconsistent, to be fair. The whole idea is you're supposed to damage 4 separate panels on Minion in order to disable the force field so you can damage him. The inconsistency in difficulty is always tied to that back panel because it's very hard to get Minion in a position where you can hit him in the ass. That's just the way these things go, so it's mostly down to luck. There was one point where I spent 10 minutes trying and failing to hit the back panel, which frustrated the hell out of me, but then I got a game over and pretty much immediately took out all 4 panels in my attempt after that. What was the differentiating factor? I don't know. I was honestly very close to turning on this boss fight because I have long since considered it one of the better boss fights in the series. But then in pretty much every subsequent playthrough, I managed to pull it off just fine, and it kind of reminded me of what I like about the boss fight, which is that it's very uniquely skillful. Almost every fight in the series can be won through sheer brute force, whereas this one is one of the rare instances of having to use a bit of strategy and craftiness. When it comes to the genre of car combat, I like bosses that get more creative, because while it's perfectly acceptable for a boss to be just a bigger enemy with more health, there's no creativity to that if you ask me, so I appreciate bosses that use the mechanics to force you to think outside the box. It's a bit unique, but it's still absolutely a test of everything you've learned up to this point. Still, there is a random nature to this, so I can't hate it, but I can understand if somebody does. Then there's Warhawk. The idea is that you have to use the explosive tankers to gradually damage and then disable Warhawk's shield before you can damage Warhawk himself. Or itself, as the case may be. I'm not sure if Warhawk is considered the name of just the ship, or the guy flying the ship, like it's a nickname or something. I will acquiesce to the fact that Warhawk can be pretty obnoxious to fight with certain characters because certain characters' special attacks are not designed to be able to hit a flying enemy, but I still appreciate it for the fact that it's able to mix things up even more than Minion. In fact, this is probably about as different as you can get without leaving the genre entirely. So having to use the various tankers to disable Warhawk's force field with explosions is a really creative way to mix things up. I feel like that counts for a lot. If you disagree with me, fair enough, but that's just my opinion, take that for what you will. That's the thing about Twisted Metal Black. I'll say that it's not for everyone, but it really does feel like a game that was almost specifically made for me. It has sublime gameplay mixed with a presentation and a series of stories that just click with me in a way that few games have. Combine that with stellar controls, fantastic level design, and great variety, and you have a game that's pretty close to perfect for what it is, if you ask me. But if there is one thing I can knock this game for, it kind of irreparably altered the series' reputation in a sense. Not in a negative sense, but in a notable sense. Let me tell you a story. A while back, I was streaming one of the early Twisted Metal games to my friends on Discord while I was recording it for a video. I don't remember which one. One of the people I was streaming to has issues with gore, and so said he wasn't going to be watching me, and I was taken aback at that because other than Twisted Metal Black and 2012, that's not actually representative of the series. But the issue is, the two notable examples of games in the series that have that grim tone and the gory presentation are Black and 2012. The most popular game in the series, and the most recent game in the series. And it doesn't help that many crossovers involving Sweet Tooth have his 2012 presentation at the forefront. So while Twisted Metal Black is my favorite game in the series, it is kind of misrepresentative of the series overall. And yet it's the type of game that the average person will associate with the series more than any. And that is unfortunate because it's potentially alienating for a lot of people, because I feel like this type of thing isn't everyone's cup of tea. Some people prefer a more lighthearted experience, which the series does provide, but many may not know that. And it's funny because at this point, one game did come out after TMB that was more in line with the original vision of the series, and yet this is still the tone that stuck. I remember once upon a time in a different life, I coined the concept of the Twinsanity effect, which I described as an instance where a long-running franchise will shift severely in tone, which thereafter becomes the tone the series is both known for and is presented with, almost as if it was always like that. Vis-a-vis the Crash Bandicoot series from Twinsanity onward. But this is almost the inverse of that, where despite the series having examples of both classic style and TMB style, TMB is still what the series is known for. It's odd and a bit unfortunate, but at the very least, fans of the series will know that Twisted Metal Black and 2012 are the exceptions and not necessarily the rule. But that is something I would like for the people who are watching this who may not be familiar with the series or as familiar as I am to keep in mind. If you decide to skip out on the series because you saw this specific game and thought it was a bit much for you, there are at least 6 different games that might be better suited for you. But Twisted Metal Black is my kind of game. It's an experience that hits all the right notes and appeals to all my tastes. And it's funny because I've literally had people in the past tell me that I'm obviously just going with herd mentality when I say that this is the best Twisted Metal game. I'm obviously just lying to myself when I say I don't like things like Twisted Metal 3 or 4. Well, I'd like to think that I've pretty thoroughly explained my opinion, so hopefully I can tell anybody who wants to accuse me of misinterpreting my own opinion to shove it. But I do feel like my affection for this game goes a bit deeper than even what I've said up to this point. In a weird way, I feel like I owe a lot to Twisted Metal Black, as weird as it may sound, because it may not be my favorite game of all time, but it's one of the more important games I've ever come across, mostly because during the time in which I made the original video on this game back in early 2021, I was going through a lot of personal and creative burnout from a combination of the pandemic as well as personal projects I'd been working on not working out. And while I did make a video on Rift Apart before that one, I'd mostly made that video out of a desire to see something I once loved improve. But actually making that video made me physically ill because I was so burnt out I couldn't even look at editing software. Whereas I made the original Twisted Metal Black video on this channel out of a sense of creative interest, something I hadn't done in a while at that point. So I felt like this game kind of renewed my creative interest back in 2021 and in a sense is kind of responsible for a lot of this channel. I'm sure I would have eventually found that creative spark again, but I do, at least in this timeline, owe a lot to Twisted Metal Black. It's the game that gave me my creative spark back, and I feel like that's why I will keep coming back to it until I find every possible bit of meaning or symbolism I can get out of it. Aside from being a fantastic game in its own right, in near enough every possible way, this is a game that has a lot of personal meaning to me, despite the fact that I haven't really been playing it for all that long. Twisted Metal Lost. A curious enigma in the grand scope of the series. Although it is something that I've always treated with a matter-of-fact attitude, because as somebody who's been into the series as much as I have, Twisted Metal Lost was no different to me than any other game. It kind of just existed, and I assumed most people were under the same impression about it, but it occurs to me that I don't think many people really know about it in depth. And it is a fascinating bit of Twisted Metal lore with a very interesting history behind it, something that might even scare the socks off of the most jaded people. So allow me to give you a brief history and rundown of Twisted Metal Lost in this, the spookiest season of the year. Twisted Metal Lost is a partially completed beta build of what was supposed to be a sequel to Twisted Metal Black called Twisted Metal Harbor City. Some builds of this game have been discovered and showcased over the years, but Lost is a heavily altered, officially released version which came packed into the PS2 port of the game Twisted Metal Head-On, called the Extra Twisted Edition. This version includes this, Twisted Metal Lost, which includes 4 levels. Then you also have Sweet Tour, which includes a playable asylum and junkyard for you to walk around and discover things in, a 30-minute documentary on the history of Twisted Metal, and a mysterious text scroll that indicates that Twisted Metal Lost had a very dark history. One would assume that since Head-On is essentially a shot-for-shot port of a PSP game to PS2, they had a lot of extra free space on the disc to load up with various goodies, so they took the opportunity to give a buckshot approach to bonus content. Now, as for Harbor City, this was meant to be the most ambitious Twisted Metal game yet, with a seamless open world connected by highways that would allow you to go from level to level in a more organic way than ever before. And it would even include segments where you could explore environments on foot as Sweet Tooth, and I believe Preacher as well. But it was not meant to be, as a horrible tragedy struck. On March 13th, 2005, 6 members of the development team would be killed in a plane crash in Colorado after a ski trip. And without the load bearers of the development team, Harbor City faded away into nothingness. Or so we may have thought, because then something strange happened. 2 years to the day of the plane crash, March 13th, 2007, a note arrived at the Sony offices pleading to have the final works of these fallen developers be released to the public. A practical joke? Judge for yourself, because this note contained the signatures of all 6 of the developers who died in the plane crash. Not only that, but it also speaks in riddles, talking about knowing what the future holds, and refers to this game as the last of their earthly deeds. Coupled with the ominous music and the mystery of these circumstances, this is truly chilling. Nobody knows where the note came from. Nobody knows how it got to the Sony offices. Nothing is truly known about the circumstances surrounding this event. So all we're left to do is speculate. Could the dead have truly pleaded for their spirits to live on through their cancelled work? Nobody knows for sure. But regardless, it was this note that inspired the executives at Sony to release the final remnants of Harbor City in the form of Twisted Metal Lost. That's a pretty spooky story, isn't it? But you want to know what the scariest part about this tale is? It's complete and utter crap. Yep, I was lying for dramatic effect just now. This was a complete and utter fabrication created by the people responsible for compiling the 4 completed levels of this game and releasing it as Twisted Metal Lost, seemingly only creating this compelling little backstory in order to drum up a bit of intrigue for this mysterious unreleased game in such a way to match the game's overall tone. I mean, like I said, it's a neat little backstory, but it's so utterly outlandish that it would be impossible to take seriously. Like at least when Iron Maiden created a fabricated history for their song The Reincarnation of Benjamin Brieg, it was believable. Plus, to make things more interesting, a brief Google search will tell you that there weren't any noted plane crashes or even notable aircraft malfunctions in the entirety of March 2005 in the USA. There were a few outside of the States, but none inside. But I'm assuming you were never actually supposed to take it seriously. The real reason Twisted Metal Harbor City was cancelled was because, well, there are conflicting stories about this as it happens. Although there might be a little bit of truth in both these explanations. The first story I heard was the game was cancelled after the series co-creator left the project, no names were given, and no specific testimony is stated. I don't even know who that could have been, given that the only name generally associated with being a creator behind Twisted Metal is David Jaffe, but he was busy with God of War 2 at the time. I mean, there's Scott Campbell and Michael D. Jackson, but once again, without any specific testimony, it's hard to know what went on here. So the more likely story was the other explanation I heard, which is that Sony executives didn't see profit in the game. Particularly because at the time of the game going into alpha, there was no on-foot aspect to the game, and Sony executives felt that without any sort of on-foot aspect, an open-world game wouldn't be able to find an audience in a post-Grand Theft Auto world when it was expected that sandbox games have both. So if you've ever pined for an era that's long since passed, or if you believe that video games used to be so much better, just remember that video game executives have always been stupid. The rough on-foot demo was a super last-minute inclusion to try and save the game, but it was not meant to be. Now, I will admit, I'm trying to keep this history lesson as impartial as possible because this part of the video at least isn't a review, but I think whoever made that call needs to be punched, and then have all their friends and family be punched. With that said, we need to get one thing straight before we move on from this point. Twisted Metal Lost is not Harbor City. These are two entirely separate creations at this point. Like I said, you can find various builds of Harbor City kicking around the internet, and they aren't really much like Lost except for utilizing some of the areas, because essentially what happened from what I understand was that David Jaffe went back and retrofitted some of the areas of the sandbox map of Harbor City, and those retrofitted levels ended up being the levels you see in Lost, as well as the Suite Tour mode, which was included separately. I guess the only thing to say about Harbor City at this point is that it getting cancelled is unfortunate to say the least, but it isn't the first game to be cancelled, and it sure as hell isn't going to be the last. So this is all we're left with as far as official releases. The more interesting thing to me in this whole ordeal is definitely the Suite Tour mode, where you're lowered in and can walk around and explore, possibly making this one of the first examples of the walking simulator genre, although that obviously wasn't supposed to be the intention. They do show off some of the things that would have been a hazard in a game mode like this, but they're all completely harmless. Either you clip through them, or they add invisible walls. It's about as crude gets, because this was a barely functioning mode before it was cancelled, so all the textures are low quality, and what few animations are there are awful. I don't blame them, and it really doesn't matter, but it's still true. I mean, Sweet Tooth runs around like he's in dire need of using the toilet. His jumping animation stalls for like a solid second while he's still moving. This is the veritable definition of a proof of concept, and the only real substance is these 29 heads you can find that each tell you a little factoid about the series. A lot of which is very interesting for getting a behind-the-scenes look at how a lot of the ideas in the series are conceptualized, from cars to levels to bosses, etc. It's funny how several of these factoids talk about the thematic integrity of Twisted Metal and how the core team always tried to keep things from getting too far out of the realms of reality, even deciding to make suburbs a recurring level theme because they thought it was a compelling idea to have big battles taking place in what could very well be your own backyard. Incidentally, one of these scrapped designs that were scrapped because the team thought the design was too outlandish looks suspiciously like Meter Maid from Twisted Metal 4. It's funny how that, combined with what David Jaffe said in the Twisted Past documentary, makes it really clear just how much disdain the creators have for the third and fourth games for really dismantling the thematic integrity of the series. And I very much agree with that. As much as I'm beating a dead horse, I find those games far too goofy thematically. So this whole thing is fascinating, but it's definitely one and done. So with all these pickups in the Suite Tour mode, I guess you could consider this an exploration of the game or what the game could have been from a broad philosophical point of view, whereas the actual playable levels in Twisted Metal Lost is an exploration of the game or what the game would have been from a more functional point of view. And what would Twisted Metal be without a motley crew of colorful characters? Well, unfortunately, none of the characters' stories were ever finished, so the best we have to go on are their character profiles. And through these, we might be able to get an idea of what Twisted Metal Black 2 might have been going for tonally, although as I will discuss in a moment, likely not the case. The funny thing, and I mean really messed up thing about this game, is that even if you are mentally prepared for the level of derangement that Twisted Metal Black provides, Twisted Metal Lost makes Twisted Metal Black look like Twisted Metal 3. Because looking at these various character bios, to put it lightly, these are something else. Like how in between games, Warthog, aka Cage, tried to fight Sweet Tooth but lost horribly and had all 4 of his limbs cut off, but he was left alive as a message to anybody who wanted to mess with Sweet Tooth. Which means he somehow is a limbless body driving around a, well, station wagon with tank treads. I wish it was something that had a cooler ring to it. Or how about this one? Agent Stone, aka Outlaw, has been stuck in a time loop ever since the events of Twisted Metal Black, constantly reliving the day he went back in time and constantly being unable to save himself from being shot through the head. Then John Doe, aka Roadkill, is back, and it's been revealed that there's a bunch of John Does which are clones created by the FBI to stop Calypso. Then you have Axel, who blames himself for his wife's murder and hopes that by driving around and letting his feet be torn to shreds by the hot asphalt for long enough, his wife's spirit will forgive him. Then Bloody Mary, aka Spectre, who has lost all grip on reality and just drives around killing because that's what comes naturally. Or then you have Charlie Kane and his son representing Yellow Jacket, and as it turns out, the young Kane child is determined to end the Kane bloodline once and for all. So he specifically hunts down his own brother. There's a lot I could go over, but there's something that occurred to me during this playthrough. The majority of these stories come across like they were made up completely on the fly, and if David Jaffe really did just retrofit some pieces of Harbor City and duct tape them together into a playable demo like I'm told he did, this would make sense. And it would also explain some of these weird retcons. And that's weird retcons even for the standards of this series. Like how they used Dollface's beta ending as a basis for this game instead of the final game's ending because they established that she was a young girl who got locked into the mask and she outgrew the mask, so it has since started crushing her brain, whereas in the final game she was fully grown before getting the mask. Or how Black, aka Manslaughter, is apparently from a different dimension now? They say it's just a rumor, but that's a Chekhov's gun point. Why would they say it if it weren't true? And that's sci-fi nonsense, which I thought they were trying to avoid in the Black universe. Then John Doe being a clone is one thing, but he wasn't after Calypso in the last game. He was stopping an apocalypse cult. But I guess none of that really matters once you're actually in the game, which itself is basically Twisted Metal Black 2, exactly like it was sometimes internally referred to. But that's besides the point. Either way, it has all the same characters, and all those same characters have all the exact same specials, with the exception of Yellow Jacket, whose special can no longer directly stick into vehicles, so it's just an 8-way missile. But there are a few key differences. For example, energy attacks are no longer performed by using button combinations. It's now based on pressing directional buttons along with the triangle button, which took some getting used to, by which I mean it took me a while to even figure out that this was the case. But if I'm being honest, I feel like that actually works better as an in-the-moment sort of adaptation of the concept. It means you don't have to waste time inputting codes. But with that said, it means you can only have 4 separate energy attacks, 5 if you count the jump, which is done by pressing both of the shoulder buttons simultaneously. Otherwise, you can only use a shield, fire backwards, drop a mine, or throw an EMP. So you have no invisibility, no napalm, no super big attack, which I guess calls into question how useful those attacks really were, because aside from the big super attacks, I didn't find myself using any of the functions that they cut all that often. And I guess if they wanted to pare it down to the essentials for the sake of streamlining the controls, I'm very much in support of that. Now, what hasn't been changed is the character roster, like I said, which is basically identical with the exception of 2 characters. 12-Pack, who is a reanimated headless race car driver, and Goldtooth, who's like Sweet Tooth, except gold. Near as I can tell, that's the only difference. But thankfully, what doesn't have a difference is the general gameplay, which is everything you want in a Twisted Metal game gameplay-wise. High-octane action, responsive controls, varied weaponry, and the pure anarchic satisfaction of blowing your opponents to Kingdom Come. The core gameplay is obviously based entirely around Black, although there are a few slight alterations, such as the fact that I found the turning to be slightly more oversensitive compared to Black, and they also took away a few weapons, notably the reticle weapon and the satellite weapon, and I understand that they basically repurposed the reticle weapon to be 12-Pack's special move, but like, we already had that exact weapon. To gut it and then make it character exclusive with nothing about it in order to differentiate it from how it was introduced in Twisted Metal Black seems cheap to me. But regardless, my brain's hardwired to like this sort of thing, so I enjoy this game at a core level, but the levels could use some work. Even though there's only 4 arenas in the official release, I'd say it's a pretty mixed bag, with 2 good levels and 2 pretty meh levels. The Suburban Terror level is one of the most painfully mediocre levels in the history of the series. It's a mostly flat suburban area connected through a series of roads that has maybe like 2 interesting set pieces, and interesting is a stretch considering how absolutely bonkers these games can get sometimes with their set pieces. Being able to ramp a couple of times onto a giant slice of pizza is really not that special. Plus, this level has an overabundance of ricochet bombs and not a whole hell of a lot of other weapons from what I could find. Then you got Stadium Slaughter, which is just the interior area as well as the parking lot area of some sort of demolition derby arena. This is probably the most mundane level in the history of Twisted Metal. I mean, Black did try to be a little bit more grounded with its locales, but this wouldn't look out of place in Destruction Derby. It's flat and not particularly interesting. The final of the 3 levels in the main mode is Carnival of Darkness, which is actually a pretty interesting level, with plenty of interesting verticality, big rides, exploration, and an interesting visual subject matter. This is a level that wouldn't look out of place in any other game in the series. But it really doesn't make up for the first 2 levels, and once you beat the game, you can play the Deathport level, which is also pretty good. A couple of ships to ride around on, plenty of gaps to fly over, and I'm not sure if this game uses the exact same engine as Head-On, or if it's a modified version of the Black engine, or, if they're the exact same engine to begin with, but Lost does what Head-On does, and has it to where you only get dealt a small amount of damage if you fall off a ledge, instead of how it was before where you instantly die, which is very much appreciated for a level like this where it's very easy to fall in. So looking at this small level selection, if this were a completed game as it is, it would be a pretty middling game in the grand scope of the series, and also very inconsistent, as I found the first level to actually be the hardest because there are no healing pads, and I found it very hard to find the healing pickups, whereas from the second level onward you have the former, and the latter is a lot easier to find. So I never died once after that playing on normal difficulty, so this would have been a very very weird game. But we have to take into account that this was supposed to be a sandbox game of some description. If you guys remember the game Roadkill, that was essentially if Twisted Metal and Grand Theft Auto had a baby. To the point, in fact, that it even borrowed some UI design from Grand Theft Auto 3. I don't necessarily remember any individual location from that game, but I do remember certain general areas and the general map design. So it makes me wonder how much better the individual areas could have been if they were part of a larger whole and not just a singular area. But failing that aspect, this really does feel like a somewhat nondescript level pack for Twisted Metal Black. And that's a level pack in the old school first-person shooter sense, where the base game has all the best levels, and the expansion pack has all the levels that didn't quite make the cut for quality reasons, and they sell it as an expansion pack specifically for the hardcore enthusiast who just wants more. There is a 5th level on the disc that you can access through hacking that's basically functional but buggy called City of the Dead. And if they were to have finished that level to a functional degree and then added 1 or 2 more levels, then you probably could have taken this game and instead of making it an add-on to Head-On, you could have very well made it into an expansion pack called like Twisted Metal Black: The Lost Levels. Then sold it for 15 or 20 bucks with the understanding that it's pretty much for the hardcore enthusiast only. Maybe that wouldn't have been worth it considering that the extra Twisted edition of Twisted Metal Head-On came out in 2008. So presumably that also would have been coming out in 2008, and it's hard to really gauge how much interest there was in an expansion pack for a 7-year-old game on a last-gen console. But then again, 2008 was also well after the PS3 had launched, and therefore the PSN was available. So what they could have done was made it into an early digital exclusive on the PlayStation Network. I'm not sure how feasible that would have been, taking the code from a PS2 game and converting it to PS3, but if it was at all possible, that might have been a good idea as a means to use this unfinished content and kind of duct tape it into something sellable. Would it have done well? Who the hell knows? I feel like there was some missed potential here, and I feel like that comes down to Sony's own diminishing opinions of this IP in the mid to late 2000s. As it sits, it's more or less just a decent but not exceptional curious bit of history with a bit of a ramshackle feel to it. But it's also a bit of a bugbear of mine considering that every single time I have to make any sort of video that incorporates every single game in the series, I have to include this game that's barely a game in the discussion. Which I will admit gets very annoying after a while. With that said, there is more to this demo than just showcasing Harbor City, because if you beat this little demo on the hardest difficulty, you get a secret message. This secret message also points you to the Dark Past documentary, also included on this behemoth of content. The hint of looking at the bushes in the Paris level gives you a good idea of where to look first. And so what happens is that throughout this documentary, you'll get codes that will briefly flash up on the screen, much in the same way as Minions' messages in Twisted Metal Black. And if you find all these codes and decode them, replacing each number with their corresponding letter in the alphabet, you'll discover a message saying Twisted Metal is coming to PS3. Okay, so 2 things. First of all, I'm assuming that this specific code was referring to Twisted Metal Apocalypse, which was being worked on in 2008 before eventually being cancelled. Because a game for this series did eventually come out on PS3, but it came out in 2012, which I think wouldn't have been hinted at back in 2008, as there's no way this game was even in a conceptual stage by that point. They're just lucky that history kind of corrected itself in this case, otherwise having that as a secret message might have come across as tempting fate. And 2, coming to PS3. It's crazy how long ago this alleged game was being teased.
We're from the future.
Yeah, the 21st century.
The magnificent far-off year of 2002.
Really?
Yeah, that about sums it up. It's surreal to consider these small pieces of history that also point towards other pieces of media that are now decades old. 2008 was a hell of a long time ago, and the PS3 is a couple of generations old. As a matter of fact, what was once cutting-edge technology probably couldn't even cut a slice of cheese without breaking a hip at this point. You know, there was a period of time during my hipster phase where I unironically thought that game technology never needed to exceed the level of the 7th generation of games. I mean, yeah, it strictly speaking didn't need to, but it's funny looking at how primitive a lot of the 7th generation of games actually is now in hindsight. So yeah, I've gotten used to the presentation of modern games, and it's nice to have that level of production value, but I would prefer that we get this just without having to kill developers with heavy workloads. And also, I would like corporate executives that don't cannibalize their own user base in the name of making a quick buck, but here I've caught myself rambling again. In fact, if I seem a bit rambly, it's because there's really not much to say when you have 4 levels and a barely functioning proof of concept to walk around in. But I find Twisted Metal Lost to be a fascinating look at a sort of behind-the-curtains aspect of game development, and I really appreciate how they were able to take what is essentially just a couple of thrown-together elements from an unfinished game and actually make something out of it. Something that has its own lore and backstory. It's a real lemons to lemonade situation. Something that wouldn't work as its own thing, but as a bit of supplementary material, it's a very fascinating thing if nothing else. Hopefully I've given you guys a decent rundown of this mysterious bit of Twisted Metal history for those of you who may not have heard of it, or may have seen a video or two but didn't quite understand what it was. And to everyone else, I hope that I've at least provided a somewhat entertaining video. Full disclosure, when it comes to my video output, I tend to play by the beat of my own drum. I stay in my own lane, I do my own thing, and I try to keep my output to whatever I feel interested in. Because if I start making my output based on other people than myself, then it's only a matter of time before I end up with another dead channel. What this means is I usually don't take requests, mostly because if I didn't personally come up with the idea, I probably don't have any creative interest in it. This is probably the first and only exception to that rule that I've ever done. And why is that? Well, aside from actually being interested in this topic, it's by far been my most requested video ever. And even though I'm a few months behind the curve in this respect, I appreciate the requests because otherwise I would have never even known about this game's release. It's not every day that a new Twisted Metal game comes out, especially when that game is a fan revival of a cancelled game. Okay, well, it's not really a fan revival per se, or really a full finished game for that matter. Not by a long shot. But let's back up a bit, because I'm sure some of you who are unfamiliar with the topic may be asking yourself, what the f*** is Twisted Metal Harbor City? You see, way back in the halcyon days of the early 2000s, when Frosted Tips and Linkin Park ruled the roost, a little game called Twisted Metal Black came out, which quickly became the standard bearer and benchmark for the entire series it was part of from a quality and sales perspective. So naturally, both Incognito Inc. and PlayStation basically said, yeah, more of that. They wanted to make it the most ambitious game in the series yet, most notably including an open world component. As far as I'm aware, they got as far as the alpha stage, which for those of you who are unaware basically means that most of the intended content was in the game, but it had zero polish. Animations may be unfinished, it's probably riddled with bugs and optimization issues, and so on, but most of the pieces are there in some form or fashion. So I would imagine based off the current state of the game and the standard development window for the time, they were probably 6 months to a year before the game went gold. However, two things happened. First of all, PlayStation higher-ups wanted a Twisted Metal game for the launch day of the upcoming handheld, which would end up being the PSP, a game that would end up being Twisted Metal head-on. And that was indeed a day one launch title. Splitting the focus harmed the potential for Harbor City to see the light of day, but then the other killing blow was dealt when PlayStation executives basically decided that in a post-GTA 3 world, they didn't think a game that had an open world element but no on-foot aspect would resonate with audiences, which is funny because if this game was cancelled in 2005, Roadkill would have already been out, so they would have known that not to be true. So to the executive or executives who made that decision, I fart in your general direction. But anyways, between these two killing blows, Harbor City was unfortunately doomed to be cancelled. Apparently the on-foot segment of Harbor City that can be found in mission mode was a last-ditch attempt from the developers to save the game by including some form of on-foot segment. You can tell that this was the last thing made because it's easily the roughest part of the game. But it was not meant to be, and the game was cancelled anyway. If I'm not mistaken, I believe that means the game was at least effectively cancelled on August 11th, 2005, because that was the last time the game appeared to be worked on. The only remaining impact the game ended up having was Twisted Metal Lost, which we've covered previously on the channel. Basically, David Jaffe took it upon himself to take all the finished parts of Harbor City and stitch it all together into a bonus game in the special edition of Head On. He included 4 completed levels and the on-foot segments in what was called Sweet Tour mode, which is a sort of zero-stakes collectathon, and it was all stitched together with a metatextual story that was amateur creepypasta levels of bad. If you want more information on all that, you can check out my video on Twisted Metal Lost. In brief, Twisted Metal Harbor City was the cancelled sequel to Twisted Metal Black. Naturally though, that is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons, even passionate fans may revive your game. Now, I don't have a list of personnel who worked on this release, but I can say with certainty that the frontrunner of this project was User Unmutual. What I think happened is that this person and their team, I believe with some help from an archival group called Vault of Osiris, it's cult with a V, got a hold of what amounts to the final dev build, then did some voodoo magic of some description in order to get the game running on PCSX2. Well, sort of. You have to run a batch file, which I think implements some sort of modification to the version of PCSX2 that it's working on in order to get it working properly. To those of you who are unfamiliar, PCSX2 is the leading PS2 emulator. I use it for my videos all the time. I don't know what kind of black magic went into this, as I'm not a programmer, but all that matters is, they got the dev build, they got it working, and that's that. You can even play it right now if you want. I'll post the link in the description. So honestly, round of applause for the team responsible. This is kind of amazing. I guess for those of you in the comment section, just post the clapping emoji. I guess that constitutes as a round of applause. Now, there are a few questions I have about this game as it sits. My first question would be, what kind of modifications and how many modifications did the people who got this working as a public release do to the game? Because my gut feeling is telling me that this is the alpha build of the game as is, with very few modifications on their end, but I could be wrong. Like, there are 4 separate patches running, and I feel like they probably made those, but beyond a gut feeling, I couldn't tell you how much they did beyond that. And I wish I knew, because, let's be honest, I'm gonna be talking mad shit about this game, and I would feel awful if it later came out that something I talked shit about was something that one of the people who worked on the public release had worked on. So I just want to say preemptively, if I say anything bad about something that Unmutual or his team worked on, I sincerely apologize. Though if anybody on the team are watching and are willing to listen, I'm just gonna throw my hat into the ring. I'm gonna shoot my shot. If you guys are willing to create any more patches for the game, I would turbo appreciate a widescreen patch. It's usually a patch that comes with most games on PCSX2 by default, and I've heard it's also easy to implement a widescreen patch, but that's also my experience on PC, and it might be more difficult on PCSX2 when you're working with someone else's code. So it might be unreasonable, but I figured I'd ask. I mean, I could just force stretch it to widescreen, but doing that also gives me the urge to do something that would get this video demonetized. And a slightly more unreasonable request would be a deinterlacing patch. Yeah, you see those weird lines that move inconsistently to the actual action of the game? Yeah, that's interlacing. It had to do with CRT displays from back in the day. I'm no expert, but I can recognize what it looks like, and I hate it. I'm not sure if the interlacing is hard-coded into the game, but if there is potential to remove it, I would also turbo appreciate that. But both of these requests might honestly be a bit unreasonable, given the fact that this is all free work done by fans, and also might just generally be unreasonable for the amount of work it would take. So if I can't get it, I won't lose any sleep. Regardless, we're all kind of lucky that this game is even running at all, even in the state it's currently in. If there is one thing I would like that I don't think is unreasonable, it would be some sort of instruction manual or readme to help me understand what the f is going on in this game, because this is obviously a build of the game that was never meant to be seen by anyone but the devs, so you have a lot of elements in play that they as a collective understood the significance of, but without the context of having been in that room, I have no idea what they're supposed to be. Take, for example, the very first option in the game menu, Start Host Game.
What the hell is even that?
It exists outside of both single player and multiplayer options, so clearly it has some major significance. But if you click on it, you find yourself in an empty map as Roadkill fighting another Roadkill. If I had to make an assumption, an educated assumption, it's probably some sort of test mode. The type of test mode where you compile all the completed elements of the game to test them one by one, whether that be enemy AI, pathfinding, collision, NPC cars, all that stuff. You want to compile them here to test them out to make sure they're working as intended before you start putting them into structured levels. But like I said, that's only an educated assumption based on context, and I would love to be able to know for certain. When it comes to other aspects of the game I have no context on, let me tell you a story. When I first played this game, the camera was far too close by default. Normally, there's only a single button you need to press, or possibly two buttons to press to adjust the camera, and unfortunately that's not the case here. Pressing select brings up a debug mode, and that's something that's incredibly daunting if you aren't already aware of what each of these options do. There's something like 83 options. Thankfully, once you go down the list and find the camera options, it's actually quite simple, but as for the rest of these options, I have no idea what half of them do. And I'm afraid to fiddle around with them lest I completely break the game, because I'm not even kidding when I say every time I fiddle around with one of these settings, it's a 50-50 chance that the game will end up crashing. There were times when the game crashed for no apparent reason in my experiences, because when you're dealing with a game this unpolished, you have to expect catastrophic game-breaking glitches to be left in like that, so it's not like this game needs the extra help in being unstable. But at least when the game crashes, you know the game crashed. Meanwhile, there are a lot of instances where you will clip into a wall and fall into infinity and then have no recourse to correct your path other than quitting. In most games, they implement a system where if you fall a certain distance below the map, you'll automatically be teleported above the ground, and they have that in certain modes here, but not all of them. With that, you may notice me walking around as Sweet Tooth here. This is the aforementioned system they implemented to try and be comparable to a proper GTA game. This is Mission Mode. Mission Mode in theory is a story mode of Sweet Tooth, or Needles if you're being semantic, being thrown into prison only for him to escape and wreak havoc. This is the mode that would be later repurposed as Sweet Tour mode in the special edition of Twisted Metal Head-On. Based on the mission objectives and the placeholder screens where cutscenes were supposed to be, you can kind of get the sense for what the story was going to be about, because there's one point where you have to chase Calypso's mole. So presumably Calypso was in some way directly responsible for putting Needles into prison, and now he's out for revenge once he escapes. So it's a pretty standard story for the series, but it's an interestingly ambitious concept, but the gameplay is... well, like I said at the top of the video, this was a super late addition to the game, so it has the least amount of polish out of everything in the game. It has incredibly, and I mean incredibly, basic combat. You can't even punch while you're moving. You have to let go of the analog stick before you can properly hit someone. And these people you have to fight are as brain dead as it gets. The AI was probably only barely programmed, and so they have a few pathfinding algorithms and a programming command to hit you with whatever weapon they have if you're within a certain distance, but otherwise they don't do anything, and sometimes the pathfinding algorithm messes up, leading to hilarious moments like this. Plus, the animation is bare bones all around. Everyone's hopping around stiffly like they really have to pee, and that's if there are any animations to begin with. Things like torturing the warden to try and get him to tell you where your truck is only happens in theory. You're mashing the shoulder buttons, but nothing's actually happening on screen. Plus, you can't even normally access this mission objective. In this game, you can press all 4 of the face buttons to skip to the next objective, and you need to do this to access the warden torture minigame. I understand contextually why that's the case, but it still doesn't make it any less funny. And what's even more funny is that level 1 is probably the most polished. It actually has an identifiable structure to it. Find the warden, get his ID card, escape to the loading bay where you can jack a car, bing bang boom, makes sense. You even have innocent guards you can punch until they explode into giblets. That's not something that programs itself. So yeah, believe it or not, this is the peak. It only goes downhill from here. Mission 2 has you steal a prison ambulance and escape the place so you can go find the iconic ice cream truck at an impound lot. And this mission actually has a few rudimentary pre-rendered animations that take place. On one hand, that surprises me because that means these animations had to be some of the first things they added. Though on the other hand, I kind of understand why they were. This is a very linear mission, but it's also a linear mission where the contextual moments will force you down a separate path. Like how they'll blow up a tunnel forcing you to backtrack, kinda like this one moment in the original God of War. So for this mission to work even from a testing phase, they had to put those animations in to establish the context of why you're having to backtrack or go down a specific path. And they're still really unpolished, so I'd imagine they're just placeholders that get the point across. But eventually you find your way to a town and get to the impound lot. There were a few things I noticed at this point. First of all, there was a surprising amount of destructible environments even at this point. Entire buildings you could drive through, scenery you could destroy. There was a lot of detail even at this point. And that actually only becomes more apparent as we go on. The second thing I noticed is that when you reach the predetermined end of the mission, it doesn't automatically put you into the next mission. You actually have to quit out and activate the next mission manually. This really is giving me a deeper look into how many small details we take for granted when it comes to game development. Missions don't automatically end unless they program them to. Cutscenes don't activate until they program them to. It's easy to forget that every instance in a game is a specific occurrence that needs to be accounted for. Mission 3 is in the impound lot, and this is where they implemented certain other features like climbing or shimmying along an edge. Let's also not forget the various traps that aren't programmed to do anything at this point. This is the second area you could walk around in and explore in Sweet Tour mode. If you're familiar with that version of the level, there's nothing more to it here. The only difference is that now we understand why it's here and why the ice cream truck was at the end of the level. Also, trigger warning, this level has junkyard dogs that you can, well, yeah. Mission 4 is a battle with the cops downtown. Now that you've escaped and have your truck back, they're trying to take you back in. Makes sense. It's a very traditional car combat battle in the downtown level. Mission 5 is more of the same, except where you're fighting a bunch of people in an area with a carnival and a stadium. I think this is the city center level. The reason why you're fighting these people is, well, I don't know. And one thing I really noticed about this level is that you can see that there were aspects that would eventually be made into the carnival level from Twisted Metal Lost, but only certain aspects. So it seems like the finished levels are kind of a mashup of finished assets. Then Mission 6 is where you have to chase down the aforementioned mole, however he only runs for a little bit and then it turns into a standard battle. I'd imagine if this were a finished level, you'd have to chase him down without destroying him. The first time playing this mission, I had a sense that the game was on rails for this chunk because I found my controls were taken away from me. And maybe that's still the case, but then about a minute into the mission, this happened. Something tells me that wasn't supposed to happen. And also, I had another single instance where the game basically decided to take control away from me, so that basically confirms that this was just a coincidental occurrence. And then Mission 7 is the final mission they implemented, and it's really not even a mission. I get the sense that they were in the middle of making the level layout before the game got canned, because you have a lot of blatantly unfinished level architecture, several areas where you can fall into nothingness, and the most readily apparent path that looks like you should take leads to nowhere. There's no NPCs, no obvious structure. This is basically a test stage at best. I'm assuming there were supposed to be several more missions. 7 seems like a low number, even in a series where the average playtime is about an hour, and it's a shame we never got to see whatever the final boss was that they would have cooked up for this game, but them's the breaks, I suppose. If I were to describe this game mode with one word, it would be rough. It's barely playable at the best of times. I do appreciate what they were going for here, and I really wish I could have seen the finished version of what this could have been, but as it sits, I mean, it's a nice novelty, but even as far as the different aspects of this game are concerned, it's really not worth playing around with. Even by the standards of this game, it's completely unfinished. You're better off just sticking to the other main modes, and when it comes to those modes, this game is basically what you'd expect. One of the things I was interested in seeing was how the alleged open world aspect would be implemented, and I'm actually impressed with what they did, because they opened up the world without having to sacrifice the traditional gameplay. You see, every time you kill a certain amount of players in a level, some passage will open and you'll be able to drive to the next level where the next battle takes place. So it's kind of an open world in the same way that Tony Hawk's American Wasteland was an open world. It has pre-designed levels, but also has areas that connect them so as not to overload the processor by forcing it to load too much of the game at once. It's a non-standard loading screen, which is nice in that it keeps the action consistently flowing, but was it really a necessary implementation? At least in the way they did it. I guess that's up to the eye of the beholder. I wouldn't have minded if the levels were structured in the traditional sense because this does seem a bit gimmicky as it doesn't really add much compared to a standard loading screen. All this really does is give them something they can put on the box blurb or into press releases. Plus, by having the game be structured like this, it means that different environments have to have more internal logic. You can't exactly have the same level of variety or ridiculousness that previous level lists have because you have to make sure they connect to each other logically. You can't drive through a tunnel and find yourself on a prison ship or a series of dilapidated skyscraper rooftops, for example. So the groundedness does make the level selection a touch more boring, but at the same time, this is the only game where they really tried this, so this is worth coveting just for the fact that it's something they had never done before and haven't done since. So I'm a bit mixed on this. It makes the levels inherently less interesting, but I do find it a neat idea if nothing else. It's not something I would have liked to see a lot of, but once is okay. And that's not to say that different levels aren't interesting. They're definitely more grounded than you would have had in previous games, and they may be a bit on the weaker side, but they're not bad by any means. You start off in the ghetto. This level is one of the better ones in the game. At first, it's mostly just a flat square without much going on, but there's actually a surprising amount to explore, including multiple routes to get to the rooftops and then go roof hopping, which is always fun. Outside of that, there isn't a ton to play around with. You have some highway to play around on, a few minor interesting set pieces, and that's basically it. Nothing to light the world on fire, but it's pretty solid. Then downtown, which has some nice little areas to play around in and a good amount of destructible buildings, more on that in a minute. It's also a big square, but it does leave itself open to more varied gameplay with its man-made ramps and the reservoir at the end. You have the city center, which is actually a carnival and a basketball stadium made to share a hotel room. But while the basketball stadium portion of the level is a bit standard, even if you can go onto the roof and all around the interior, the best part is definitely the carnival with all the rides and fun verticality that the two major rides give you, but personally I think this level was better laid out in Twisted Metal Lost. However, if there's one thing I wish the Lost version carried over, it would be the environmental attack, because it's probably the most clever environmental attack this series ever did. In theory, it's pretty standard. You have this giant eyeball and it shoots lightning, but you can actually detach the eyeball from its perch and roll it around where you wish, and it will shoot lightning from wherever it's sitting, which means it's perfect for laying a booby trap. That's a great idea for an environmental attack, and it sucks that it's basically trapped here. And this is where things get interesting. Even though I've been driving between these areas as they come up, the next area that comes up on the minimap is a completely inaccessible area. I even tried to use the debug menu to try and spawn where the alleged tunnel to the next level is, but it didn't exist. Still, there is one more level in the open world mode, Goth, though it's accessed through a tunnel that's off in the corner, which is far away from where the green blip on the radar is. It looks like some sort of ancient Gothic church that was repurposed into a mall, which is the most tragic thing you can do to a piece of beautiful architecture like that. This level has some good verticality, several elevated areas to explore, and a lot going on, but it's far too big for its own good. You could have just had the mall and this would be a serviceable level, but the outside area just gives this level far too much commute. Still, I quite like the inside of the mall for what it's worth, and surprisingly, that's it for as far as the open world is concerned. At least as far as I could find. I drove all over the map to try and find the next area, but I couldn't find a thing. And there's no indicator icon to let me know where the next level was, even though the game said there was one. Which I guess was a bit of placeholder text for whenever they got around to implementing the next level. I even clipped myself through the floor to see if there was any hidden tunnels. No such luck, I'm afraid. But once again, this felt like the point where the development was coming to an end, and so this level feels noticeably glitchier than other levels, although the other levels still have their moments, but comparatively Goth clearly is still a work in progress. I wonder if more open world levels were available in previous dev builds, and maybe they were cut out of this version so they could polish what was there. Maybe I'll have to do a deep dive on the previous dev builds someday as well. Either way, as far as the open world is concerned, that's it, despite the game having several other levels. Now thankfully the rest of the levels you can explore in challenge mode and endurance mode. The first of these levels is called Docks. It's a very wide level, and it has some fun ideas, such as the ships in the harbor, many of which would once again be repurposed and lost. I also managed to clip myself into one of these ships at one point. I had to use the debug menu to get myself out. You have the broken down freeway, a small city, and so on. Nothing that will blow your mind, but for what it is, it's perfectly serviceable. Railyard, on the other hand, has some fun ideas, such as two-way ramps separating chunks of the level, but otherwise it's very big and very empty, with a lot of architecture that has no collision data, so you can clip right through it. So it's a double whammy of unfinished and too big, but it's still fun in parts. And then there's the airport, in which there's a lot to explore, but the level is too damn big. It really needed to be cut down to like half its size to be effective. Still, clearly a lot of work went into this because there's a lot of buildings to explore and you can plow right through the walls, which is fun. And it's hilarious to see these airplanes take one bullet and just crumple like paper mache in the rain. Must have been a Boeing. So yeah, interesting ideas, lots of places to explore, but the size kills it. Then Shipyard is the type of level that barely functions. It literally spawned me in a permanent loop of falling into the abyss and then respawning over the abyss. Once again, I had to manipulate my location data to even see the level. It has the potential to be okay, I guess, but I just feel like this level is so woefully unprepared for prime time that I can't really judge it. It's like judging a 4-year-old for their skill at arithmetic. It's just unfair. Both Stadium and Suburbs are pretty similar to their counterparts in Twisted Metal Lost. You can tell that these were the levels that they thought were far enough along that they could be slightly modified in order to see prime time. They are noticeably different, such as with the Suburbs having a long highway to the abyss, much like several other levels, and boy is that an existential thought or what. Being trapped in a 4-square-mile chunk of land, and when you try to escape it's just an abyss. Anyways, then with the Stadium, this version has a truncated area and an upper area that's much more expanded upon, but otherwise these levels are very similar to their Lost counterparts. So if you've played Lost, you really won't get much more out of these levels than you already have. And unfortunately, those are all the levels I have the ability to show you. I tried to play the last 4 levels on the selection, those being Freeway, Estate, Harbor 1, and Harbor 2. But they could not be persuaded to work. According to the wiki, Freeway is only compatible with other versions of the game and not with any sort of emulator. The Estate file apparently doesn't exist despite being a planned level, and apparently Harbor 1 and 2 are file copies of the on-foot segment in the Asylum in mission mode. So overall, kind of a meh series of levels that probably needed some extra time in the oven, and had they gotten it, we probably would have had ourselves a much more solid roster here. If they weren't already aware of the flaws with these levels, I'm sure beta testers would have been the first to let them know. But if there's one thing that makes it somewhat worth it to me, it's the absolute ridiculous levels of environmental destruction. Like, you can tell they were really pushing that aspect in the game because it's one of those things that even at this point is almost a universal feature of every level. And I'm not just talking about the ability to drive through houses, that's child's play compared to the other things you can do. You can drive into and sometimes destroy entire buildings a lot of the time, and there was one moment where I didn't even know what happened. I saw an explosion and suddenly half of downtown was destroyed. It turns out if you destroy this random fuel station, it will cause a chain reaction that destroys the entire city. That is sick. And that's only one level. I lost count of the amount of random level architecture you can destroy, from highways to buildings to entire chunks of the game world. Sure, a lot of this is crude and sitting at various levels of unfinished, some of it even slows down the game, but it's still a fun addition. If there's one shortfall of the destructible environments, it's that there's no clear indication between what is and isn't destructible. A lot of it is just trial and error, so you have to start ramming certain buildings until you find one that breaks. Or you can just not bother and discover it organically. As for the character roster, surprisingly, there's actually a lot here. Sort of. It's worth noting that the roster of cut characters is pretty significant. You actually have just as many cut characters as you have characters. And that makes me wonder something about this series towards the latter half. You see, once they had an established roster of characters, I wonder if they started making character models for as many as they could and then decided as they went along who was going to stay on the roster and who was going to go. Because why else would they cut so many characters? I was excited to see that the roster this time around included Pit Viper. We haven't seen Pit Viper since the very first game. And we also have 2 new characters, Stock Car, which would later become 12-pack, and some old pickup which never really stuck the landing. It's worth noting that the amount of effort that went into making new characters that they couldn't just copy and paste from Black is pretty inconsistent. Like, instead of having that SWAT car for Outlaw, they gave him a more traditional look, fit with Slender Man in the back, for some reason. You also have Mr. Slam, who wasn't in Black, and yet they decided to design and implement his classic special attack where he picks you up and slams you into the ground, which is probably one of the more elaborate special attacks to program, but then for some reason, Pit Viper, Stock Car, and Old Pickup all have a placeholder special attack, which is just Spectre's special attack. That's really strange. I can understand not having a set attack for Stock Car and Old Pickup, but Pit Viper? They already had a set special from the first game, and they already displayed that they're willing to make new special attacks, even at this stage, so why Pit Viper got the shaft, I have no idea. Otherwise, whoever else you play as, you know exactly what to expect. Well, in theory you might know what to expect, but what you might not expect is a much weaker feeling experience overall. This is where we kind of get into the issue of how much an experience relies on the details. You see, I don't think this is a bad game to play, not by a long shot, even at this point. It's obviously based on the Black engine, don't take that sentence out of context. And Twisted Metal Black is great. Much like most of the rest of the games, it always felt kinetic and explosive. But I find the experience here feels more like a flatline. It doesn't feel innately fun to blow the crap out of your enemies. I've heard it said that the key to visceral gameplay is to start adding details and never stop. And that pays credence here because when you take away all the polish and the details, what you're left with is kind of dull. I mean, there's no music for a start. Early builds of the game apparently had licensed music added without permission. Makes sense, nobody was ever meant to see those builds, but in this build, there's no music outside of the main menu, and half of the sound effects are missing as well. Though in fairness, the menu music only showed up half the time, so I'm wondering how much of the audio issues were due to unfinished sound design, and how much had to do with the game glitching out. But either way, aside from that, so much of the general visual detail just isn't there yet. So everything as is just makes the whole experience feel a whole lot less impactful, but once again, I'll say what I've said multiple times now, that's just what you get when you take a build of a game that was never meant to see anybody's eyes but the developers. And that's something that kind of paints the entire experience and pretty much makes any criticism I can give this game null and void. Because of course all these issues exist. The game is half finished. It's fun to point these things out, but doesn't really ultimately mean anything. Besides, this game does have a very distinct novelty to it. I remember when Ross Scott saved the game Bit-Bop 3 from extinction. He described it as like discovering one of the old frontiers of gaming. Something that very few, if any, had ever seen before. I kind of feel the same way about this game. It's interesting to explore one of the old frontiers knowing that very few people have ever laid eyes on this, and very few were ever even meant to lay eyes on it, even if it is woefully undercooked. When you're exploring one of the old frontiers, this is honestly about as good as you could expect it to be, and when you really think about it, there aren't many old frontiers of gaming left. Pretty much everything can and has been archived, then played by a million people. It's cool to be riding the wave when experiencing something like this. Though it's times like this that makes me sad to know that Twisted Metal doesn't have as many crazy dedicated fans as other franchises. You know, the type of people who would take it upon themselves to actually finish this game. Something that comes to mind in this situation would be something like Project 06. A one-man fan recreation and attempted fix job of one of the worst games ever made, Sonic 06, in the Unity engine no less. I fiddled around with it and it's f***ing outstanding. It's the type of game that outdoes most of the franchise it's part of, and it's made by a passionate fan, one single passionate fan, in his bedroom. For as inconsistent and at times terrible as the Sonic franchise can be, that's the level of crazy dedication that it inspires in people. Like, just imagine for a second if this franchise had 1% of that level of dedication. If you had a group of people or even a solo developer willing to make a Project Harbor City and could actually take this game and remake it from the ground up. I would pay like $100 a month to that Patreon. Okay, maybe not, I don't think I can afford that, but the point still stands that I would love to see some people try and fully complete this. That would be sweet. That would be sweet tooth. Maybe someday that can happen. Even old franchises like this attract new fans every once in a while, and maybe through luck of the draw, we'll get someone like Chaos X who just wants to see justice done to this curious bit of history. But otherwise, that's it. That's all this game really is, a curious bit of history. Personally, I wouldn't even say it counts in the grand scheme of things, because how do you judge a game like this compared to its finished contemporaries, and more to the point, how do you judge quality when it's clearly not all it can be? So as appreciative as I am of the fact that this is even a thing we can play now, I probably won't come back to it. Not unless somebody actually goes through and finishes it. I also won't be including it in any future discussion, whether it be rankings or anything else, though that may be subject to change. You know, I know I'm like one of 5 people who give a damn, but I gotta say, the Twisted Metal continuity is a complete and utter travesty. You have the first 2 games by SingleTrack, okay. You have the 3rd and 4th games by another company that completely bastardized the concept, but their games were otherwise considered the official sequels. Then once the original team from SingleTrack completely left the company to form Incognito Inc., they made both Black and Small Brawl, both of which were for all intents and purposes completely different continuities, and while it was once again the original team working on it, they still made games completely unlike the original 2. Then finally, we get to the subject of today's video, Twisted Metal Head-On, because now that Incognito Inc. had created what many consider to be their magnum opus in Black, they decided to go back to the original vanilla caffeine-free continuity. But instead of working off of what 989 Studios had done, they instead decided to completely ignore the 989 games and instead make Twisted Metal Head-On the official sequel to Twisted Metal 2, in the intended vision for what the original developers wanted for the series, making this game canonically the 3rd game in the whole continuity despite being the 7th game in the whole series. Wrap your mind around that. You know, I've been getting into the Halloween movies recently, and boy, I'm seeing some parallels here. Aside from the masked killer being the most recognizable figure, a sequel that's a complete departure from the original concept to the point that most people don't even acknowledge it, a reboot that takes an already grisly, messed up concept and takes it to its logical conclusion, and now multiple different continuities based around different creators making different sequels to early entries. Although the irony is that my favorite Halloween movie is 4, not so much with Twisted Metal. Now, if you watched my video on Harbor City, you already know the story behind this game, and if you haven't, well, you should. But to give a quick recap, this was the game that Incognito Inc. ended up making instead of Harbor City because PlayStation wanted a Twisted Metal game to launch alongside their new handheld device, which would end up being the PSP. The shifting of resources and focus was one of the handful of reasons why Harbor City was cancelled, so in the end, Harbor City died so that this game could live, leaving this game with a little more to live up to than it did originally. Aside from that, it was also a sequel that ignored a couple of lesser received sequels and is directly intended as the true sequel to what is popularly considered one of the best games in the series. So basically, what we have here is a recipe for a game that's tempting fate. I think the issue from the start is the 2 games that this entry is most connected with. Twisted Metal 2, the game it's a sequel to, as well as Twisted Metal Black, the most recent entry in the series at this point. Because of this, those are what this entry is going to be most compared to, and both those games revolutionized the series in their own ways. Whereas Head-On seems more like a comfortable sequel, something that's not intended to push the series forward in many ways, but it would be unreasonable to expect every sequel to be revolutionary in some way. Sometimes a bit of wheel spinning is acceptable, and I'd say that's definitely the case here. But it's for that reason, and more that we'll get into, that I think this game can be considered easily the most forgotten entry in the series. And after playing through this game something like 9 times for this video, it's hard for me to deny that the game doesn't deserve that. But generally, underplayed or not, I think the game deserves justice, so it falls on me to do Twisted Metal Head-On the justice it deserves. Now, while this game was a PSP launch title, I'm mostly going to be focusing on the PS2 version ported to the PS2 by Eat Sleep Play, the successor to Incognito Inc., because it's the version I'm most familiar with. The mission statement of this game seems to be bringing the series back to its more cartoony, more exaggerated, more darkly comedic roots. I'm generally not a fan of bringing things back to their roots because usually to go back to your roots means to go back to when you weren't as good, but in this case I believe that aiming for something akin to the first or second games isn't a bad thing because those games were excellent in their own right. This mission statement is displayed right from the game selection when you have the option to pick either Lost or Head On. For Head On, Sweet Tooth's portrait is straight cartoony compared to the more realistic portrait of Lost. And this is what it looks like mid-transition. Fiddle-dee-dee. And they continue that mission statement with a cel-shaded intro cutscene that's excellently animated and introduces you to all the characters. This is actually very reminiscent of the cutscene from the intro to Twisted Metal 3, but where that attempted to be realistic CGI for the time and ended up falling down the uncanny valley and hitting every rock on the way down, Head On is stylized, so it makes the most out of its lower resolution, and that's just the first indication of the fact that this is like Twisted Metal 3 done much better. The only drawback is, and this seems to be a universal issue with the PS2 version, there's some noticeable video corruption going on here. Emulated or on original hardware, it's all the same, and unfortunately, the in-game cutscenes couldn't maintain that level of quality. This is obviously a space limitation given that this game had to fit on a tiny PSP disc, so even if they did have the time to make a fully CGI cutscene for every character, it probably wouldn't have fit. In its place, we have what amounts to motion comics with voiceovers, which is more than serviceable for the stories they attempt to get across, although with the general back-to-basics approach, there's nothing really new or fresh with the story. It's the age-old approach. If I recall correctly, I believe 2 years have passed since the previous contest we were privy to in Twisted Metal 2, and now Calypso is hosting another tournament for the usual prize.
I am Calypso. The entire planet is your battleground. Your prize, one wish.
But the individual stories are pretty cool. A lot of it follows up on Twisted Metal 2, such as Miranda Watts taking up the mantle of Twister after her sister Amanda Watts went missing after she competed, and if those two aren't collectively referred to as the Twisted Sisters, we have failed as a species. Miranda is of course looking for her missing sister, and that leads to a hilarious ending cutscene. Then there are the two characters who previously died and are back from beyond the grave to try and make things right. Simon Whittlebone, who fell from his great tower, wants another chance at life, and Krista Sparks wants Calypso to undo the car accident that killed her. Then there's the curious case of Outlaw, because Carl and Jamie are now reunited and united against Calypso and want to finally put an end to this madness once and for all. Or Axel, who, having regretted ripping his own arms off, got robotic arms installed by a scientist on the condition that he win the competition and give up his wish. Of course, not every story is just following up on something from Twisted Metal 2. There's our boy Sweet Tooth, who's sick of simply being the star of the competition and now wants to run the competition, which may or may not have been inspired by TM4, but even if it was, I don't think anybody from the team would be willing to admit that, considering their well-documented opinions of Twisted Metal 4.
Regarding Twisted Metal 3 and 4, I think my reaction and many other people on the team is, what have you done with our baby?
Or there's Mr. Grimm, who finally wants to retire from being the Grim Reaper. I think the most interesting story of this entire game is definitely Marcus Kane, because in Twisted Metal 2, while he may have shared a last name with Needles, any connection between the two was subtle at best, and the same goes for his self-awareness. He may have been self-aware of the fact that he was in a video game, but that was barely mentioned. Then Black came along and made it an established fact that he and Needles were different personalities of the same shell. But that was only a fact that you could unlock through at least 20 hours of work, and then you had to decipher a bunch of codes. Now all subtlety is out the window. They're straight up telling you that Marcus and Needles are the same person right in Marcus's character bio. A fact that's expressed to varying degrees in both their stories as well as the eventual Darktooth story. Yeah, once you beat the game once, I think on any difficulty, you unlock Darktooth as a playable character, notably the final boss of the second game as well as this game. And the entire concept of the character is what happens when two opposing personalities finally decide to unite as one. And it's honestly one of the most intriguing concepts, if not the most intriguing concept, that the game has going for it. Lots of good stuff here, things that logically follow up on previous games and are interesting if slightly underdeveloped, but given the series it's part of, it's not like each of these stories could be developed beyond a single cutscene or two. But that's the thing, we had more than that just in the last game. I just wish they could have kept up with the 3 cutscene structure of Twisted Metal Black to help flesh out these stories more. I know the second game only had 1 cutscene per character, and some of those endings were classic, but now that we've had a taste of how much more depth the 3 cutscene structure can add, I didn't want to let that go.
It started out so simple, so pure.
2012 understood this, but that's a discussion for another day. So the general plotting of this game from story to story is fine, but not all it could have been. But if there's a statement for the entire game, that would probably be it. Not all it could have been. So with that out of the way, the big question is, how does this game play compared to its contemporaries? Well, let me just say off the bat, going forward, you may get the impression that I hate this game, and I just want to say preemptively, that's not the case. I think this game is decent to good, but I have a lot of criticisms for it. The first point I want to make might actually go against the grain for what a lot of people think. Some people will tell you that if you're just getting into the series, you should start with Black or 2 because those are generally considered the best games. That's a fair enough assessment. Everyone will have a different opinion on this matter. I'm sure some psycho freak will even tell you to start with the 3rd game. Probably somebody who isn't bothered with this series gaining any new fans. Personally, for a while, my answer has been Twisted Metal Head-On is the best game to start with. And it's not necessarily to do with the game's quality, because I do think this game is of somewhat lesser quality compared to other games in the series. But I think that this game is the perfect starting point because of 2 reasons. First of all, this game has the most content out of any Twisted Metal game. You have no less than 18 main characters and 11 levels. So you have easily the most variety of characters you've ever gotten in the series, leaving you with more base variety. You also have more levels than most of these games, with the exception of something like Black, which had more levels, but with several levels left behind multiplayer. So as far as gameplay variety, you'll generally get more out of this game compared to pretty well any other game in the series, and with 18 characters to play as, it's basically guaranteed that at least one of these characters will be suited to your specific playstyle sensibilities. The other reason that I think this is a good starting point is that this is by far the easiest game in the series. Allow me to emphasize so you understand. This isn't among the easiest, this isn't arguably the easiest, this is by far the easiest game in the series. Let me tell you something. Whenever I take an extended break from the series, I always try to reacquaint myself with the series by playing a game on easy mode, just as a way to refamiliarize myself with the controls and gameplay, and even on easy, most of these games in the series can be pretty unforgiving. Not Head-On. Going through this particular ritual, I went through the entire game without dying a single time on easy mode, even though I was trying to refamiliarize myself with the controls. Hell, I didn't even lose that much health. So it's a good game to learn the mechanics and the general gameplay sensibilities before you move on to more challenging experiences. This is the gateway drug to Twisted Metal, and I honestly wonder if that's the reason why this game is as forgotten as it is. Because there's really nothing wrong with it, in theory, but the old games were all stimulating experiences as far as their challenge. The fact is, most of these games have always been kinetic, explosive experiences, but the old games were only enhanced by the fact that in a lot of cases you were scraping by the skin of your teeth. It made it that much more satisfying, whereas when you take the same experience and make it much easier by several increments, it makes it much more akin to white noise. I thought Twisted Metal 2 punishing new players by cutting off the game halfway in if you're playing on easy was pretty silly, and a bit of correction may have been necessary, but this goes so far in the other direction that it's even more silly. Because within reason, you can get better at a hard game, whereas there's only so easy you can make a game before it just stops being fun. And while I think it's a good game to start with, I also think that anybody familiar with this series should play on the hardest difficulty flat out from moment one. Because even on the hardest difficulty, it doesn't really measure up to the easier difficulties of the previous games. The only times I died in hard mode was when I was playing recklessly, just throwing myself into danger, or when I got swarmed by multiple characters. Because if you do get attacked by multiple characters on the hardest difficulty, you can die fairly quickly. But in most cases, it's not that hard to avoid these situations just by going after the characters who are alone. In most 1v1 situations, or as I prefer to call it, jousting, because they usually just boil down to ramming into each other and throwing your entire arsenal at the other person, it's usually pretty trivial to curb stomp any enemy without losing much health, especially while using the freeze blast. On hard difficulty, they do tend to use the freeze blast more often, but the AI isn't particularly good, so even if they do freeze you a couple of times, they usually don't take advantage as best they could. Unless you're fighting someone like Mr. Slam who uses his special attack on you, he's the one you don't want to get caught by. Also, I'm not sure if this is just on hard difficulty, but I did notice more while playing on hard difficulty that if your enemies get to low enough health, they automatically abandon the fight to seek out the nearest healing item. I do think it's a bit unfair that they always intuitively know where the nearest healing item is, but as long as you aren't frozen, it's pretty easy to keep pursuing them as soon as they run away, and if they do try to run away, they are the easiest of easy pickings to finish off. Especially because even on the hardest difficulty, you basically never run out of weapons. In fact, the opposite is true. I was routinely running out of space for more weapons to the point where I was spamming them at times just to get rid of my arsenal. So no matter the circumstances, you're always too powerful in this game. I know this isn't always the easiest thing to balance, and I'm not necessarily sure why I always have more than enough weapons, whether it be the spawn rate, the density of weapons in the level, or the amount that I get per pickup, but there's no reason I should have 10 power missiles or 14 homing missiles at any given time. Part of what makes laying into your opponents with missiles and whatnot so satisfying is the scarcity of the weapons. Building yourself up takes time, so the payoff is more worth it. It makes every single shot potentially high stakes. Also too, in previous games, no one weapon was ever in such high abundance that you could rely on something individually. You had to be willing to change up your game plan at a moment's notice. Like maybe all you have are a bunch of remote explosives, so you need to start laying traps. Maybe you're out of missiles but have a bunch of ricochets, so you have to plan around the bounce trajectory. This is a case where the scarcity creates ingenuity, but with such a high abundance of weapons in this case, for most of the game, it's not about what you have, but rather how you can get rid of what you have as quickly as possible. And let me be perfectly clear, this is still true regardless of whatever difficulty you're playing on. The funny part is, this game doesn't have a very hard mode, but it has a super easy mode. I haven't even touched that because I'm almost afraid of how easy that mode is. Like perhaps for every shot you fire, an F-22 Raptor will carpet bomb the place. I know this is a pretty long rant on a single thing, but for a game series this simple, changing a single thing can result in massive fluctuations in quality. When looking at this game as a whole, I think I understand why the difficulty was balanced like this. This game has a save system without a password system, but unlike Twisted Metal Black, you also don't get your lives back at the beginning of every level, which means that you essentially have to get through the game on 3 lives, plus whatever lives you can get through the minigames. More on those in a minute. So I believe that what they did is that they balanced the game so that you can get through on 3 lives. I feel like they missed the forest for the trees here because realistically there was nothing wrong with how Black did it. You got 3 lives for every level, but each level is hard as balls. But trying to accommodate the live system the way that Head-On does it, it's like if you had a very tall person who kept ramming their head into a door frame, and instead of taking the time to build a new door frame, they instead cut off their feet so that they could get under the door frame easier. There are better ways to do this.
What a shame.
But now that I've successfully ranted about the game's difficulty for like 10 minutes, what about the rest of the game? I think the lone major inclusion this time around is a system wherein every time you destroy another player's vehicle, you're able to pick up an upgrade from their charred remains. There are several upgrades, and they each range from completely useless, like 10% ram damage or jump height, to almost game-breaking, such as the special weapon or machine gun upgrades. And you can have multiple upgrades at once, meaning that after one level, you could potentially have extra health, special weapon and machine gun upgrades, and faster energy regeneration. To be fair, you lose all your upgrades upon dying, but if you have all the upgrades, there's a very slim chance you're going to die. It's one of those perplexing cases like in bullet hell shooters where the longer you're able to go without dying, the easier the game becomes, when realistically, it should, if not be the other way around, at least not be the case. In fairness, it's a neat idea that rewards you for efficient killing while staying alive yourself, and as a matter of fact, it makes me afraid of dying at all, lest I have to restart my entire upgrade tree. Plus, I absolutely adore each upgrade that they give to the special attacks. They don't just blanketly make every special attack do more damage, they actually each have a unique upgraded form. For example, with Sweet Tooth, you can charge up a meter and then fire multiple of his napalm cones. Then you have Outlaw, where your attack is seemingly unchanged, however, you then discover you can do more damage by tapping the fire button multiple times. Then you have Grasshopper's attack, which normally just has you jump and ram into a nearby opponent. How do you upgrade that? Well, it's another case where while you're in the air, you can continue to tap the fire button to fire green beams into your opponents, doing additional damage beyond the ramming of your car into them. A lot of them boil down to charging something up or tapping the button multiple times, but they each have a unique effect that you have to discover for yourself. And I really appreciate that, unlike some of the other upgrades, it adds a tangible variety that you have to intuit for yourself. I appreciate the added variety, and I appreciate the way it changes things up. So for that alone, I think the upgrades aren't a bad idea, not by a long shot, and as a matter of fact, I think it's a good idea that adds a touch of spice to the gameplay, but it would have been better in a game where it were an edge needed to turn the tide of battle, and not just a nuclear bomb among many other nuclear bombs. Other than that, you know exactly what you're getting out of this game. Several levels back to back, a couple of boss fights, several different weapons you can use, the standard. Come to think of it, I don't even think they introduced any new weapons. The only thing that classifies as any sort of battle item that was added was the shockwave, which uses up your energy. It can be done by hitting up, down, left, right. As for the rest of the defensive powers, they're all returning from previous games, though they answered my prayers and simplified the rear fire ability just by making it up, down, down. An easy 3-button combination that you usually won't accidentally do in normal gameplay, but can be done in a pinch. But yeah, basically no new weapons added. I think that's a first for the series. They may have renamed a few of them, but they're all functionally identical to other weapons that have already been introduced. I mean, I guess I'm not entirely sure what else they could have introduced, but I know 2012 has some new weapons, so just get creative, I guess. I mean, sure, I described Twisted Metal 3 and 4 as being a bit bloated in that regard because they added so many weapons that a lot of them ended up either derivative or useless, but this goes too far in the other direction. Even a couple of the levels are basically just remakes and updates of previous levels, the most egregious of which would be the Paris level, which is like the Paris level in the second game, but expanded to include a second half of the level that doesn't really add much, as it's mostly just flat. You even have the exact same gimmick of being able to blow up the Eiffel Tower. I guess in theory they wanted to take the gimmick and make an updated version, and you know what? I appreciate that. They even took the opportunity to make the tip of the Eiffel Tower slam into the ground, which creates this level's environmental attack by making it electrified. Then you have Los Angeles, which is somewhat similar to the Los Angeles level from the second game, especially with the trench surrounding the entire level, and the level proper is more or less a large flat area with some buildings and set pieces scattered around. Granted, they do have some wavy roads and ramps and whatnot. Plus, you can also teleport all the way up to the Hollywood sign and even blow it up. And that's what I think of Hollywood, especially any studio that tries to push AI as the way forward. Yes, I'm talking about you, Sony. Okay, technically it's the LA Wood sign, but my point still stands. And then there's the Tokyo Streets level. Am I the only one who thinks this level is extremely reminiscent of the Hong Kong Crunch level in the second game, except for the graphics that are depressingly gloomy? It doesn't help that you also fight the final boss in this level, which just so happens to be Dark Tooth. Technically the same final boss as the second game, except that it's not Charlie Kane this time around, and also it has this grabby attack. Despite some additional set pieces, it feels like it's going through the same motions as Hong Kong Crunch. Come to think of it, Tokyo Rooftops also seems semi-reminiscent of the abandoned skyscrapers level from Twisted Metal Black. That level is still good, don't get me wrong, especially the fact that you have to make your own pathways between buildings by blowing up these radio towers, but I'd be lying if I said it's not a touch derivative. In fact, the Uncle Eddie boss fight is virtually identical to Minion from Twisted Metal Black, with the one exception being that you have to fight a bunch of fodder immediately beforehand. Huh. The more I think about it, the more I'm really starting to feel a lack of originality with this game. What exactly is it attempting to be? Because while it is attempting to be a sequel to Twisted Metal 2 that deliberately replaces 3, it also goes through a lot of the same motions as other games to the point that it almost feels like it's attempting to be a greatest hits showcase of the series thus far. And I wonder if that's a case of them wanting to pay homage to the previous games, or if it's the fact that they were running out of ideas, or perhaps they didn't have enough time to come up with new ideas. I mean, sure, Twisted Metal Black came across as a greatest hit showcase of the series thus far, but that was more in a mechanical sense. They brought back all the best gameplay ideas, while the actual content of the game, the levels, the specials, the stories, etc., were all basically original with the exception of something like Highway Loop. Whereas this is just plain derivative. It copies a lot of aspects of the previous games, but doesn't really bring enough to the table in its own right. In fairness, some of the other levels are pretty original. If I recall correctly, I believe I named Russia as the peak of the level design in this game. While it may be big, very big, it's brimming with detail. With so many secret areas to explore, and even a system where you can activate missiles to blow up various parts of the level in order to open up new side areas. It's an excellent level that could have used a bit of trimming down, but that doesn't take away from the fact that there is so much detail in this level that no two battles are ever alike. Plus, this level also has the second best environmental attack in the game. For some reason, I think that Incognito Inc. had some negative opinions about Russia. This was 2005, don't forget, back when Russia was still cool. I guess most of the developers grew up during the Cold War, so that might explain it. So aside from having a bunch of missiles just laying around that get fired at random buildings, the environmental attack is also a missile. You activate it, and it creates a giant explosion that damages anybody near it. That's funny, but I feel like if I laugh, I might suddenly come down with a bad case of being thrown out of a window. Egypt is also good if a touch too big. We may have already had a level in Egypt previously, but this is much better. The level is so big and there's so much detail that once again, no two attempts are ever the same. There's an entire chunk of the level which is completely underground, which you can miss entirely, and you have this great chasm with multiple elevations, and probably my favorite environmental attack in the game, and one of my favorites in the series. You can activate a tornado. It's just fun to lure people into the pit and watch them spin like a pinwheel. Roman Ruins is also simple but effective, and every time I hear the term Roman Ruins, I feel the urge to point my index finger to the sky. Transylvania is a bit too big, but I enjoy the scenery, the multi-level castle, and the expansive countryside. Greece is also a bit too big. Are you maybe starting to see a pattern? But there's a lot to play around with, including yet another one of my favorite environmental attacks, although in this case it's more so for the visuals rather than the implementation, because there's a statue of Zeus shooting lightning. That's pretty sick.
Petulant child! I will tolerate your insolence no more!
Otherwise, you have a cruise ship, multiple islands to play around in, and danger lurking around every corner, but given that this is an archipelago, you can very easily fall into the water. But this is also the first instance in the series, I believe, where falling into a hazard doesn't instantly kill you, which is one of the features that I definitely agree with in this game. And quite frankly, I wouldn't have minded if that was the case from the beginning of the series, because getting obliterated by multiple cars simultaneously tag teaming you, that's one thing. Sliding a little bit too far and falling off a ledge which forces you to restart the level, that's something I'm less forgiving of. In all honesty, I think the only level in the game that I don't think I have any strong feelings about one way or the other would be the opening level, Big Blue Stadium, which has a pretty standard layout, with the stands, the stage, and the back area. It has more going on than something like Minion Stadium, so it's not derivative, which is something it could have easily been, but as it is, it's pretty standard. It kind of just exists as a means to showcase the band they collaborated with, which is the band Level, playing their song Disaster Proof, which is a decent if unremarkable bit of butt rock, and honestly, I prefer the level's main theme over it.
I lock myself into my room, 'cause I'm better off here alone.
As for the rest of the soundtrack, it's pretty good, as is usually the case, although the final boss theme is remarkably low-key. Are those bongos? I mean, if you're doing what I'm doing and facing Darktooth head-on, it's not a very fitting theme, although for Towertooth it's fairly fitting, given that my strategy just entails me sitting back out of its range on one of these ledges and throwing pot shots at it, because Towertooth can't do anything in that case. something I discovered on my very first playthrough, which is a shame because looking at it, Tower Tooth could have very easily been one of the best boss fights in the series, but they hamstrung themselves by limiting its mobility so it can't go on ledges and it can't go under anything that's less than like 100 feet tall. The only challenge I find is getting enough weapons together to be able to damage it, because for much of the boss fight you can only damage its head, but the head is almost always above you, meaning that weapons that go on the ground or weapons that fire directly forward can't reach the head, meaning that you're basically relying on homing missiles, fire missiles, and swarmer missiles. You know, after looking at all these different elements in the game, it occurs to me that had Twisted Metal Head-On not been fundamentally fun to play from an engine point of view, it probably would have been a lot closer to Twisted Metal 3 or 4 in terms of quality. It still manages to get that balance of light and arcadey while still giving you full control. It still feels intuitive, but also weighty enough that you feel the presence of your cars within the game world and you're not flipping around like a balsa wood stock car. You'll slide for a short distance, but there's no danger of losing control or spinning out. You feel like you're immediately back in control the moment you hit the ground after being airborne. And the hits still feel satisfying to land, despite this game originally being on the PSP and not really being changed much in the translation to the PS2, therefore the visual presentation isn't quite everything it could have been. That doesn't diminish the impact or the innate enjoyment of making things explode, whether it be your enemies or something in the environment. Even with all the issues, the difficulty, the abundance of weapons, the broken upgrades, etc., there's still a caveman part of my brain that just enjoys firing weapons and seeing explosions. It just looks and feels good to do, so there's only so bad the game can be. Plus, with all the new and returning cars you can play around with, this will definitely take you longer than any traditional game in the series to 100%. 2012 is not a traditional game before anybody says it. In fact, it's worth noting that the newly introduced ATV has the least amount of health out of any character in the series, so if you're looking for a challenge, that's your way to go. Personally, I just don't enjoy playing as ATV. If he had a better special attack, I would be willing to try it out, but the low health combined with the wank special attack just makes him not very enjoyable in my eyes, even if the upgraded special attack is literally a completely different attack. But still, ATV is certainly something for people looking for the extra challenge because that it certainly brings. One of the other new characters to try out would be Cousin Eddie, who drives around in a rundown RV. It's got the weight and special attack from Darkseid in previous games, with the upgraded special attack of Thumper from previous games. In fact, I kind of wonder if they nerfed Thumper's special ability to make Cousin Eddie's special ability more useful. The other two new playable characters are Darktooth and Towertooth, which I believe makes this one of the rare games where you can actually play as all the bosses. Although Towertooth, you can only play in a single challenge mode, which makes sense because Towertooth is very tall and that would conflict with a lot of the architecture in each of these levels, so much like a lot of things, the novelty is cute, but it's only worth doing once or twice. The same applies to the level minigames. This time around, in every level of the main story mode, you have a bonus game you can play, and completing them will result in a new unlock. Sometimes it will be as benign as an extra life, and sometimes it'll be a new character or unlocking the level in deathmatch. I have two minds about this because on one hand I like this better for unlocking levels because most of the time these platforms are easy to find compared to the little black boxes in Twisted Metal Black, but I'm less of a fan of them as far as unlocking new characters because I found that finding codes or finding the secret areas where the characters are hidden rewarding in previous entries, and it also doesn't help that most of these minigames are also wank. Like, the race is completely broken because the moment you get ahead of the motorcycles, you'll never not be ahead because they don't have any weapons that can fire forward. The only thing they can do is drop mines, which can't do anything if you're already ahead. The one where you have to blow up the clown heads and then collect the stars is pretty bad because the collision with the clown heads is inconsistent at the best of times. Then the tank game sucks because you have to destroy these tanks on a small icy battlefield with an isometric point of view. So it controls like ass, and it's fairly mindless because the tanks don't do anything other than move in a circle and try and point at you. So the solution is easy, but it's also annoying because the controls on the ice are difficult. And that one unlocks Axel, one of the most prominent characters in the series, so you practically have to do it. The absolute worst of it would probably be the Paris Chopper Shoot minigame, because in that case you have to fire napalm barrels at helicopters, but the timing is so finicky that it's almost meaningless. So to me it comes across as a luck game more than anything. Some of these other minigames are okay, such as the obstacle courses or the demolition derby, but none of them are good enough in their own right to be worthwhile additions. They're more of a means to an end for me to check off a list rather than something that I actively seek out from game to game. And if they didn't unlock a vital aspect of the game like characters or levels, I wouldn't have even bothered doing them. Honestly, I wouldn't even consider these level minigames to be actual additions to the game. They're gimmicks. I'm not sure if they were trying to test the waters to see what else they could get out of the game engine, or if this was genuinely their attempt on giving the game some novelty. If the latter, they failed. Pro tip though, these minigames are also affected by the difficulty, so my recommendation would be to go through the game once on super easy or easy just to get these minigames out of the way and unlock everything. Though if you do beat them more than once, instead of the bonuses, they actually give you the cheat codes to the game, which I find funny. The idea that the cheat codes are actually diegetic elements within the game to be found rather than something to look up on the internet. It's also worth noting that these minigames are, I believe, partially why it's very easy to max out your weapon cache, because you'll pick up weapons from this mode which will then end up in your regular weapon stash, and I believe you can actually go beyond the maximum weapon inventory limitation through this game mode. I know there were definitely times when I did go over the limit, and I'm pretty sure this is why. So there are times when I have to fire off several weapons before I'm able to pick up one thing. Why? Why not? And once it's all said and done, we have the endings, which are a mixed bag, and sometimes seem to be glitching out. Like, I'm only getting the first few seconds of Roadkill's ending, but thankfully plenty of people have already archived these endings. Some even refrain from putting a watermark on them because there's a special place in hell for people who put watermarks on footage they don't own. I maintain that the Outlaw ending, where they get into a fight in front of Calypso and Carl accidentally wishes for Jamie to shut up and that leaves her without a mouth, is almost as stupid as the equivalent ending in Twisted Metal 3 where they get laid off because they wish for a world without crime. Almost.
I wish you'd just shut up!
Granted.
What?
Axel's is also a bit dumb. He tries to go back on his deal with the scientist, which causes him to accidentally wish for pizza. It's funny in a cosmic sort of way, but still dumb. And then there's Krista Sparks' ending, and I still have no idea what the hell they were going for here. She wishes for the accident that killed her to have never happened, and then that results in a bunch of memories followed by her being in a coma. I feel like this is one of those things that only really makes sense in the writer's head, but to everyone else, it's bewildering as fuck. There's an interesting point here that Calypso was genuinely trying to follow some series of steps to bring her back properly because his powers have some sort of limitation, and it's interesting that he was genuinely trying to rescue his daughter through the correct means, but in the end, it's very confusing. But with that, you also have a few of the best endings in the series, such as the ending where Sweet Tooth wishes to switch places with Calypso, and Calypso is actually forced to oblige, implying that the power he has over the tournament is actually not his own, and he's forced to oblige no matter what. Probably why he's keen to monkey's paw the hell out of every wish, because while he's forced to grant the wish, he's allowed to interpret the words however he wishes. Roadkill's is also pretty cool, where he wishes to wake up from the nightmare that he feels he's been in for years, but in actuality, all he does is switch personalities from Marcus to Needles, continuing this never-ending struggle between the two personalities. Twisters is funny, if only for the fact that Calypso summons Mr. Grimm to revive Miranda's sister Amanda, and he just looks completely confused as to what's going on. One of the coolest endings to me, however, is the ending to Darktooth, where Needles and Marcus are finally able to meet face to face. It's not a particularly long conversation, but it's a fascinating one.
Who are you? Oh, come on. Don't be naive. Don't you drive Sweet Tooth? I'm a little bit more than that.
Which continues to reinforce my point that the most interesting thing about this game is the dynamic between Marcus and Needles, and I wish we would have gotten more of that, but unfortunately those few interesting plot threads have to live alongside a lot of chaff. I'm really not trying to be negative about this game because I do genuinely like it. While it falls somewhere in the middle of the pack, it's still far better than the games it's attempting to replace. But then again, I suppose that's faint praise. This game is good, but that's all it really is. It's good, but not exceptional. And it's also good for very unremarkable reasons. I feel like it's one of those cases where to review the game, I mostly am just going over objective facts about it, whereas I feel like other games actually inspire me to look at things in a more deep, detailed way. Twisted Metal Head-On doesn't really inspire me creatively like so many other games have, including its direct predecessor, and it's not a crime for a game to be just okay, but I don't know, if you were to ask me which games in this series I would play on my own time, this kind of places lower on the list. Of the games that count, this is the most okay game out of all of them, and I do appreciate how much work went into it, how much content they made for it, and the fact that it's a game that helped usher in the PSP. But if you were to ask me if it was worth canceling Harbor City in favor of this game, or if it lives up to the expectations that it really needed in order to justify itself, lofty as those expectations may have been, I really don't think it does. It's functionally sound, but doesn't really leave a lasting impression. I even found myself bored at times, something that this series has never really left me feeling. Frustrated or exasperated, sure, but bored? Even if it was only a little bit, that's still not a good thing. I wish I liked this game more than I do, but it's just okay, but being okay is okay. I've already said that not everything needs to be revolutionary, but even if that may justify this game's existence, it doesn't make it more than what it is. The most forgotten game in the series, because it is the most forgettable. You can do a lot worse than Twisted Metal Head-On, but you can also do a hell of a lot better, and in all honesty, it's probably gonna be a while before I replay this game because, unlike a lot of other games in the series, I just feel that I've gotten my fix. With that said, we just have one game in the series remaining to cover analytically, and that would be Twisted Metal 2012. Maybe by the time I finish, there will be a new game announced, but probably not. But then again, I'm not really bothered by that sort of thing. Before we get into a discussion about the PSP version of Twisted Metal Head-On, I'm going to tell you guys a little something about a game called Ratchet & Clank Size Matters. I assure you this is relevant. Ratchet & Clank Size Matters was originally a PSP game that came out in 2007, and it's the drizzling shits. I can hear you typing. No, it's the drizzling shits. Sit down. It's pretty much a complete and utter travesty in every way that a Ratchet & Clank game can be a travesty, from horrible weapon damage, weak-feeling action, a nonsensical story, controls that are utterly wank, terrible bolt balancing, you name it. But when it came out on the PSP, it actually got very good reviews. And why is that? Well, if I had to guess, I think it comes down to one thing: novelty. It was pretty much a functional version of Ratchet & Clank on the go, so many of the aspects of the game that were of lesser quality were excusable, either purely because of the novelty or because they had to alter things for it to work on the PSP, so any compromise was just necessary collateral damage. However, when the game eventually got ported to the PS2, the review scores were significantly lower. It kind of became this urban myth because of that the PS2 version was a butchered port. A myth that people believed and would regurgitate without actually verifying it for themselves. It just became the accepted truth, however, if you actually play both versions, they're pretty much identical. As a matter of fact, the PS2 port is slightly better because it has proper camera controls, so what happened? Well, simply put, if the original stood up on its novelty, once you take away that novelty by giving it a console release, it needs to stand up on its own merits. Something the game simply couldn't do, and so all those previously excusable flaws were no longer excusable, therefore it scored lower on average. I'd imagine this wasn't even a conscious thing that happened, it was just how things shook out. This is something a friend of mine dubbed the high-impact hoax. Why do I bring this up? Well, because whenever I hear the phrase butchered PS2 port of a PSP game, this is what I think of. A collectively accepted truth that takes years to verify. Which is why I can never simply buy the idea of a butchered PS2 port on face value. Hence, when I did my initial coverage of Twisted Metal Head-On, I covered the PS2 version because that was the version I was most familiar with. And while I didn't express this sentiment at the time, and you can't prove I did, I just kind of figured the two versions were similar enough that you didn't really need to talk about one or the other. However, I kept hearing the PS2 port was butchered, and like I said, I'm not one to take people's word for it, so since I have a bit of extra space in my schedule this month, and a desperate urge to keep throwing shit at the wall to get my viewership numbers back up. Incidentally, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. I figured I'd verify this for myself and set the record straight if need be. So I have before me an itemized list of all my complaints that I had with the PS2 port and some more notable talking points, and I'll go through each one to try and decide whether or not this version is actually better. Ready? Let's go. Number 1. Cutscene corruption. Okay, well this one I really don't need to discuss at length because I've already covered it previously. It's one of the known issues with the PS2 version that wasn't present in the PSP version. Somehow, importing the cutscenes, some of them became racked with corruption issues. Some of it resulted in artifacting and skipping around, and some of it even gets to the point where a few cutscenes don't even work. Like with Roadkill, where it will just stop a few seconds in and dump you to the main menu. At least it doesn't crash the game, but it's still a pretty odd issue that I can't wrap my head around. Surely importing an MP4 or AVI file or whatever the fuck from one disk format to another disk format shouldn't cause any issues, but what do I know? Either way, it's a problem on the PS2 version and not the PSP version. Number 2. The soundtrack. So one of the things that was pointed out to me is that the music of the final boss in the PS2 version of Head On is actually the music from the minigames. But even still, it makes it no less perplexing that the final boss theme is this weirdly chill, jaunty theme that sounds more like talk show intermission music than boss music. Meanwhile, the track that plays during the final boss in the PSP version is far more appropriate. I've got no complaints, honestly. The PSP version is demonstrably better in this regard. Not just that, but there's also the main theme of the game. The main theme of the PS2 version is a somewhat grating and somewhat irritating track that sounds aggressive, but not in a fun way. Meanwhile, the track that plays in the main menu of the PSP version is low-key, but significantly better arranged. Other than that, I'm pretty sure most if not all the other musical tracks are the same, or similar enough that I didn't notice. So this is another minor, keyword minor, way the PSP version is better. It's baffling that they would change this, and I question why they would, but who cares what's right or wrong, it's reality. Number 3. Recycled content. Aside from the next category, the most major complaint I had with the PS2 version of this game is the fact that most of the content in the game is in some way recycled from previous games, whether it be bosses, levels, level concepts, and so on. So is that in any way improved here? Of course not, otherwise this would be a completely different game. Nope, every major aspect of the game that borrows from previous games is here, and as a matter of fact, this version doesn't even have the Transylvania level by default. So that's actually one of the original concepts that don't exist in the base game, which means the derivative content in the PSP version of Head On is actually of slightly higher density through omission. That's really all I've got to say on that front. Moving on. Number 4. Difficulty. The greatest issue I had with the PS2 port of Twisted Metal Head On was the fact that it was far too easy. The reasons the game was so easy were numerous, such as enemies going down really quickly, a lack of enemy aggressiveness, weapons that did too much damage, an upgrade system that made you overpowered, etc. This resulted in several playthroughs in a row, even on hard mode, where I didn't die once. This is the one thing I went into this version of the game most curious about, because the one thing I kept hearing was that the PSP version is harder and better balanced. So the million-dollar question is that true? Is the PSP version better than the PS2 version in that regard? Balanced? Somewhat. Harder? Nope. Not in my estimation. Maybe a little bit in some cases, but generally after playing through the game 5 times, I can conclude the answer is no. Yeah, that might surprise some of you who have heard different. I'd say these games balance out as being almost identical in their difficulty. However, while I don't think it's more difficult, there is no doubt in my mind that the reason this is a commonly repeated talking point is the fact that the game is balanced in a different way, but the result is relatively the same. I went through this game multiple times on normal and even hard mode without dying a single time. Same thing as the PS2 version. I think the biggest difference is the fact that the enemies simply have more health, or at least that's how it appears. But they're still not overly aggressive, meaning that when it comes down to it, you're still killing the enemies with the exact same amount of effort that you would if you were playing the PS2 version, just with it taking longer. The result being that each level will take you longer to beat than in the PS2 version. Though another reason for that would be the game's engine. If you play these two games side by side, you'll notice the difference in the weight of the controls. The PS2 version feels significantly lighter and more arcadey, whereas the PSP version has a lot more weight in how it controls. Not sure if that's a hardware thing or a matter of different philosophies when programming the individual versions. The change isn't a bad thing. All they're really doing is taking the sliding scale of controls and flicking it a few degrees towards Twisted Metal 2 and away from Twisted Metal 3. It still feels good, and you still feel in full control, so if you prefer the heavier controls of the second game, this will be right up your alley compared to Head-On PS2 or Black. Personally, I think they both have their qualities. Still, the enemy health combined with the slower pace means that one playthrough of the PSP version will take roughly as long, if not slightly longer, than one playthrough of the PS2 version. This may sound ridiculous, but keep in mind this version has one fewer level, Transylvania, which I believe is DLC in the PSP version. It's kind of surreal thinking about a console that could download DLC that's as old as that. Like, this was 2005. I don't even remember if I had internet in my house by 2005. Still, I believe that the slower pace of the gameplay and the increased time it takes to kill enemies gives this the illusion of being more difficult without actually being more difficult. I mean, enemies do take more time and therefore more effort to take down, which could theoretically means it's more satisfying, but that's not for me to decide. That's more or less down to your own individual opinion. It could easily go the other direction and become tedious. The only other major thing that I noticed which actually affects the gameplay was that the napalm canister and the remote explosives don't do as much damage in this version, which makes sense. Those things were overpowered as hell in the PS2 version, but otherwise, yeah, nothing that really makes the game significantly more difficult. The AI may also be slightly better, but that may be up for debate on a moment-to-moment level. Like, there were instances where characters were rope-a-doping me, avoiding my every attack, taking pot shots at me with perfect accuracy and timing, then luring me into traps almost as if I was playing against a real player. Oh my god. I just remembered the most random thing. Okay, I'm just gonna go on a tangent for a second. So, when I was like 7, 8, 9 years old, I used to play so much Crash Team Racing. It was one of my most replayed games, and I didn't know about online multiplayer at the time, but even at that point in my life, I still had this weird conspiracy in my mind that the CPUs were actually real people that I was somehow connecting to from all around the world. I don't know why I thought that, but it's just such a stupid memory. But anyways, characters are definitely more aggressive, use the freeze blast more often, and may or may not be smarter, but for every instance of a character outsmarting me temporarily and actually properly countering my every move, you have many other instances of characters just sitting there, letting me pulverize them with weapons. And there were even more instances of them using the freeze blast on me than just not doing anything. Just driving right past me or just sitting there staring. So even if the AI may or may not be better, it's still not enough to change the game. Another reason the PS2 version was so easy was the fact that you got loaded down with so many weapons to the point of absurdity, and you know what? This is no different. I was still routinely running out of space in my arsenal. There was one instance where I had something like 20 power missiles. At this point, the Freeze Blast power missile combo will probably somehow be my epitaph when I die. I put away Darktooth in like 10 seconds with that. And at one point, I was spamming the homing missiles like I was at a Texas wedding, just to get rid of them. And using the pickups in the minigames, I often found myself going over the limit on the amount of weapons I could carry. And that's unchanged. Then the upgrades are the same. You still get an upgrade for every time you kill an enemy, and they're just as overpowered in this version as the PS2 port. Especially the upgraded special attack, which may differ for every character, but almost universally will make every enemy your bitch. I think that largely covers all of my major talking points in that regard. So my overall conclusion is that this version of the game is pretty much identically difficult to the PS2 version. It just reaches the same destination via a different route, except for one thing. Number 5. The bosses. The final boss, Tower Tooth, has to be one of my most outspoken issues with the PS2 version. It's a boss that's so tall it can't access most of the level, and as a result, you can stay out of the range of its main electric attack and take pot shots at it from far away. It's an easy win, and possibly the easiest win in the entire series. With that said, however, I will acquiesce to the fact that Tower Tooth in this version has what's colloquially known as a F you attack. This one attack, where in combination with the electric field, he launches something like 12 napalm cones at you. Yeah, that's a bit much, and it has potential to kill you really quickly. Matter of fact, it also nullifies my main strategy of staying on an elevated area because it gets launched from the upper face and can fire downwards directly at you. This is part of Tower Tooth's special attack that was removed in the PS2 version for some reason. And unlike the standard napalm cones that just bounce on the ground, these daintily float towards you. But you can also do the same thing if you're playing a Sweet Tooth, which is pretty funny. This is the one thing in the entire game where it wasn't unheard of for me to die, and as a matter of fact, when I'm playing on hard difficulty, it's actually quite difficult to get through this version of the final boss without dying at least once. And that's a good thing. It's challenging in the same way the rest of the game isn't. And I say that with the same degrees of separation as Douglas Adams when he wrote, "The ships hung in the sky in much the same way that bricks don't." Like, you can't get much further in degrees of separation. I could probably do better just by being more careful, but as the saying goes, old habits die hard. Though the other two bosses are pretty well the same. Dark Tooth still goes down really quickly if you're any good. And as for the Cousin Eddie boss fight, I think he's a little bit more aggressive, especially in the final stage. But even on hard, once you have him down to the final stage, he only really takes a few hits. And even then, my complaints with these specific boss fights were the fact that they were recycling concepts and whole-ass characters from previous games. But even if Tower Tooth is still the only boss that's functionally improved, that still means that if nothing else, the bosses are overall improved on average. A little bit of extra difficulty goes a long way, but Tower Tooth is still the only instance where I think this applies. Other than that, I think it's apocrypha to make the blanket statement that this version is harder. If I had to guess what I think the actual reason for this game being too easy is, I think the general difficulty of this version probably had to do with the fact that it was a portable game. So they wanted to structure it so that if you had a 5 to 10 minute bus ride, you could pull out the PSP and play a level or two, and do so without much difficulty, which still makes it a bit ironic that these levels on average are slightly longer than the PS2 version, but they're still not so long that you can't beat the level during the bus ride. So that was my biggest and last major complaint, but there are obviously other points of comparison to make between these two versions.
Number 6. Controls.
Okay, so there's no doubt here that the PS2 version has better controls because it has more control inputs. There are certain types of PSP games that do fine and don't need the extra inputs that the PS2 controller gives you. Most 2D games, for example, and also games with a fixed camera. In both these cases, it's because you don't need the extra button inputs or analog inputs for the camera controls, but the more complicated the game, the more button inputs you'll need. In this case, even with what is functionally a fixed camera, the controls are still heavily altered because of the fewer inputs that the PSP gives you. The most notable thing is the weapon scrolling. Previously, the weapon scrolling had been done with the shoulder buttons, which is the type of thing the shoulder buttons were made for. Left for previous, right for next. It's something that might as well be written in stone for how ubiquitous it is. And then using that, they would have the left trigger fire your selected weapon and the right trigger fire your machine gun. However, because the PSP doesn't have triggers, they had to put the weapons and the machine guns into the shoulder buttons, which means they had to rearrange the pieces in order to give you a way to select weapons, and what they landed on was triangle, a single button input. Which means that by default, the only way to select a specific weapon in your weapon selection is to painstakingly scroll through every weapon until you find it. And you can only scroll in one direction, which almost always takes too long in the heat of battle unless you don't have many weapons to scroll through. Meanwhile, you can also go forward and back if you press triangle in combination with up or down. However, this is cumbersome in the heat of battle because to scroll up and down with the directional inputs, it means that you have to relinquish control of your speed in order to quickly select the weapons you want. This really doesn't work well at all and is infinitely worse than the standard selection setup that we've been used to at this point. I mean, honestly, I have no idea how well they could have made this work, but they could have made the D-pad the weapon selection and used the analog stick exclusively for movement. That would have at least kept the controls from cross-contaminating, but that would have ended up forcing the players to rely on less precise analog controls when the D-pad may hypothetically be better for one's own playstyle. There's no way to say unless it was implemented, but either way, there's no easy way to fit every single necessary control into this game, and that's one of the reasons the PSP struggles with these types of things. Although even then, there are some other questionable control choices in this particular setup, such as making it so you jump by double tapping X, when in every other entry in the later parts of the series, this was done by pressing both of the shoulder buttons at the same time. I mean, leaving aside them having to remap this basic maneuver, why is it a double tap? The X button isn't used for anything else, so why not just have us press it once? In fact, why was jumping even a necessary mechanic in this particular game? I think outside of certain minigames, there's no point in the game where you have to jump. And the only reason you may want to jump is to make your way over gaps to grab weapons and whatnot, but that could have easily been reworked. I mean, they knew they were designing this for the PSP, so they could have easily designed it with the PSP's control limitations in mind. Ergo, not programming a jumping mechanic when there were more important things they could have done. They could have used the X button for something else more pertinent. So while the controls work in the PSP version, they still feel noticeably more limited and crying out for a few extra button inputs. The PS2 version simply controls better, and also that version fixes a major bugbear of mine. I've said it before and I'll say it again, the rear fire command should be easy and quick to pull off. Left-right down fire is one too many inputs when a split second could mean the difference between life and death. Unfortunately, the left-right down fire command for the rear fire attacks was carried over from Twisted Metal Black to the PSP version of Head-On. The PS2 version made it up, down, down, which is a quick, easy combo to pull off at a second's notice, but also arcane enough that you probably won't accidentally input that command. I'm sorry, but as far as I'm concerned, that's a game changer. That alone would make me choose the PS2 controls over the PSP controls. All the rest is just extra, because the controls are the most important part of the game. Far more important than whether or not a boss is hard.
Number 7. Performance.
Alright, so let me be clear here, I have inadvertently become a little bit of a performance snob. You see, back in the day, I could not tell the difference between 30 and 60 FPS if you held a gun to my head. But over the past couple of years, I've basically played games in 60 FPS exclusively to the point where 30 FPS is noticeably choppy to me, and there's no going back. While I'm playing both these games on an emulator and bumping the resolution up to 1080p, one runs at 60 FPS and the other doesn't. The PSP version runs at what looks to be 30 FPS, but it might actually be less than that. All I know is the PS2 version runs silky smooth. As a matter of fact, that might actually explain why the game is faster. Perhaps they bumped the speed to double time in order to achieve 60 FPS. There are ways to force 60 FPS on a PSP emulator, but when I tried that, the camera was left behind. I'm sure there's an easy way to fix this, but none that I could find, though what surprised me was the fact that in both versions, the amount of enemies in each level maxes out at 5. I never noticed that. I understand that the PS2 is only marginally more powerful than the PSP, but come on. Surely they're not maxing out on horsepower at only 5 characters per level. I mean, Twisted Metal Black had more than that. From what I understand, a lot of PSP games had to scale back from the full potential of what the console was capable of because of the battery, so while the PSP could theoretically have been capable of more if they wanted to sacrifice the battery life, the PS2 didn't have that limitation. So they didn't need to limit the story mode characters to 5 in that case. Then again, maybe it was a choice between 60 FPS and more characters, but then again, Twisted Metal Black manages to have both more characters while also still running at 60 FPS. Regardless, no matter how you swing it, the PS2 version, despite its flaws, is still demonstrably better in that regard.
Number 8. Graphics.
It's perhaps a bit unfair to compare the graphics of the PSP and PS2 versions because one's a handheld and one's a home console, even while the handheld is 5 years newer than the home console. But even then, with everything upscaled to 1080p, the PS2 version still looks noticeably better. The PSP version has blurrier textures, and while there's an option to upscale the textures in this emulator, at that point, I kind of have to ask how many additions can you add in an emulation before it ceases to be an authentic experience. While the textures are noticeably higher quality, the lighting is also better in the PS2 version in that there is lighting. It kind of gives everything a glossy look, which I wouldn't necessarily say adds to the experience, but it at least is something. It's also worth noting that the camera is more zoomed out by default, which admittedly does make everything feel a little smaller, therefore less significant, but that's a small complaint in the grand scheme of things. If there's one thing I think looks better on the PSP version, without a shadow of a doubt, I would say many of the art pieces do. The main menu, the loading screen, the various fonts, I find it all looks better and more cohesive than in the PS2 version, which for some reason makes the graphic design a little bit more scattershot. But that's a small chunk of the game if you ask me. I've always kind of assumed that these games looked pretty much identical once you got past a certain point, but that's not necessarily true. They still look comparable, but in this case, the PS2 is still king as far as overall quality. But in fairness, that's to be expected.
Number 9. Conclusion.
So I think it's safe to say that the high-impact hoax somewhat applies here. Definitely not to the same degree as size matters, but I'd still say after multiple playthroughs on medium and hard, I can safely say the PSP version is not demonstrably better than the PS2 version. Like, it has some things that are a bit better, slightly better weapon balancing, obviously cutscenes that were intended without any sort of corruption, and a better final boss, but otherwise, there's really nothing I can look at and say is significantly improved to the point of putting one as the definitive version over the other. And as a matter of fact, given that the PS2 version runs at 60 FPS, that's enough for me to say that for my own personal preferences, the PS2 version is better. If someone could get a working hack of the PSP version that makes it 60 FPS without any external issues, then I'd have to reconsider my stance, but even then, if you were to take the performance out of the question and judge these games for the content they provide, I'd say the PSP version is only like half a point better on a scale of 1 to 10. Like, if the PS2 version was a 7, the PSP version would be a 7.5. The things that are improved are minor details that don't really matter all that much in the grand overall experience except for debatably the final boss. Everything else is either relatively the same or completely up to personal opinion if it's better or worse. So my opinion still stands on this game, that it's a perfectly good but utterly forgettable game that has no one outstanding feature so notable that it can define the experience. It just kind of exists. But I don't know, play both and decide for yourself. Don't just assume what other people have told you to be true. Though it is kind of weird to imagine the circumstances behind the creation of the PS2 version. Like, a small team of people went in, made a few of the items do more damage, eliminated the most powerful part of Tower Tooth's special attack, gave characters less health, bumped up the texture quality, implemented a lighting engine that made everything look glossy, and mucked up the FMVs. I would actually like to get a first-hand account on the circumstances behind the PS2 port and what the creative decisions were behind some of these choices. Because while some of the changes were definitely welcome, some of the changes were also kind of unnecessary, and I'd love to have a first-hand account of the who, what, when, where, and why. And here we are at the end of the road, Twisted Metal 2012, as yet the final game in the series, and what a game to go out on. Take that sentence for what you will. So this is a game that was technically the second game made by Eat Sleep Play, the successor to Incognito Inc., which was the successor to Single Track, though technically it was their first game, as their first real game was the PS2 port of Head On. And let's be honest, Twisted Metal 2012 is also their last real game, because following this game, David Jaffe left the studio, after which they exclusively developed iOS and Android slop. The same goes for the other successor to Incognito Inc., Lightbox Interactive, which made a few things including Starhawk, then moved into iOS and Android games in 2012, but made no games, and then just stopped existing without so much as a statement of closure. You know, I think the really depressing part is, the stars aligned for Twisted Metal Black to be made when the main portion of the developers at Single Track left to form Incognito Inc., and they managed to get Sony to sign off on making a new game, but we never really got anything like that again. Incognito Inc. died, and all the successors gradually faded away, and there's been no effort to get the band back together, so to speak, meaning that any efforts at having a core development studio for the series gradually faded away into nothing. And that's where we find ourselves today. How cheery. But enough about that. This was a game that took a few twists and turns during development. Originally, it was supposed to have an apocalyptic setting, but then Scott Campbell vetoed that idea. Then originally, it was supposed to be a multiplayer-only game, back before Fortnite, when people used to pay full price for that sort of thing, but then Sony higher-ups insisted that they include a single-player component. So this comes across to me as a bit of a mishmash game that didn't quite understand what it wanted to be, but still surprisingly, despite everything, came together as something good. With that said, this game's always been a bit problematic for me, not content-wise, like I'm sure some people will insist, more so for the ability to play. You see, these days, when it comes to most releases more than 10 years old, unless there's an up-to-date works-out-of-the-box PC version, I'll usually just emulate my games. It's easier, it's quicker, I don't have to deal with hardware struggles, and I get more options that way, but this is one game where that's simply not possible, or at least try as I might, I couldn't get it to work. I was hoping that RPCS 3 would have improved emulation for this game since the last time I tried. Unfortunately, this game is still borderline unplayable on that emulator. I seem to remember getting it to work on that emulator just fine before, but I may be thinking of PlayStation All-Stars, which works fine, but it's also designated with the in-game status much like Twisted Metal 2012. Still, same result either way. There's probably a way to get it to behave, but it's significantly more worth it just to play it on the intended hardware, which meant I had to break out the old dusty PS3. Me and this bad boy have had a lot of good times together, but even on official hardware, this game has given me no small amount of grief. I remember when I bought a physical copy from a secondhand retailer, I spent several hours trying to convince it to work, but the game would just not be persuaded to boot past the initial loading screen. And what's funny is, I recorded this back in 2021, back when I was still using my old Elgato. I still kept this footage around, I guess, because something told me that I was eventually going to use it someday. Incidentally, speaking of the physical copy, I have a poster of this game's cover, which appears to have been stretched vertically. Why do I have this? Well, I was at Too Many Games a few years back, and there was a vendor selling posters with a deal of like 3 for $30, and I really wanted the Symphony of the Night poster, so I picked this and the Spyro poster because, well, those are things I like. And no, I'll probably never go back to Too Many Games unless I'm invited because I did not have a good time. Anyways, back to the game. This game has also been a bit problematic for me for the fact that it's unlike any other game in the series. While many of the ideas that the developers had during development didn't make the cut, one thing that definitely remains true is that this is a reboot. Depending on how much you want to stretch credulity, this could be considered the only true reboot in the series. Despite that, it's the same setup. There's this guy Calypso, he's this all-powerful godlike being who hosts an annual car combat tournament called Twisted Metal, and the winner receives a wish for whatever they want. More than ever in this case though, he's determined to twist everyone's wishes. Also, I don't know who plays Calypso in this game, but I never got over the fact that he looks like the bastard love child of Morticia Addams and Weird Al Yankovic. So what's different this time around? Well, unlike previous games that were basically built in the same way as arcade games, where you had multiple characters you could pick from that each had a unique ending, but otherwise much of the game was the same every playthrough, and as such, they were built for short playthroughs, endlessly replayable. Meanwhile, this time around, when they were instructed to make single-player content, they actually made a linear story mode. Yeah, how it works is that you have 3 individual stories that each have an establishing cutscene, a middle cutscene, and a conclusion. And they're all broken up by several levels, and no playthrough is completely the same as the last, but they do kind of go through the same motions. You'll get the same game modes, but in different levels, and sometimes presented in a different way. So it's kind of like the structure of the old, but also remixed to a certain degree, making it feel like an actual linear series of events rather than 3 identical playthroughs that all lead to the exact same conclusion. And you know what, I actually think the structure of this game is actually a good indication of how the series should have gone if it continued past 2012. Hear me out. Everyone is fond of the classic style where you have short playthroughs and each individual character has their own unique story and ending. Nobody is debating that. However, I do think that a setup like that is potentially limiting to the overall growth of the series. It's like having a fighting game that's only in arcade mode. Sure, that did the job in the 90s, but by the 2000s and especially by the 2010s, gaming had evolved to the point where basing an entire experience purely off an arcade-level experience didn't really cut it anymore. You need more content, and that's why things like Mortal Kombat have had structured story modes since like 2002, on top of their main tower mode or arcade mode or whatever you prefer to call it. So I do very much appreciate the fact that they decided to try and take this traditionally arcade game series and upend the structure, giving it a more modern style of presentation. But the big issue here is that they did this at the expense of the old school presentation, and that's the main reason I think this game doesn't really reach the heights it could have. It throws away the old in favor of something new, when in theory it could have had both. I don't know, maybe they didn't have the time or budget, or maybe it wasn't intended to be a very big game to begin with. But this strikes me as cutting off your nose to spite your face. You risk alienating old players by not giving them what they wanted, and you risk alienating new players by giving them a stripped-down 3-hour story mode. So does anybody really win here? I mean, I like the way they presented the main bulk of the content, but maybe I'm the odd one out here. Maybe I'm just more forgiving of this sort of thing. I don't know. Either way, 8 or 9 games in, it was nice to see them try something new. I have no idea what this game would have been like for a fan of the series paying $40 to play this in 2012. I can only judge this as someone coming into the series years after the fact. Plus, I actually think that presentation-wise, these stories are among some of the best in the series. The story of the 3 characters are as such. Our boy Needles wants to find the one that got away, the one person he's been unable to kill all these years, his daughter Sophie.
She needs to be gutted. Then I'll shove her in my icebox, and we'll be together forever.
Then there's Mr. Grimm, who in this case isn't the personification of death nor a psycho wearing his friend's skull. This time around he's an African-American biker whose father was a stuntman and tragically lost his life one day due to a stunt gone wrong. This led our boy Mr. Grimm down a dark path, although he's not inherently evil in the same way that the characters preceding him or proceeding him are, so they have to shove in a line about him killing people.
I fried people, killed people. Hell, some of the ones I killed, I know they didn't have it coming.
Either way, he wants to go back in time to stop his father from ever performing the stunt. Then there's Dollface, real name Krista Sparks. Yeah, same name as Calypso's daughter in the original timeline. I was kinda hoping this would result in some sort of story intrigue or some revelation, but no, it's just a reference. Though if you're like me and believe in the death of the author philosophy, you can interpret it however you wish. She's a supermodel and one of the greatest there is, but a car accident leaves her face moderately scarred, and some body dysmorphia leads her to believe that it's a lot worse than it actually is. Meaning she's desperate to try and fix it, but a shady doctor named Dr. Ospalak, get it, it's Calypso spelt backwards, makes her face perfect by putting a doll face over it. So now she wants the mask off.
And the doctor?
Miss Sparks, it's a tiny scar.
He wanted to stop me too.
They go for live-action actors put into a digital space in a way that's somewhat crude in its presentation, but still works for the surreal unreality that this game goes for. Like, it looks mostly believable, but also is slightly off as to activate an uncanny valley response. Plus, the thing I love about these stories for the most part is that this game is the right amount of f***ed up. It's not like something like Manhunt, which is f***ed up, but also grotesque and just unpleasant. This has a lot of off-putting imagery, but the whole story mode for these characters is filled with a sense of camp, intentional or otherwise, that makes these stories weirdly fun at times. Like when Mr. Grimm wins the contest, he makes his entrance by driving through the window of Calypso's penthouse apartment, and Calypso says this.
Hell of an entrance.
That is so stupid, I love it. How about when Sweet Tooth is hunting down his daughter at a hospital and just decides, why the hell not? I'm gonna kill every single person in this hospital, one by one, and you get a montage of his murder. It's like a parody of a slasher movie the way it's presented. Or like when Dr. Dwarf here puts the mask on Dollface, he activates the mask's locking mechanism by kissing it. Like, how can you look at this and not think, how are these people playing it straight? That's the thing. Because they are playing it straight, it means that in the odd occasion when there's a cutscene that's entirely meant to be taken seriously, or at least presented in a way that you can take it seriously, it is for the most part played chillingly straight. Such as Dollface seeing her scar as body horror level disfigurement, or the cutscene where Marcus Kane is gradually transforming into Needles Kane, talking about gradually breaking down his walls as Marcus Kane became more and more frustrated with his life.
It took me years of screaming and clawing and breaking him down. Years of calling out to him, trying to get him to set me free.
And then that culminates with the scene of him murdering his own wife and kids.
Shut up and bleed, you motherfucker. They all died so easily. Except for her.
I mean, what does it say about me that I think this is kinda cool? The best way to describe the presentation of the stories, the visuals, and honestly the game overall is metal as f***. There's something just so badass, but also appealingly grotesque about a lot of the way this game is presented, and I feel like being described as metal as f*** is what they intended, given the fact that this game's soundtrack is all metal all the time. At least in the original soundtrack. The licensed soundtrack has more rap and electronica and whatnot, but when it comes to all aspects of metal, from the grotesque, to the tryhard, to the cheesy, to the awesome, this game encapsulates all of that. And this all culminates with his ending, where he stupidly wishes to be taken to where his missing daughter is, and not for his missing daughter to be brought to him, because his missing daughter had been dead for years, leaving Needles buried alive. And then there's the scene where Mr. Grimm succeeds in going back in time to stop his father's death, but accidentally causes the death of not only his father, but himself, because he went back in time but wasn't specific and didn't think what would happen if a complete stranger showed up in the back seat of his dad's car, meaning that his younger self shot his older self. The only ending in this game that doesn't really work for me is Dollface's. Despite everything, she decides not to take the mask off, but instead wishes to be the greatest model in the world, specifically saying that she wants to be on the biggest runway in the world. The wording is a bit contrived because they wanted to have Dollface be on a literal airplane runway, only to have her be run over by an airplane. But you know what my issue is with this scene? Instead of just, getting out of the way, she runs in the same direction of where the plane is going. Or to quote an utterly trash YouTube channel, Dollface goes to the Prometheus School of running away from things. So that's lame, but there is also a secret final character story, though he is unplayable, at least in story mode. This time, there's a story surrounding Preacher, who isn't as off his rocker as he was in Twisted Metal Black. This time, he's determined to take out Calypso. Unfortunately, this is easily the most powerful version of Calypso in the entire history of the series. He runs a multinational company that controls the media, the army, the police, and so on, with an iron fist so massive that they're able to cover up the existence of the Twisted Metal tournament altogether, despite the massive collateral damage and death toll, and label people who try to bring it up as crackpots. So despite Preacher's best intentions and best attempts, he was no match for Calypso's power and ends up in the painting of tortured souls. The details of this prison painting are never really elaborated on, but I think it's a cool idea, but that's kind of the main thing I can say about the story of Twisted Metal 2012 is that it's a series of cool ideas. Unfortunately, that's all they are, ideas. Ideas that weren't fully fleshed out, because while the story structure in this game leads to the individual stories of the three characters having a lot more depth, well, except for Mr. Grimm, whose middle cutscene is given up to Preacher, it's still at the end of the day only three relatively self-contained stories with an overarching connectivity, meaning that a lot of the larger world-building aspects of the story are somewhat underdeveloped, when a more involved story could have led to more interesting results, but what are you gonna do? Overall, it just leaves me wanting more, which I guess could be considered a good thing or a bad thing, depending on your perspective. Personally, I don't think it's necessarily a good thing, because I feel like this game leaves me wanting more because its ideas are somewhat underdeveloped, and not because it's just that good. But as the French say, c'est la vie. The story also informs the gameplay, because the setup entails you only playing as one of three different characters at any given time, and obviously they wouldn't want you to be confined to the same vehicle for an hour if there were only 3 hours worth of gameplay, so instead of confining every character to a specific vehicle, every character can play whatever vehicle they wish. And in free mode, you can mix and match the factions with whatever car you want, which doesn't actually sound that cool now that I think about it. Either way, you got a bunch of the classic hits including Sweet Tooth, Darkseid, Axel, Crimson Fury, and Shadow, as well as a good selection of new vehicles, such as Vermin, Kamikaze, and my personal favorite of the new inclusions, Meat Wagon. I don't know why, but referring to an ambulance as a meat wagon will never not be amusing to me. Now, I found out that if you've completed a playthrough on one save file and unlocked all the different vehicles, every vehicle and every weapon is unlocked in subsequent playthroughs on different save files. I wanted to have an organic experience and unlock everything in the natural way. Unfortunately, that didn't really work out. I got on a different user on my PS3 and played through all the way to Dollface's story on a fresh save file, so I didn't have any advantages, but as it turns out, this game only allows one user on a console to have a save file for the game, so I lost my save and had to play through the same game over again. This time playing on the user with the completed playthrough, so at least I got a decent impression of what the game is like playing through on a fresh save. I just didn't get to the end. Not that it really matters, because I'll be honest, I wasn't really playing in an organic way to begin with. I was switching up my vehicles a lot more than I would normally, just to show off some of these cars. But here's the God's honest truth. If you're playing through this game on your own, if you're not playing a mission that requires speed, pick Sweet Tooth every time. If you're playing a mission that requires speed, pick your fastest car. That's all the advice you really need. Sweet Tooth in the game, and boy, it is sure weird to actually be referring to Sweet Tooth as the selectable vehicle instead of incorrectly as the person driving the vehicle for once. But anyways, Sweet Tooth may be dreadfully slow, but Sweet Tooth has some of the most health in the game, and on top of that has potentially the most overpowered special attack in the game. The Laughing Ghost. It may not be as powerful as other special attacks, but it's fairly powerful and respawns enough that it doesn't really necessarily matter that it doesn't do as much damage as other special attacks. The main selling point is that much like Spectre's missile from previous games, it phases through all objects and can target enemies from crazy far away. Basically meaning that as long as you're aiming in the direction of someone, you're almost guaranteed to hit someone with it. And that's pretty imperative when dealing with major battles like this. With a combination of factors like that, there were like a dozen vehicles I would never even touch if I wasn't trying to keep things varied for the sake of my own footage. With that said, there's also a vehicle that's almost its own secret easy mode, that being Talon, which is an actual helicopter that you can fly around. Here's the thing, it doesn't have the most health, and you're still at the mercy of people aiming up, especially when they throw the EMP at you. And when they do that, it can take a little while to get back into the air, but the fact is, when you're in a ground vehicle, you can only move in 2 dimensions, meaning that you have to account for terrain or buildings, and you're also on an equal playing field to everyone around you. So there were times when part of the challenge of these levels became the fact that some characters would stick to you like flies to shit. but that's just the way I like it. You're on an equal playing field, but they're using superior speed or firepower to try and take you out. There's never a dull moment in a lot of these levels because the CPU can be relentless. But Talon kind of does away with that because you can just fly to a high vantage point and take pot shots at enemy vehicles. Especially because the primary special attack is a free aim chain gun, or minigun, or whatever it's called. Even at a moment-to-moment level, if someone is on your ass, you can just fly over a wall that they can't, and suddenly you've gotten away. It's cheaper than a sparrow at a dollar store. I'm proud of that one. So cheap, in fact, it makes a lot of the game less fun. And while it's a good way to get through the game easier, I don't play games for speed, I play games to have fun. Hence why I'm not a speedrunner, and I just don't find this fun. There is also one particular vehicle I've never unlocked, that of course is Warthog. Get this, to unlock it, you need to get a gold medal in every single in-game mission on the hardest difficulty. Oh, well I guess getting a gold medal on every mission regardless of difficulty wasn't enough, eh? Oh, no, that's not too difficult of a hurdle. No, you should also make me blow an entire Thanksgiving dinner out of my left nostril to be able to use the special attack. I don't know, the series is known for being hard, and as a matter of fact is known for disrespecting its audience at times, but to do this is one of the most inaccessible feats that one could possibly put as a prerequisite for unlocking a character. And even if you download a save file to try and bypass this, it doesn't work due to some weird authentication type deal with save files. As far as the vehicle physics, this game is actually fairly unique in that it doesn't necessarily have a single one-size-fits-all style of physics for every vehicle. Obviously, there's only one physics engine, but where in something like Twisted Metal 2, every car regardless of size felt heavy, but in Twisted Metal 3, regardless of size, every car felt light, this is the most varied as far as how vehicles have felt in the series. The faster cars will zip around with the greatest of ease and absolutely fly into the air with next to no effort. Meanwhile, the heavier vehicles feel like you're driving around in a brick. You know what? I appreciate that. It means that not every vehicle feels the same or similar. I kind of wonder what it is that makes this the case. I guess maybe by this point physics engines had advanced to the point where it was easier to make vehicles feel distinct within a single physics engine, almost as if they have different physics engines, but it's still the same engine. But with that said, the game still controls really well. 4 wheels on the ground and you're always in control, and the maneuvering is responsive and buttery smooth. While you do get knocked around a little bit more than I would like, it's almost lightning quick that you have your orientation be corrected, almost to the point that you never spend any time upside down. Though it is a bit funny that there are times when you get knocked around so thoroughly that you flip around like a pinwheel in such a way that, by all rights, the vertical G-force would rip your head from your body. Structure aside, once you get into the game, this is exactly what you would expect. Nice clean car combat with a range of weapons and a range of energy-based attacks. With a few minor inclusions like how you can run over people after you destroy their car for extra weapons and health. Doesn't really add anything other than an extra box to check when fighting, but it's something. Although one thing I will praise this game to the moon and back for is the energy attacks are now done by pressing a direction on the D-pad. That's right, no more lengthy codes. To shoot backwards, you just press down on the D-pad. To shoot the freeze attack, which is an EMP this time around, you just press up on the D-pad. Hallelujah, took them long enough. I mean, sure, some codes can only be done by pressing the triangle button and a direction, but that's a far cry from having to input 4 buttons just to shoot backwards. As far as the weapons, you have a good selection of the old as well as a few new weapons. My favorite of which would be the shotgun because it's extremely close range, but if you can get up in someone's grill and fire it off at point blank range, instant 60 damage. Even better is that every car now has a primary and secondary special attack. Some of the special attacks are lame and a number of them are recycled. If I recall correctly, I think 2 different cars have flamethrowers, 2 or 3 different cars have shockwave attacks, and I think 2 cars also have chain gun attacks. But when they get creative, man, it's pretty sweet. Like Reaper's chainsaw attack. If you do a wheelie, you'll grind the chainsaw on the ground, lighting it on fire, at which point it will do 150 damage. I like this practice of unwieldy and difficult to use special attacks that are stupidly overpowered because this can take out most vehicles in 2 shots, which in itself basically compensates for Reaper's low amount of health. I don't know what I ranked this in my video about special attacks, but whatever it was probably too low. Although the secondary special attack, the manual aim RPG, not so fun to use. Definitely not as fun to use as Vermin's secondary special attack, where you can manually guide a missile. It's probably not super convenient to use outside of a one-on-one situation, but once again unwieldy to use but satisfying as hell because it does a ton of damage. By far though, the best special attack in this game, and among some of the best in the series, would be Sweetbot. Oh sweet Jesus, Sweetbot. You turn into a giant attack robot, and you can fly, stomp on the ground causing a massive shockwave, and even throw smaller, less powerful laughing ghosts. I will admit it's not as practical or as useful as other special attacks, and the fact that even in bot form it still controls like a vehicle, but this is just too goddamn cool. I cannot say anything but good things about this. This really does reinforce to me that the one thing this game brings to the table more than anything is just cool ideas, and I feel like the alternate game modes are also a good example of that. As much as I love the old games to varying degrees, this game does make me realize that it is a bit of a missed opportunity to have never done anything different with the gameplay other than pure unfiltered car combat, because you can still do a lot with car combat while injecting a few new ideas into the concept here and there. The extra game modes in Head-On do not count. This game has the primary game mode of killing all the dudes, endurance mode where you kill X amount of dudes, but then you have things like Juggernaut battles where the Juggernaut will keep spawning dudes after a set amount of time. So it's a never-ending battle until you destroy the Juggernaut, which itself is a massive undertaking. It's a game mode that requires resourcefulness and strategy, and as a matter of fact, I found myself dying multiple times because I had a suboptimal playstyle and had to adapt for this mode. And any mode that forces you to switch things up while also keeping the gameplay the same is worth remarking on in my books, especially when it's as simple but enjoyable as this. The other one is the electric cage match. Basically, you have to stay within a certain ever-moving square on the map, and if you're outside of the square for long enough, you'll start taking damage. It doesn't instantly kill you for most of the situations, just so long as you're fast enough. And there are plenty of healing items around, and in some levels even a healing truck, which is another unique and interesting idea this game has. So you're rarely shortchanged on health. The only time I felt the electric cage gimmick was a bit annoying is in the Metro Square level, which has this giant ice rink that the cage will occasionally appear over, but maneuvering on and especially off this ice rink when you have a relatively short amount of time you can be out of the cage, that makes things a little bit less fun. Still, once again, a good gimmick that freshens things up without having to change the gameplay at all. I think the level design also really complements the game modes in a lot of cases. In themselves, these levels can be way too big, which is why I generally prefer when the game sections off certain parts of the levels for fights. That way you don't get that Twisted Metal 4 issue where you spend half the time traveling to the players in order to fight. But then again, this game has fast enough traversal that even that's not that bad, but even still, these levels are massive and they're also very detailed. Sometimes I just like to fly above these levels and look at all the scenery that no doubt some developer put a lot of effort into. Of all the levels, easily the best two are Black Rock Stadium and LA Rooftops. The former of which is a decently sized arena but not too big, and there's a lot going on and a lot of stage hazards to the point that it kind of reminds me of a terrorist reality arena on crack. There's so much going on here, but none of it gets in the way. It always enhances the action rather than takes away from it. Then you have LA Rooftops, because anytime you have a rooftop level in one of these games, it's sure to be awesome. This one is arguably once again too big, but it has so much going on, from the main chunk of the level spinning, multiple story buildings to drive around, several building interiors you can crash into that you can set traps in. Once again, a lot going on here, but it manages to stay relatively sober, and plus, the ever-present danger of falling off injects this level with a degree of excitement rarely seen. Though the worst level is Diablo Pass, easily. It's the same relative size as the other levels, except it's stretched out, so it seems a lot bigger and takes way longer to get from one end to the other. It's good for races, not so good for actual combat. The rest of the levels are pretty good, but not good enough for me to remark on. But what of those races I mentioned a minute ago? Well, this is something that I consider to be one of the lesser new ideas they implemented. Before I ever got into the series, I always assumed that there was a racing component because I had a hard time believing that a car game could exist without some sort of racing component, but in this case, something like 8 or 9 games in, they introduced one. And yeah, I'm not a fan. You only need to do this once per storyline, but I do not enjoy them. They're not well balanced. If you make one mistake, you're better off restarting because there's no rubber banding, especially problematic in those races with a heavy verticality component, and I just feel like this is too far out of the usual wheelhouse for the series that it doesn't feel like a natural inclusion. It feels like a big fat gimmick sitting in the middle of the game. but I just don't think the game is built in such a way that the engine can complement a racing component. In fact, the gimmicky nature of it is to the point that I'm not even sure if there's any way to do this outside of story mode, at least in single player. I'm sure you can do it in multiplayer, but this game's multiplayer died far too long ago for me to have experienced it. But even if I don't like it, I still do appreciate all the new ideas, because like I said earlier, for the most part, this game shows the direction the series should have gone if it had continued. But aside from that, it also shows where the series would have gone without a shadow of a doubt. What do I mean by that? Well, the most technologically advanced game before this, I would argue, would be Twisted Metal Black. Sure, Head-On came out later, but that was on pound-for-pound inferior hardware. And a lot of technological advances happened between 2001 and 2012. So this is as yet the most technologically advanced game in the series, and it is significantly more technologically advanced than Black, and it shows. I heard people say back in the day that this game looked below the bar for 2012, but I disagree. I actually think it looks really good, and the way they're able to utilize the tech is superb. You have dozens upon dozens of fully destructible buildings you can casually drive through, many pedestrians to run over, absolutely gobsmackingly massive levels, tons of interior areas to explore, endless details, and a maximum of something like 10 people you can fight in a single level. Though I wouldn't recommend it. There were times when I was fighting like 6, and even then I was getting bounced around like a pinball. This just shows how much bigger and better the series could have potentially been, but unfortunately, it didn't end up that way because this is as yet the most up-to-date version of what the series could be. And it makes me sad because while this game isn't necessarily the best in the series, it has the building blocks of what could have been the best in the series if they could have built on top of what this game was doing using newer technology. With that said, however, there are certainly aspects of this game and the technology that I could have taken or left, namely the 20-minute bosses. The first boss fight, the Brothers Grimm, is actually pretty good. It has a fairly standard setup. You have 2 giant monster trucks you have to fight, and they're both formidable in their own right, but once you destroy one, the other armors up. And you have to get your goon to the bowels of this armored truck and plant a C4, which will blow off the armor so you can take out the rest of its health. So you have to stop in the middle of the fight and get a little bit crafty with getting yourself under the monster truck for long enough that you can finish the fight. It's a small gimmick, but it's enough. And the rest of the fight is difficult, but in a relatively fair and exciting way. The final boss is Sweet Tooth's Carnival of Carnage, which is less of a boss and more of an entire challenge course. You have the underside where you blow up the face on the bottom of the carnival to access the main part of the carnival. Meanwhile, you have to avoid being crushed under the tires or destroyed by the other Sweet Teeth. Sweet Tooths? Okay, wow, that's confusing. After that, you have to do this weird minigame where you have to summon a bomb-wielding clown and then ram them into a giant clown face 3 times. All the while dealing with several other clowns with chainsaws in this giant pinball table type deal. It's certainly creative, I'll give it that, but other than that, I really don't have much to say about this. And then we have the obstacle course. Boy, I remember the first time playing through this obstacle course. It was late, I was tired, I was attempting it for like 30 minutes before I decided, you know what, I'm gonna go to bed and try again tomorrow. It's a little bit tough, especially with these spinning blades of death, because you need a good amount of speed to get through, but sometimes the gaps between blades isn't enough to give you that speed. Plus, you're also dealing with bombs that are rolling around, and since they're physics objects, it's completely random if they'll get in your way or not. Still, this section is deceptively short, so no big deal. Finally, you have this giant clown crane thing. You have to destroy the sweet bots, and only then are you given a specific amount of time to grab them with Talon's secondary special attack and drop them into the head. You do that 5 times and bada bing bada boom. The actual boss fight is only like 4 or 5 minutes, while it's the rest of the level that takes a while, but seeing as no 2 parts of the level are the same, I actually think it's an interesting little showcase on how the game's mechanics can be switched up for different styles. But of course, I think the worst offender of the bigger isn't always better philosophy would be, and you all knew this was coming, Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden has been a particular punching bag for me over the years, and I've actually been told that I'm too harsh with this boss fight, but here's the thing, guys. Like I told you, I lost my initial save from when I was recording this playthrough initially, and I lost that save right after fighting Iron Maiden. Which means I had to fight Iron Maiden not once but twice, and let me tell you, repetition does not make it a better boss fight. And it all comes down to one aspect. It's way too f***ing long. So it starts out, and you have several dollface limos that you have to fight. You have to take out the red one, then drag the occupant over to the nuke truck and hold them there for something like 20 to 30 seconds so the nuke can charge up. But either before or during this process, you'll probably have to take out the white limos anyway, because while they're not the toughest, they can interrupt this process. And you can also be interrupted by Iron Maiden itself. Then you have to guide a tactical nuke into Iron Maiden not once, but twice. Not only that, but this thing can also shoot down your nuke, and the actual amount of time it takes to back Iron Maiden into the wall so you can hit it takes just shy of forever. And if you miss or have your nuke destroyed, you have to do the entire process over again, wasting another 3 or 4 minutes. Doing this once is obnoxious enough, but twice is just insulting. The only difference between Stage 1 and Stage 2 is the fact that in Stage 2 the nuke truck is on the move, which actually makes it slightly easier to avoid the white limos. Finally, the shield is down, and at that point you can fight it as a normal boss fight. It seems hard until you realize you can actually aim up, which is not something the game tells you, and you can only aim up, no other direction. Probably a mechanic put in specifically for this fight, but I would have liked the game to have an on-screen indicator to let me know. But then about halfway through the fight, it shifts so that now you have an electric fence. And if you're outside of the electric fence for I think more than 40 seconds, you self-destruct and have to do it all over again. Finally, Iron Maiden is on its last legs, and you have to give it a few shots to the face to finish it off. And you think it's over, but no. Suddenly the head pops off and you have to take it out once and for all. It doesn't have that much health at this stage, but by this point I'm so far past done I just want to rip my hair out. If I had hair. Oh my god, I don't think the individual chunks of this boss fight are too bad taken on their own, but the relentless padding, the fact that you have to do 2 nukes instead of 1, all the stages, it's just so obnoxiously long. And the way certain parts of this boss fight are specifically designed to pad things out just kills my interest. I don't know how anybody thought this was a good idea. I've beaten this boss something like 4 times now, and I have yet to do it in under 20 minutes. It is still such a bitter irony that this boss fight is called Iron Maiden, because Iron Maiden is, if not my favorite band, at least top 3. And you know what? Given that they licensed a bunch of music for this game, it is a really big missed opportunity that they didn't license an Iron Maiden track for this boss fight. And I have the perfect song they could have used. The Longest Day. Oh, and since I'm on the topic, best Iron Maiden album? Dance of Death. Don't at me. So yeah, new isn't always better, but sometimes it is. Bigger isn't always better, but sometimes it is. Mixing things up isn't always better, but sometimes it is. And taken as a whole, I think this game is a bit of a mixed bag at times, but there is a lot of potential. However, you can't pay your bills with potential, and since the series died after this, the potential is somewhat unrealized. But even what is here, what was realized, is certainly worth remarking on. This is easily the most varied and ambitious game in the series by a wide margin, and even if it doesn't always hit all the notes it needs to, when it hits, it hits. And just the fact that the game has the technology behind it that it does creates a sort of novelty to the experience that elevates it in itself. But then you take into consideration the interesting level design, the remarkable physics engine, the variety, the new weapons, the new special system, and what you end up with is a really solid game. Maybe it's not the best game in the series because it is a little bit more scattershot design-wise than I would have liked, and I feel like it would have been better if they iterated a bit more, but for what it is, and despite its flaws, I enjoyed Twisted Metal 2012. I would probably consider it the upper part of the mid-tier for the series. It's a shame we never saw the next evolution of the concept, but I'm happy that this game exists, and I think it's a solid time all around. Even if it is a bit inaccessible these days, given the fact that it's stuck on the PS3 and is probably still a few years out from proper emulation, I still think it's worth your time. Though definitely don't try to unlock Warthog unless you're fully out of your mind. And that's the end. That's the final destination of the series until the TV show was made last year. And you want to know something? I'm not really hung up about it. I've said this before and I'll say it again, I'm the type of person who doesn't really mind things I like ending because if you count Lost, we got 9 games in the series. It's more than enough to be satisfied for me, plus the car combat genre goes far beyond this series. Granted, you'll be playing some really shitty games like Grudge Warriors. I'm still convinced that before I reviewed that game, nobody had ever actually played it. It's up there with the likes of Tai Fu, Wrath of the Tiger, or Juggernaut as far as levels of obscurity. The only thing I'm a little bit disappointed in is the fact that this game ends on 2 separate sequel hooks that are actually really interesting. First, we have the only surviving Kane child, Charlie, digging up his father's grave and taking the mask, thereby taking up the mantle of Sweet Tooth, and also Calypso bringing Sophie Kane back from the dead as a female equivalent. That could have made for an interesting dynamic, but alas, it was a sequel hook thrown to the wind. Still, whatever happens, if the series comes back or stays dead, I'm not gonna lose too much sleep over it either way. But that's all I've got, so I'll just say what I always say. If you like what I do here, be sure to leave me a comment telling me what you think, like this video, subscribe, and hit the notification icon so you're always up to date on what I'm doing. Otherwise, I've been the King of Snark Style right here on Tactical Bacon Productions, and I will see you next time. Stay crispy, my friends.
You